Meanwhile, you're always about women's business, always talking about the sisters, always talking to the sisters. They've got mahrams, they've got walis, they've got their guardians, and it isn't you. I mean, I hate to use their terminology, but this is about the most beta thing you can possibly do. Always in the women's section. And the irony is that these are the same ones who are endlessly droning on and on about masculinity. Meanwhile, you can't do the basic thing, the most basic thing that men do as men, which is to ignore women. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean that in an obnoxious way, but women have their world, their sphere, and men have their world and their sphere. But meanwhile, you're always trying to weasel your way into the sphere of women, under the guise of nasiha, under the guise of advice. But you're just like a peeping Tom who's trying to justify why he's doing what he's doing by saying that you're just trying to check up on the sisters to make sure that they're safe. No, it's not your business. The men are over here, brother. Meanwhile, you keep sliding your way back to where the sisters are. And, this is very disrespectful. It's very insulting to their walis. I mean, let's take this offline, Let me catch you on the street talking to my wife or talking to my sisters about how, they shouldn't go out, or they shouldn't go to the gym, or they shouldn't go to school, or you don't like the way they're dressed, or what have you. I wish you would. You better hope that that red pill you took is a painkiller, because you're going to be dancing cheek to cheek with the concrete here.
Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got my why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got my why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me. Get your life. Run up when you see me, no disguises. Keep that thing with me, cause I don't do surprises. J Chanel, show and tell, all facts, no lies, streak. Get your life, cause I'm the type to come to it that 9 quick. Eyes on me, what you care for? Watching me, baby, care for. If you ain't a fan, where the cameras? Hide in the back with the bellboys. My circle so restricted. Hands raised like it's your religion. When I sleep, pay close attention. Fake friends out here pretending. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got my why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got my why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life.
Focus there.
Watch them cause they after me like a pot of gold. I'm not for play, ask Keisha if you don't know. I'm a little bit cray-cray, approach me, you better be right. If you don't come correctly, you can catch these hands tonight. Eyes on me, what you care for? Watching me, baby, care for. If you ain't a fan, why the cameras? Hide in the back with the bellboys. My circle's so restricted. Hands raised like it's your religion. When I sleep, pay close attention. Fake friends out here pretending. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got my why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life.
Get your life.
Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got my why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, baby. Get your life.
Get your life, boo.
Good morning, good evening, good night, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing? How we doing on this Saturday afternoon here? And of course, you are listening to the Chop Shop, your nighttime right time DJ. How we doing down there? Let me see. What's up there? Let me click back on over here. What's up there? My grandmother's rebellion. How you doing, Zahara? Always a pleasure. Logical assessment. How y'all doing? Somebody give me a 1 or 2 down there in the chat if you folks can hear me loud and clear. Hey there, Sak Passe. How you doing? How you doing? Good brother. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Listen, I'm just going to go ahead and start by saying this. I think you folks can hear me. It's quite embarrassing that this is a conversation that I, as a black man, that I have to have. Hey, Shar, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? It's quite embarrassing. Quite embarrassing. And it's to me, it's downright sickening that I have to have this conversation to grown men, black men. And it's quite sickening when I look around the YouTube streets that there's only a few of the, as they say, more prominent content creators that's talking about this. A lot of the women content creators are speaking on this subject of what we're about to speak about. And I got to shout out the Taz exclusive, because this is the first time I saw this particular conversation. He was covering it. And he got into a disagreement with some cat named Philosophical. Covered that last week. And somehow I knew that these, somebody asked me not to use the N word, so I won't. I respect that. But these low-lifed grown men are trying to conflate a 16-year-old to dating a 24-year-old as it's her fault. As you look down in the description there, you see one of the main comments that stood out. What this man was saying, that it was okay as long as she was able to. And Philosophical did not see the danger in what he said. But what Philosophical did, he allowed other men that think like him to come out and say what they was thinking. Because if you go to those chats, like this one that's on the screen right here, BEANZ panel, and if you look down there, you will see the vast amount of people that follow this cat here with this red hat, Chicago Bulls hat on, was speaking not for, but against teenage girls, as it was their fault that a grown man was picking them up. There was a video that Taz did there where he was, excuse me, reviewing dude named 2K. 2K so-called himself ambushing a young lady by the name of Jazz Noel, trying to defend the fact of what him and Philosophical was arguing about. I don't understand the mere fact that the word teenager comes into play. The word teenager comes into play. And this is a conversation. I know, Shar. Little girls again. Like I said, the big content creators are not covering this. They want to stay away from this. Why? Because some of them know that the folks that think like this is the ones that donate to them, the ones that will defend them. They will allow these folks to come up on their panel and express their point of view. And that's troubling. And it should be troubling for everyone, whether you're trying to make a dime on YouTube or any other platform. It should be troubling for any content creator to allow men, grown men, to come up on a platform and try and justify the reasoning behind going into a club. First off, let's start right there. When's the last time you went into a club and ran into a 16-year-old? And I know what they're going to say is, well, they got fake IDs. Okay, so you're going to think the club is not going to check, and one or two not going to slip through the cracks? You don't think there's some, as they called them back in my day, some fast-ass girls out there? You don't think there's some young men out there that's not using fake IDs as well? That's not the point. That shouldn't be an argument. The argument should have been, what is this young girl doing in this platform? Once you find out that she is that, or once you find out that he is that, why would you continue to pursue her or him? I don't get it. It seems to me, excuse me, it seems to me that a lot of people was attacking Taz as if he shouldn't have talked about this. More people came to the defense of BEANZ, 2K, philosophical, than the children that they were talking about. There's a real distinction between girl, and as they used to call them, young woman, and woman. The reason they changed it from young woman is simply because of that teenager gave y'all folks, I almost said the N-word, gave y'all lowlifes a distinction of what not to fuck with. All these grown women out here, 21 and older. What a 21-year-old person does, that ain't my business. If you 21 and you want to mess with a 51-year-old, that's your business. You grown. I don't know what y'all gonna talk about. I don't know what y'all gonna do, but you grown. But these men are here talking about picking up young girls in high school like that's a flex. Using the Romeo and Juliet laws as if they were talking about them. Well, the law says I can deal with a 16-year-old because, you know, that is for someone that's of their age. That's to protect those young teenagers that are out there that might be curious about each other. And so one of them don't get in trouble just in case one of them may be older. And that's not for just girls, that's for boys too. And these folks use that rule as if 24 years old can legally date a 16-year-old. No, you can't. If that was the case, how come they got all these pedophile registries? How come all these folks is in jail under statutory rape charges if what y'all was talking about was legal? Then they go back to a time where The Color Purple, as that's their favorite movie. When they're talking about black women, they hate that movie. But when they're talking about dealing with young women or young girls in this case, they love it. They even invoke songs. Well, there was a song that says she was just 16 years old. Play that shit today. Her number one song back in the 1980s was Into the Night. She's just 16 years old. Leave her alone, they say. That was the number one song in 1980. I guarantee you that song would not get no airplay today because it sure don't. I run a radio station 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That song gets no airplay. But anyway, folks, let me go and pull this up here. And I gotta say, it's gonna be disturbing what we're about to talk about. And I gotta warn you, if you don't like someone being talking no holds barred, because I don't think I owe these low lifes any respect at all. I think whatever comes out of my mouth they deserve. Just about an hour. What I was going to start at 1 o'clock, but just about an hour before I was about to start, my the next side of my other side generation of my folks, the grands, brought their little girls around, beautiful little things, and that's all I could think about. One day, these young beautiful young girls will be 16 years old, and they'll have to come out and into the world to face niggas like this. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Because I'm not talking about men. I'm not talking about black men. I'm not talking about white men. Check this out. Let's start here.
Ooh, lying.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
So, sis, what about the girls, 16, dealing with these older guys? What's your thoughts?
I don't condone it. Being a mama, a auntie, a sister, cousin, I have gotten on my own family members, and those daughters and young women are mentored. You may think that's what you want, and you may think that's what you're ready for. Not necessarily the case. And a lot of times, these young women at that age that are going for these older men or seeking them out or putting out the signs that, hey, you know, I'm available for that type of man or these older men, typically have some traumas.
Okay, hold on before we.
They hurt little young ladies.
What kind of trauma? You
Or
talking
they
about
don't have
touchstone
some
trauma?
good mentors.
You're not
It
talking
can
about
be an
touchstone
array of
trauma.
stuff. It can
They lying.
Okay, folks. I just wanted to give y'all a taste about what we're about to review. So let me get down in the chat room right quick. Like I say, what's up there, Logical Assessment? What's up there, Mad Beast King? Welcome to the channel. You say you're new for the first time, please. If you like what you see here, like, share, and subscribe if you don't mind, sir. Listen, I'll drop the link in a little while to anyone that wants to come up and defend this. Please do. Please do. I would love to expose you today. Anyone that could come up here and defend this, please do. Hit the link at any time. At any time. My last stream was men don't talk like this. And here's a prime example of it. Men don't talk like this. Someone said this is barbershop talk. No, this ain't barbershop talk. This is get your ass kicked at the barbershop if you come in here talking like this. And it's been a while since I've been to the barbershop because I'm bald. By choice now. Just saying. But look. Let's go.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
So, sis.
Based on her physical abilities to do what? Run track? Do jumping jacks? Play hopscotch? Based on her physical ability to do what? Hey there, pure butterfly. Based on her physical abilities to do what? The word abilities is not what you're talking about, sir. As soon as he said that, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's at least 5 men on the panel that should have said, fuck no. Nigga, what is you talking about? Unfortunately, Mad Beast, this is exactly what they're talking about. Now, I'm going to ask some of the men down in the chat room. If we were all in the barbershop right now, Mad Beast King or Logical Assessment or Sock Passe, would this be a conversation that we would be having, fellas? If we were all in the barbershop or we were all hanging out, would this be a conversation that we'd be having, trying to condone the fact that we ran into a 16-year-old? Let's go.
What about the girls, 16, dealing with these older guys? What's your thoughts?
I don't condone it. Being a mama, a auntie, a sister, cousin, I have gotten on my own family members and those daughters and
Notice how I hadn't seen the entire stream on this, folks. This is a clip from Taz the Goat, as he calls himself. Again, get over and like, share, and subscribe. My man got his foot on him. Support his stream. I don't mind doing it, folks. I don't mind spending a little money when the information is out there. Again, I got to salute Taz because I'm looking at all the other content creators that make noise, and he's the only one other than the female content creators that are talking about this. And the young lady that's talking right now, they skipped over the part. She said she had to talk to family members about this. I don't think any of these dudes caught that.
young women are mentored. You may think that's what you want, and you may think that's what you're ready for. Not necessarily the case. And a lot of times, these young women at that age that are going for these older men or seeking them out or putting out the signs that, hey, I'm available for that type of man or these older men, typically have some traumas.
Now, no disrespect, folks, but the young lady here, if at the surface, she's making sense. But I can guarantee you, if you look at it, I'm not a psychologist, but I think a psychologist would say, in a way, you're still not holding these men or women accountable. You're giving reasons why this could happen, and we all know those reasons. But you're still not holding these men or women accountable for dating young 16, 17, 18-year-olds. If you're 24, 25, 26 years old, what you got? What could you, other than the physical attraction, what y'all got to talk about? Where can you go with her? You can't tell me, honestly, at 30 years old, if you're walking around with a 16, 17-year-old, that you out in public with her or him. You can't tell me that. Hey there, Glow Vibes. How you doing? How you doing? You can't tell me that.
Okay, hold on before we.
They hurt little young lady.
What kind of trauma? You
or
talking
they
about
don't have
touchstone
some
trauma?
good mentors.
You're not
It
talking
can
about
be an array of
trauma.
It can be childhood traumas. It could be a lot of shit. It could be no daddy traumas. It could be my mama jealous trauma. It could be a lot of traumas that lead for those young ladies to feel like that's okay. And if you don't have any type of
what about the trauma of nature? Whatever happened to the fact that we all go through this phase of we don't know what the hell is happening to our bodies? Usually starts around 13, 14, 15, 16. Young men start developing, in some cases, chest hair and facial hair, and young women start to develop. Again, Miss Lady, you're given reasons that we know why that this is all the reasons that they use. But the fact of the matter is, we all know that. The fact of the matter is, there should be no reason. There is no reason. Don't make a long, drawn-out statement about it. There is no reason that a man that's 24, 25, 26, 28 years old should be even looking to lay down with a 16-year-old. They say it's not a sickness. Well, I tell you what, when you got some time, type in how many folks have been sent to death row behind just them targeting young girls. We can talk about fact and history. John Benet Ramsey was how old when someone supposedly snuck into their house. They made a meme of it, but how old was Elizabeth Smart when someone snuck into her house and snatched her out of her bed? What about the folks in Ohio that the little girl finally was able to crawl her way out of the house and run down the street half naked? And the black man ran into her, and he was scared. He almost said, "You know what? I almost ran away because you know what would have happened?" The list goes on and on and on of these folks with these conversations that start just like this, giving excuses or reasons why. In all 50 states, there is an age limit. But the age limit was not set for you grown-ass men to go out here and date these young girls, because that's what they are. Physically, they might look good, and some will say, "Well, if you go to the strip club, someone." Okay, that's a fact. That's an arguable fact, but that's still the fact of if you're in a strip club and you're 50 years old, because she in there at 18 and the club owner hire, that means fuck her. I'm saying. They talk about the Passport Brothers. And they say, how you hear the Passport Brothers all the time talking about we go over there because we don't get along with the women here. But 90% of the Passport Brothers that's in these streets at one time or the other, they've all been accused or convicted of going to other countries, fucking around with underage girls. And while I'm speaking, something pissed me off yesterday. I was over in, I don't know if you ever hear this, but I forgot the guy's name. He has a heavy voice like mine. The Business. I was over in your chat, The Business, the other night while I'm bent. And I spoke to King Picks. When I see King Picks, I always highlight the folks' name and spoke to him. Somebody in your chat timed me out because I spoke to say because it slowed the chat room down. The fuck? Because I spoke to somebody, because I gave somebody the grace of day in your chat. They timed me out. I didn't curse nobody out. I didn't say nothing other than hello to somebody, and you timed me out. You know what I did after that. But still, there's folks down in the chat room defending the very same thing that we're talking about. Sidebar to what you were talking about, there is a lot of them when they're talking about this shit here. Didn't time them out. I said hello. And one of your moderators timed me out. You ain't got to tell me where I'm not wanted. I'm not going to ask you why you timed me out. You showed me. You told me why. You highlighted my name and said, don't speak to people in the chat. It slows it down. If you don't believe me, folks, go over to The Business. And when you see my name in there, that's when you scroll down or scroll up and tell me I'm lying. But back to the show, nigga.
Male or female mentorship in your life that's kind of steering you another direction, you gonna think that's right, especially if that's all.
Again,
What?
I'm sorry. Again, that's why it's easy for these men to steer some of y'all women away from the conversation. So let me go ahead and make this distinction right now. Like it or not, I'm not talking to WOMAN. I am talking to WIMMENZ. I am talking to women's. The fuck kind of damn advice was that? No accountability to the adults. You don't think that you said the adults should be steering them in the right direction. What if they are? Or what if they're not? Shouldn't that's who you be admonishing? Still not the child? Because she's still not aware of what she's doing, especially if someone is intent on getting one of them little ones. I know. I thought, I know. Some folks were singing your praises, not me. I wouldn't be comfortable having my nieces around you. I'll be straight honest with you. What's up there, Tony? What's up there, Beat Dub Flavors? How y'all doing? Welcome in. First time me seeing you folks over here. Again, if you don't mind, like, share, and subscribe. If you like the content here, I don't ask for the donations. I'll get that from YouTube one of these days. If y'all keep putting up my content, I'll let YouTube do their thing. As long as I keep it clean, and as long as I keep it unconversational, you're not going to hear nothing over here that chances are that you can't go Google. I don't talk in speculation, but I'm not saying I'm right all the time either. I don't mind being corrected. Right, wrong, or indifferent sometimes. We all can get along. There's no bounties over here. I've been to the Philippines, Tony. I've been over the Philippines and the Marine Corps, so you don't have to tell me about it. You know, if you know Mike Side Drive, you know what goes on in some of them places. We know. No disrespect to your wife. It's a beautiful countryside. I wish one of the days, that's one of the bucket lists that I would have. I would love to go back to Grande Island on a nice breezy summer day. One of the best times I had in my life. But that's I like me and you. Some folks don't go over there looking for grown women, do they? But I'm glad you mentioned that, because again, bringing up the passport brothers, they always say that they're over in those countries for business, but we know what a lot of them are there for. They're not business tourists; they're sex tourists. But let's continue here.
Here's my thing, though.
If that's
This
all
what I'm
you
trying-
know, then you think that's normal.
But this what I'm trying to understand, though. And I'm not trying to make light of the other things. But look what we do. So you went to, it's the trauma shit, right? Let's say I give you that it's the trauma thing, right? But you went to, maybe been touched on, maybe the daddy wasn't there, and I think the other one was, what was the other one? It was one more.
Your mama trifling.
Okay, again, your mama trifling. All symptoms of why these men prey on folks like that has nothing to do. More excuses. You see how you was at, well, if you would have ended your conversation a long time ago with, there is nothing, no excuse, whether the child has a trauma or not. You open the door for him to now give you pushback on the reasons. But what if this happened? Well, what if that happened? I don't give a fuck what happened. You are an adult. It's not her decision. She's not rational. Do I need to go to a medical dictionary and tell you that a child's mind is not fully developed at 16 years old? That does not, her frontal lobe is not ready to take on a responsibility like that. Shit, standing in front of a warm fireplace feels good, but that don't mean you're gonna stand there until you get burnt up. We all experience hormonal growth at one time or the other. If we're young men, we grow muscles and hair and mustache. If they're young women, you know what happens. But let's continue, because he's gonna give you some more what ifs.
Your mama
trifling.
Okay, when you say trifling, what do you mean by that?
Jealous.
And then
As a female,
jealous. What you mean? Since her mama is jealous, that gives you an see the answers that these folks give out. No pushback already. What's jealousy got to do with that? If I'd have been on my panel, that'd have been the first thing. What jealousy got to do with it? What her mama being jealous of her daughter as, because you'll hear that in our community. What that got to do with you scarfing her up? So again, blaming on the mama or the girl. The mama jealous because her daughter is displaying a youthful glow. The daughter jealous because her mama trying to do what? Keep her away from older men? Is that the rationale that you about to come up with? No pushback. Let's go.
There's a lot of responsibilities and things you gotta, you're trained up to have and to do, and ways to behave and how to respond and act and react. If you're not getting those type of trainings and teachings, you doomed. You doomed to fail. You're gonna be out there.
Okay, so basically, the mama had a lack of responsibility in raising her trauma. We don't care.
See, that's what I mean, Miss Lady. That is the danger in speaking like that. You thought you were being helpful. I understand that. And I understand what you was trying to do. But you saw what he chose to do instead of saying, as a grown man, I wouldn't be fucking with a 16-year-old anyway. The first thing he went to, let's blame the mama. And we all know what that does in the YouTube streets. The single mama, as Big J would say, shame, blame, and explain. So he already about to shame the mama. Now he going to explain why it's her, blame why it's her fault, and then he going to explain to you why it's her fault. And y'all hear the background music. I don't think, Taz, I got to give you a props on this. That this background music is the instrumental of play at your own risk. Y'all know what that means? Play at your own risk. You better watch yourself. Because if somebody like me get a hold of this, I'm not going to be nice like boss. I'm going to call you what you are. I ain't trying to get no coins off you. I'm trying to ask you two, why is this motherfucker here got a channel? Why has this not been preempted? Why is this kind of conversation allowed to go on night after night after night? And these loose ninjas wonder why that the rest of the world looks down on us the way they do. They wonder why they want to go sit on them panels and to defend. They say, well, Hillary Clinton said we need to put to heel. Yeah, some of y'all need to be put to heels. You lucky I ain't said more. Some of y'all need to be in a cell with Big Hammer and Harry. Give them a pint of some brown liquor, because you know what that do. And put you in a tutu. Since you like them young. Put you in a cheerleading outfit, since you like them young.
Really. And all these niggas that sit up here and act like they do, they lying. That shit is for content purposes. Okay.
And that's the line that got me pissed. Nigga, I'm not lying. My brothers are not lying. My nephews are not lying. Nobody that hangs around me agrees with this statement that you just said. And if you was in the barbershop, you'd have been rolled up out of that bitch by now, because this conversation wouldn't have went on this long. If you was at the barbecue, this conversation wouldn't have went. If you was at the family reunion, if you was a part of my family, the niggas would have been, nah, I hope BEANZ ain't coming, because our nieces is going to be here. And some of her friends might be here. And now we got to warn everybody that this nigga is on deck. And we got to warn motherfuckers that this nigga in the middle is on deck. Now, from what I understand, as much, and listen, I'm going to be quite honest with you. Jay Prince, if you hear this, I'm going to be quite honest. I don't like you. Personally, I know I don't like you. I know that personally. I wouldn't like you. But even the sun shine on a dog ass, brother. Because I understand that you did not agree with this. Everybody that I saw typing it in the chat room said Jay Prince was not with this. You know why? Because Jay Prince got daughters. I didn't hear what you said, but my thing is, why you ain't cut this nigga off immediately? Fuck hearing what he got to say.
Hey, it ain't a 14-year-old right now with a motherfucking 20-year-old knocking down his door that's complaining about it. Not one.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
So once a man sees throughout history, once he sees that your body is able to bear children and you are able to take on his sexuality, that's when a man feels like a woman is ready. He's not.
Yeah, you better watch yourself play. We told you that shit was going to come back to haunt you. When in Rome, when motherfuckers feel comfortable, they speak their mind, don't they? All it takes is one to try and normalize this kind of speech. And you, at this point in time, you went on a campaign of I wasn't wrong. Now you see how wrong you was. You call yourself philosophical. I call you ignorant. I can't call you ignorant. I call you ignorant.
looking for maturity.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
Might have been Minnesota. So they got this teacher. I think she was 26.
26 fucking the students. I know you're talking about.
And she was banging one of her students. I think Buddy was like 15. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean by this, folks. Let me put this back up on the screen. This is exactly what I mean. Same energy, same excuses, different day. Instead of confronting the fact that what we're talking about is wrong, he's going to give us examples of folks that's been convicted of this. Not convicted once, convicted twice of this. The news is full. I guarantee you right now, if you, whatever state that you're in, you can pull up your local registry and you will find that 85% of those folks on that registry has been convicted, is on some kind of probation, cannot live what? I know here in South Carolina, it's 20 miles of a school radius, 360. That list is easy to find. Matter of fact, if you sign up to the right website, anytime one of them even think about putting in an application to live, they're going to give you an alert. Some states require that once you come into a town, that you go and let them know that you are on a registry. So if what y'all talk about had any legality to it, why so many people in jail behind it? Because you know why? Y'all think that Romeo and Juliet clause works for y'all. And ain't saved a person yet that thinks like you, BEANZ, and that dude that just spoke. Because if you're willing to sleep with a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 13-year-old that might be developed early, you just said it yourself. It depends on what she looks like. Hold on.
Yeah, bro. Like, I wanted to thank her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to be like, hey, listen, I appreciate you, you know what I'm saying, for taking the time.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical
I
ability.
say out of 100% of young teenage boys who have relations with women who are of adult age, I'll give you 10% are like drastically affected by it.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
Why don't we ever talk about the fact that girls are just as horny as boys are?
What women don't realize is what men see in women is not her maturity. A woman is ready for a man when she's physically able to sexually take him on.
Yeah.
That's the litmus for a woman.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
Or the white man get to do shit right in front of us and we don't pay attention to it. Now, somebody was saying, making a statement.
So that makes it okay. Since the white man is doing it. Well, if I remember correctly, there's such a thing called the Epstein files, and true enough, I will concede to that. That no, I'm wondering why nobody has been brought to, with all the evidence. I'm wondering why none of these people have been convicted. But yet we go across the pond, you see that what's his name, Prince, whatever his name, we can't fuck with you no more. More excuses, sure, exactly. No accountability. More excuses to why it's okay for them to do this. More excuses on why it's okay.
Earlier that they have been reducing the age of consent. So why y'all over here mad as fuck at this nigga? Because this 16-year-old girl made her own choices. Whole time they reducing the age of consent. Whole time they got these minor attracted people who fighting for their fucking rights to be able to deal with minors and shit. And we arguing about a 16-year-old girl who made her own choices.
Now, I think the age of
to deal with minors and shit. And we arguing about a 16-year-old girl who made her minor attracted people who fighting for their fucking rights to be able to deal with minors and shit. Whole time they reducing the age of consent. Whole time they got these minor attracted people who fighting for their.
Show me one state. Hey there, Lana. How you doing? How you doing, Lana? Show me one state that they're trying to reduce the age of consent. The age of consent in damn near every state in the United States is 16. They're actually trying to raise the age of consent to 21. Just like you got to be able to go to drink beer. And that's not so somebody like a BEANZ can have relations with this young lady. Again, the teacher or any teacher that's got caught having relations with a young man at 15 has gone to prison. The news is full of them. As a matter of fact, I don't think all you got to do is go to your local YouTube page, type in teachers, female teachers that have gone to prison. It should be littered with them. But still, I guarantee you this, no matter how many female teachers it is, I bet it don't outnumber the amount of men that are on these registries that have been convicted. I bet that. So there go your whataboutism. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I guarantee you, if you want to use whataboutism, what about this? That the men outnumber women on these registries damn near 9 to 1. What about that? It's such a rarity, so when it does happen, it makes national news. And I'm not condoning it. What I'm saying is, but I guarantee you turn on the news every day. Donald Trump just released somebody who was messing around with children on Christmas Day. He started this some years ago under the guise of a mentorship. spent 6 months in prison, and he back out to bail. You think he's been rehabilitated? Or do you think he was in a soft prison, yoking that yicken for 6 months, couldn't wait to get back out? Donald Trump pardoned him. So guess what? 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, you can't find anything about him. The only place that you could find out some information like that is one of the content creators or one of the news outlets that covered it, that mentioned it. Hide your daughters from BEANZ. Hide your daughters from any nigga that's sitting up on this panel right now. I don't care. My man, Witch Doctor, listen, bro, I rock with you. And you can't say I don't. I support your stream. I share your stream. I hit your Cash App. But I can't, man, I don't see how you rocking with this, bro. I don't even see how you on that panel. I got to be quite honest with you, bro. This to me. No, niggas, y'all can't be on my panel like this. Guilt by association.
Fucking rights to be able to deal with minors and shit.
What rights do you have to deal with a minor? None. You have no rights to deal with a minor. Matter of fact, the laws were placed to stop folks like you from dealing with minors. And they want to go back to the olden times. Okay, go back to the olden times. There was no laws in place to stop folks like you. That's why they invented and created the mother of necessity to stop folks like you was to, okay, we couldn't depend on your morality. We couldn't stop you from doing it by asking you to do it. We couldn't do therapy with you. So the only thing that we could do to stop some of you folks, well, to stop the majority of you folks, to put your ass in prison.
Year-old girl who made her own choices.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
Boston Richie. I said broski risky. Boston Richie. So he was 24, she was 16, right? Let's say, boom, it's a baby involved. Now, does this change your reaction?
He going to jail. I'm wondering what his action going to be, because I haven't heard this. So I'm wondering what his reaction going to be. I haven't heard this part. Now, I didn't want to hear this, folks. To be quite honest with you, and again, no disrespect, I know there's a whole stream out there of them niggas talking about this. And I'm glad that Taz put this together, so I didn't have to go through this shit. The guy up here, this guy right here, this guy BEANZ. This used to be Welfare King right here. This is the guy right here, BEANZ, used to sit around on live streams day after day after day, bragging about, along with this guy in the middle, Jay Prince, of how they was collecting money from the government. Proud of it. I don't know who this guy right here is. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who this is in the middle. This is DJ Witch Doctor on the end with the hoodie on. I rock with DJ Witch Doctor, but again, man, what was you thinking here, brother?
Because it's a baby here. And you can't sit on these panels and tell us we need families, we need mothers and fathers together, these kids need their fathers, and then at the same time, now you finna kill your grandkids' father.
Yeah, we also made an exception, except great.
Hold on,
when babies.
Hold on, it's practice. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, answer that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think it's okay. 20. He said he's 24, right?
Yeah, he was 24 and she was 16.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
He don't see nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I didn't get this far yet. I didn't even know Jay Prince spoke up. All I saw that in the chat, and I heard Taz say it. I didn't know that Jay Prince spoke up. So y'all make no mistake about what he said. Make no mistake about this. This is the guy that sit amongst us. And if you allow them to sit amongst us, and immediately, if you have nieces, if you have daughters, he should have been dropped. Because this man just literally said, if I don't know your daughter, she in jeopardy. If she's 16 and she built, she in jeopardy. He just told you that. He don't see nothing wrong with it. Come up here and argue that point. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead, because this is about over. And we're not done yet. We ain't done yet. Let me do this. Anybody that wants to come up here and defend what BEANZ is saying, whoever this clown right here is saying, please do. Step up to the plate. I dirty double dog dare you. Step up to the plate and defend this.
And she was 16.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Especially if they have a baby in the way, leave them alone. Let them grow their family. But this the thing I was thinking about. Let's get in the time machine, right?
Yeah, bro.
And go back. Are we supposed to go back and shoot those guys that was messing with those, marrying those girls at 12 and 13 years old?
Maybe you did not hear him. Maybe you did not hear that a teacher that was 26 years old, 2 years older than what you're talking about, was sleeping with a young boy of 15. She was found guilty and convicted. The newspapers are riddled with those. So basically what he's saying is it's okay for men to do it, but women should be punished. Read between the lines. If a woman does that, it's to be celebrated by a 14-year-old, according to BEANZ. If the woman is the predator, it should be celebrated by, according to BEANZ. And also punished if she's 26. But according to this clown right here, so I'm making no mistake what I'm saying.
Supposed to go back and shoot those guys that was messing with those, marrying those girls at 12 and 13?
I would. I absolutely would. Won't shoot to kill you. But I bet you your days of messing around with young girls is over with. I promise you that. They'll be calling you Hot Wheels. They will be calling you Hot Wheels.
Years old?
You left.
They said, yeah, the other day when we was doing the show about it, they said
yeah to that?
The girl said yes.
Now, I think that
okay, when we you see, so this is a conversation. Again, if you're not paying attention to these, can I say it? With man named Logical, because that's why I like using your name sometimes. Logically, this is appropriate, so I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Did y'all hear what that nigga just said? They've been talking about this before. Just the other day, we was talking about this. He just said that. So this is not a one-off conversation. This is not an accidental conversation that they're having. Hey there, Pure Butterfly. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Mr. DJ Music.
Good. How you doing? How you doing? Your thoughts?
My thoughts are, okay, so people think this is just the Black manosphere that talk like this, but that is not the truth.
No, it's not.
You have all of the manosphere, and I'm talking about doesn't matter what race, if they're Asian, if they're Hispanic, if they're white, they're all talking like this, right? They're all in these groups,
Yes.
justifying that it's okay to have sex with young girls between the ages, I've heard as young as 9 years old. Okay. So from 9 to of legal age, they think that this is okay. I don't hear any women in groups ever talking about it's okay to have sex with young minor boys. Have you?
I've never heard that conversation from. Usually, the women that I hear speaking about that, as soon as I find out that you a baby, get the hell away from me.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I
women
hear.
are out there, even if they're doing stuff like you hear about the young women or teachers that are like 25 or brand new teachers and stuff having sex with 15-year-old boys and stuff, right? I don't hear women condoning that. I don't
Not at all.
hear them thinking that a teacher that's in their 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s having sex with young boys is okay. I don't hear that at all.
I don't
And
either.
we don't condone that.
Right, and that's why I said it earlier. Although it does happen, that's why when it does happen, it's major news.
Yeah, and they're going to prison.
Yes, and they're going to prison because usually it's a trial on the Law Channel.
As they should go to prison, right?
Right, absolutely. There's no doubt
But
about it.
why
Listen,
is there a flip side when it comes to, because this is why I talk about dysfunctional patriarchy. And I know there are men out there that wouldn't do this kind of thing ever in their lives. They have a moral backbone. They would never do this stuff. Men like you, men like Big J, men like a lot of men that are even on social media, okay, would never do this with young little girls, right? That's not where their mind is at. They would never do that. They would never condone that. Why is this dysfunctional patriarchy, and it doesn't matter the race, okay with violating young girls? Why is it mentally a fixture on these men's mind to do this? You don't ever hear these type of men ever talking about wanting to be with a Jasmine Crockett or women like that are highly educated, who have built themselves up. You don't ever hear them wanting women with substance like that. You never hear them talking about that's the type of woman they want. You never hear it.
And you're absolutely right. Again, like some folks are saying, like Shara saying down in the chat room, no matter I could just go to any random female content creator, woman content creator, WOMEN, women content creators.
Right.
And I have never run into a subject like this.
Never.
When is the age of consent? That's not a conversation that I would ever have as a grown man back now or then or any time in my life, have a conversation sitting around and talk about the age of consent. If I do, I'm talking to my children.
Yes. Could you imagine, Mr. DJ Music, if women were in a political office like these Republicans, these white male Republicans that actually want to break down the consent age to be able to marry and have sex in places like Oklahoma, I think it is. Don't quote me. But some of those midtown states and southern states, they're trying to change the laws to where it's legal for them to have sex with young girls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine what these men would feel like if you had women legislators trying to break the law down and tell them, a 30 or 40 or 50-year-old woman, that it's okay for her to have sex with a 12-year-old boy? Could you imagine the outrage that these motherfuckers would feel if women were that corrupt minded to do that? Could you imagine how they would feel if there were laws on the book? And could you imagine if women were legislating to take men's right to reproduce away and force them into certain things? Could you imagine if there were laws on the book that chopped a man's nuts off or whatever? And those kind of laws, like how they're trying to control women's reproductive rights and things like that. They want these little girls to be forced to have rape babies, right? And there is no outrage with these type of men. I'm flabbergasted at this. It's ridiculous.
Well, this is the point that I'm saying, and I've mentioned this too many times when people will say, "Well, where's the pushback?" There is pushback. Unfortunately, the pushback comes at a lot of times too late. Something
Yeah.
always has to happen before somebody call these folks out. And listen, not patting myself on the back here butterfly, but the very first video that I ever did, I used to start off with, "I got 15 minutes to rock this post, well, let me get straight to it." And that was some 8, 9, 10 years ago. And the very first one I did was about a young man that sought out single mothers to befriend them so they could take advantage of who?
The children.
The children. And when I did a follow-up video to that later on, because someone was digging up into a certain male content creator's background and found that he condoned this kind of behavior, that folks came after me tooth and nail.
Well, this is why you have the manosphere going after women who get on assistance because they have children that they can't afford. This is why they're going against that assistance, because it makes it easier for them to go in with a few little groceries, maybe a $15 bag of groceries, to go into a woman's house and violate her children over food, because that's what they want. That's why they don't want welfare.
Right. That's the hallmark of these so-called PDFers. That's the hallmark. That's one thing they look for. Usually a woman that's struggling, a woman that's a stepmama, as I call them, shade tree niggas. They look for a place to lay up under that's comfortable. They're not going to work. But let me say this, and I'll be quite honest with you. Woman, WOMAN, WOMEN, ain't gonna put up with that shit. Women's will put up with that shit. Oh, he loved me. As long as I keep him happy, he loved me.
Well, those type of women are broken, and a lot of them were broken from a young age by men like that are in these chat rooms, that have come into their mother's households, their grandmother's households, and raped them, or their family members, aunts, and things like that. They've been over to visit and they've been raped. So yeah, they're broken.
Absolutely, and that's why I said that earlier. Notice how again, I don't know how long this is, but I didn't go to the actual live stream. But notice one of the very things out of the lady's mouth that spoke was that she said, "I've told my family members about this." So it either tells me that somebody in her family it's happened to, or someone maybe it happened to her. So some people don't heal from that trauma. But my point is, like yours is, these type men, like the Beans, like this cat here in the middle with the glasses on, will exploit that.
Yes.
Because not only does not the mother heal, but the child don't get to heal as well. And then somebody screamed out jealousy. Is that your rationale? Because the mother may show some sign of jealousy, or the daughter might act up in some kind of thing. And I don't give a damn what you say. Sooner or later, every teenager gonna act out.
Right. Because that's the nature of a teenager.
Nature of a teenager. They're gonna rebel. Just like sooner or later, we all, as men that have male sons, we all know. Yeah, you might blow your chest up at me if you want to. When I cave it in, then what you gonna do?
But the lady that said that these men are going to go after little girls with trauma, or young girls with trauma, the thing is, even if they didn't have trauma, let's just say these little girls have fathers and they have mothers and they have a good household and stuff, but they get out there in the world and they get around people that have or in vicinity of men like this, they will be caught up in it. And then if they didn't have traumas, they definitely will when they get done messing with these type of dudes.
Right. Well, that's where they try to lump everybody into the see. That's why the single parent household is the worst parent household. But again, they like to run at statistics. So I made sure I showed them the statistics last week. There's no scientific proof that a child whether it's in a two-parent household or a single-parent household, can stop someone like these folks from anything happening to them. And there's nothing that says that a single parent or it is any worse or any better. Matter of fact,
Exactly.
show that usually, sometime, the majority of the time, if it comes from a house that's unhealed, there's always arguments, there's always stress and strife. That child tends to be a problem child.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like that you and Taz and other men are checking these dudes, whether they're listening or not. I'm glad they're being checked. You know what I mean? Because there has to be opposition to this kind of talk.
Right, you have to put it on wax, pure butterfly, so no one can say, just like Taz said, no one can say there's no opposition to it, but there is opposition to it.
Yeah,
and that's why I'm calling out the bigger male content creators. Where's the opposition to this? I don't give a damn whether you're partners with this man or not. You should, first of all, you should stop being partners with them when they speak like this. BEANZ should not be welcome on any of y'all panels anymore. Based on this conversation that he's having right now, he shouldn't be welcome on any of y'all panels anymore that y'all say that y'all give a damn about y'all black girls or y'all black.
Where do they think that these young women are ready? These young girls are ready that are age 13, 14, 15, just because they have a period? Their bodies aren't developed.
No, he just said it. He just said based on their looks, age don't make a difference. Based on their looks, he wasn't specific. Let me back that up so you can hear it again. He wasn't specific. Wait, he wasn't specific. The question was asked, but he was not specific.
And go back. Are we supposed to go back and shoot those guys that was messing with those, marrying those girls at 12 and 13 years old?
You left.
They said, yeah,
12, 13, and then somebody shout out 11.
Do you know how many complications these young girls have in childbirth?
They said fuck the 16-year-old. We're talking about 12, 13. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all still on the panel with this dude? He didn't say 16. Y'all still on the panel with him? He said 11. Another one said 12, 13.
And believe me, if they can get their way with a little girl that just had her period at like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, right? Let's just say they just had their period. How long is it going to take for these men to lower the age of not even having a period? How long is the deprivation of their minds going to kick in? And it's no longer going to be 14, 15, 11, 12, 13. It's going to go lower than that. At what point is this going to be stopped? I know it's not going to be stopped in this type of administration that we have right now, because they condone all that, grab them by the pussy type stuff and all of that, right? And they're okay with condoning rape and not letting women get abortions and rape and things like that in these Republican states. At what point does this stop?
I agree with you, but and the hey L Boogie, how you doing? Welcome in. But let me just say this, Pure. Some of these folks, as you can see, I think BEANZ was around in 2006. You don't think he had the same ideology in 2006?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, so I understand when folks say, "Well, the Trump administration, yeah, but right now that's the lead, the head of the snake." But this problem is not only, as you said, how long was Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell and the not so unceremoniously departed Epstein? How long were they?
I don't think he's dead. I think he's somewhere else. I think he got a free pass and got out of there. I think he was able to get out of the prison. I don't think he's dead, because the pictures they show doesn't look like a dead corpse.
But the thing is, how long were they able to operate?
Oh, they've got pictures of Ghislaine Maxwell. Somebody on the street in Canada have pictures of her. She's free.
So I understand what that that's as they say, we could lead it. Yeah, some people say that they out free, but my point of that is, like you say, pictures worth 1,000 words. So how many pictures do we have of those three folks that I mentioned around, which obviously underage girls? If a picture's worth,
there's tons, but they're trying. They've redacted how many pictures that went out that they were forced to put out, and the stuff they were forced to put on the government website, and then they redacted it and pulled it back out.
Right, I understand, but my point of the matter is, at some point in time, those pictures weren't old; they were brand new.
Oh, for sure.
So who took the pictures? Why wasn't it reported then? That's what I
Okay.
mean. See how long this was able to go without impunity. It was not until what it became normalized by these conversations, like you said, white manosphere. What's his name? Nick Fuentes.
Mm-hmm.
All these so-called he-man women hating groups. They all centralize on one thing: young women. You got to get them while they're young. I can't speak to the white community because I'm not a member of that community. I can't speak to the Democrat or the Republican or the Independent. I can only speak to the fact of what I'm saying is, no matter the hue of your skin, this is a conversation that you or I or anyone else of moral sound value should be having. We know this is wrong. We know it's absolutely positively wrong. So I ask all the, excuse my language, and I'm not going to apologize for it anymore, all the niggas on this panel, why is this nigga here with this black hat on still up there? Why are y'all still talking to him? Why are you entertaining this if you say you care about the community?
This is not building any community up. I don't care what community you come from. It's not building any community up, because when you start breaking young girls down, young women down,
what community?
Any community, yeah.
Right. This is a sub community. This is a part of a, as somebody mentioned. There was another conversation that somebody in Taz's chat was down, and then I think he may have came up on the panel or something, mentioning NAMBLA. I wonder how many of y'all know what NAMBLA is. Sound like some military shit, don't it? It was it was some group of folks back in what, the 90s or the early 2000s, or maybe a little bit before that try to legalize having sex with little boys. Wonder why the Boy Scouts, wonder why you don't see the commercials of the Boy Scouts of America on TV anymore. Wonder why? Because of the horror stories that's come out about what happened to these young boys on them campfire trips.
And religious getaways. Look how many of these kids went to religious camps and stuff and got violated.
We ain't got to talk about the Catholic. We ain't got to talk about the Catholic Church. I think in the news right now.
Not even just the Catholic Church. There's been a lot of Christian churches that have had these camps, and they have violated these children.
While I was doing my research, of course, certain things pop up to say you might want to take a look at this. So at least 7 instances popped up of politicians or priests or somebody in the clergy that was convicted, not accused of, that was convicted of.
Yes.
Let's finish this.
It's disgusting to me, because I know there are men out there like you, Taz, Big J, and a lot of other men that are on social media that are coming up against all this stuff because it's wrong. It's dead out wrong, right? But
the majority of men, I think it's for some reason there that I think we confuse real life, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying me, but the majority of the men I hang around, because I don't consider these guys as somebody that I would hang around anyway. I'm just reporting on this, but the majority of the men that I hang around, that I actually have some, whether it be in business or whether it be some kind of acquaintance or in cases an honest friendship, this is not a conversation that we have.
Right.
This is not something that we would sit around and talk about at no time. We might talk
because
about it
nobody's thinking like that. But when you see it, you hear it, you got to do something about it.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. When you point it out. And what upsets me is the fact that the amount of pushback that we're getting from some of the folks. I heard, I think we're going to get to it. Hey, Shar, how you doing? Welcome in. How you doing?
Hey, Shar.
Hello. How are you
doing? How you doing?
I'm good.
I'm good. Your thoughts?
I'm doing some housework. And when I first heard Pierre's voice, I'm like, that's the lady on the panel. Then I'm like, wait a minute. No, that's Pierre Butterfly. But what I wanted to ask about this consent. Well, no. First question is this considered barbershop talk?
No.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to know because that's what I've been told.
Yeah, yeah.
You
If you
know,
come in,
I'm
wait a minute.
just asking.
Let me
'Cause I'm a
re-answer
woman.
that.
I'm just asking. See.
Let me answer that for you again, Shar, because you might have missed it when I said it earlier. Yeah, this is barbershop talk. If you come there to get your ass whipped,
Okay. All right. Got it. Okay. All right. So that was my first question.
somebody gonna punch you, and then we're all gonna gang up on you. You're gonna walk out there with Nike probably on your chest, maybe on the side of your face. You
Barbershop
might
is
have.
mainly grown women talking about grown women, not talking about young girls. I've
Yeah,
never heard that.
we talking about the last time I won't date myself, but shit, we went we, we wasn't talking about what's the name? We wasn't talking about who was popular in the early 2000s. What pretty girl was popular in the early 2000s?
Halle
Like what?
Berry.
Halle
Yeah,
Berry,
that's what we was talking about.
Nia Long.
Yeah, that's what we was talking about. Hey, Miss Parker, that's what we was talking about.
Okay. So that's
Yeah.
why I asked because that's what I was
Yeah,
told that
that's right. No, I
two
can tell you that
was.
for sure. Right, I can tell you that's who we was talking about. We wasn't talking about she was
Okay.
on the 16. No, we fuck play that song.
Okay. So I just asked. And then my
Okay.
last question is,
Go ahead.
um, and it has to do with that video with the guy saying he believed the consent should be when a man figures that she can handle him. Pretty much that's what he's trying to say. Doesn't matter the age. So my question is, who is doing the consent? Is it the parent or the child? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because he
Sounds like
never.
it's him that's doing the consent, not her.
Okay, because I never got, there was a little fast clip, so I'm not sure where the consent was going to come from. How was that going to be? Hey, little girl, I got some candy. Come with me. How was this going to be? I'm just curious, but he never said anything. Short clips, so I never know.
I listen.
I'm just
I sound
wondering.
I,
He
I
said,
sound like Dave. I sound like Dave Chappelle when he was getting his ass whipped on the couch. Ooh, you black, big wide nose habit. That's what you would hear in the barbershop if anybody would come in that conversation. And we never got to that part.
all right. So they're not talking that in the barbershop.
No.
And okay, so I don't know what this is then. Just a panel of men just want to throw this around of their desires, I guess. But going back to the guy that you said, why is he on the panel? Could it be possibly that, this is just the fetish that most of these men have?
We say take your ass with a fella. I mean, pick a particularly nasty weather. What? That's a fetish. Somebody tickling your ass with a feather. That's a
Okay, well,
fetish.
whatever you call it, I'm not. I
No,
could say
I'm just.
perversion, but I'm not sure the proper term.
I don't understand what his reason is, what his rationale is. I wouldn't really. I guess this could fall under the line of fetish, short, and that's what it would be. But it's a sick fetish that that any grown man would try to rationalize the fact that he didn't say 16. Remember, he went back to 12, 13, and somebody shouted out 11.
Oh
Well,
God.
yeah. The what is that? Jarvis Butts that got rid of himself after being, convicted. I think that girl was. I think it started when she was 11 or
Yeah,
9. Was it something like that? And
yeah.
that man has had about 7 girlfriends,
Yeah, all of them young.
about 8, 9 children.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it's something in these men. I don't know what it is. There's some DNA stuff going on. I don't know. But
Niggas.
what
It's
is it
also
with
it's also conditioning though, because you've had laws on the books that have allowed this for a long, long time. The reason why men are pissed off now is because the laws have changed and there has been a lot of backlash against going after young girls like this. And they've been criminalized and they've been starting to go to prison for it. Before they never went to prison for it. In the 1900s, they didn't go to prison for it.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't start going to prison for violating young girls until the 1960s and 70s.
And
Okay.
that's exactly what I mean. That's what I said earlier. You know, they so-called had clinics for that. They so-called had workshops for that, and all these other things. Is what they obviously recognized that this was a problem. They obviously recognized through, and I want to hopefully say morality along with scientific fact finally. Well, I would say this: morality finally caught up with scientific fact that
Yeah.
these young girls at 14, 15 are not capable of making those type decisions. You wouldn't give the keys to a 14-year-old girl, so why would you lay down with one? If you don't trust her to drive your car,
Mm-hmm.
why would that even be in a consideration of yours?
Yeah, this is jacked up, but I'm going to let you finish your conversation and everything, and I'll be listening in the background. I'll be back if I can.
Right. Jump in anytime you want there. But again, you know,
Thanks.
I'll have to say this with all sincerity. This is a conversation that I've never heard women talk about. I don't think women sit around and talk about younger men
No.
because
No.
when they do, them manosphere niggas have a fit. Remember Vivica Fox saying when she turned 60, she wanted a younger man. Did they not go out there fucking mind?
I heard something about that. Yeah, and they start talking about her.
What's the video vixen name? The wannabe basketball wife. What's her name? Drea Michelle. When she talked about she was hooking up and had a baby with a younger man, did these niggas not go out their fucking mind?
I guess they said it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Yeah, I don't
When
know
she
what
had
that's about.
a child with a younger man, how old was the man?
He had to be in his 20s. I'm not sure, but I know he was younger than her. I don't want to say the age because you
But
know
was he over the age of 21
I
Or
think so.
18 at
or
least.
18?
I'm pretty
Right now,
sure because we would have
right,
heard
I think
about that, and I didn't hear about it. So
yeah,
in the
I
news
think
or
there'd have been
something.
some charges. I think there would have been some charges behind that by now. As much as that would have made the news if they'd have been found out that he was no, he's 23 or 24, the same age as her son. That's what the problem was.
I think maybe it's their ego is
Look,
crushed
look,
about
Bruce,
that. Maybe.
listen, I've seen Madrea Michelle. If I was 23 years old and she was what 10 years older than me, I can I
Let me
say
Google
no?
her. I'm gonna
No.
Google her because I don't know who she is.
At 23 years old, can I say no? Hell no. You see
Wow.
it? At 23 years old, I wake up and go to sleep with morning wood, and I wake up, poof, there's Drea Michelle in front of me. I'm gonna say no.
Like, hey. Uh-uh.
No, I'm gonna say thank God. Prayers do get answered.
Okay. So
But
yeah, that might have been just the ego crushed.
what up, Rudy?
But
What
all
up,
these
Rudy?
women, the examples you've given me, the men are just that. They're men. So
Yeah, they're still
Okay,
men, even if they're young men. They're men, grown
right,
men.
right. Now, I think the only time they real get real strong pushback is when they find out that she was in that entanglement with August Alsina, and that's what she chose to call it. No, bitch, that wasn't no entanglement. Cradle Robin, well, how old was August Alsina? Your son's age? No. Why wasn't no charges pressed?
mm,
Why not? You openly admitted to a sexual relation with a minor child. Why was
oh
there
my
no
goodness.
charges pressed? Am somebody telling me, am I wrong?
Oh
No.
wow. Let me Google that. I don't remember. I don't know. I remember the guy's name. He was a
August
singer,
Alsina
right?
was his son's
I'll
friend.
see.
Am
He's
I wrong?
33 now. He's born in 1992. And that happened when? In what year?
Uh, shit, he
Maybe
was a
10
teen,
years ago, maybe.
he was a teenager.
Ooh, that is awful.
So
That's
why they?
terrible.
Uh huh. But notice when the shoe is now on all kinds of manosphere streams about Jada Pinkett Smith and the entitlement. They didn't talk about that. They only talk about how she did real wrong.
Yeah, I didn't even know that part. That
Well, you
is
heard that one guy on the stream say that um, that if the teacher would have came to him when he was 15 and 16, he would have thanked her. Remember, or something like that along the lines.
Yeah, I'd have thanked her. That's what Bean said. No, I'd have went home and told my mama, hey, that teacher touched my tallywhacker. Now, I don't know anybody who I know in 8th and 9th grade, I had a teacher named Miss Laughlin. I had a crush on Miss Laughlin, but Miss Laughlin could give a fuck about me.
And she should have too.
Right.
Because that's the right thing to do, leave these kids alone.
The apple didn't work. Oh, who the fuck said bring an apple? What I want with that?
Leave these kids alone.
The day when we was doing the show about it, they said
yes to that?
The girl said yes.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
Don't forget the other shorty. His teacher was banging him. She get pregnant, had a baby. Soon as he turned 18, they put him on child support. Right? So this is what I'm saying. Now,
That's great.
Do you see what I mean? At some point,
that's
you gotta
not.
draw the line, bro, and be like, okay, look, if you gonna put me on.
What y'all think about that?
You know, they always complain about child support, but they want to have sex with a 12-year-old who can't even work a job and support her child.
Thank you. So you're going to use child support as a reason why it's okay for you to fuck with a teenager now. Not the fact that that he's now an adult and he's responsible for those children that he created. Although his baby mama is in jail. The kids ain't in jail.
Okay, I don't want this to seem like a joke, but is it possible that they would be willing to take care of their children if they have it by a minor more so than with an adult woman?
No.
Okay, I was just curious.
There's a lot of minors that through their parents or their mother or whoever are on welfare because the extended parent can't afford a grandchild. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's welfare. They're on welfare.
Okay.
But they're attacking welfare. They blame it on the single mama. There's been single mama sitting around getting,
But it's not these men that are 30 years old having sex with 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, right?
Right. But Beans and Jay Prince, they went on a campaign talking about they can't wait for Uncle Sam to give them some money. And what's up there, Black and Proud? How you doing, good brother? And El Boogie, I knew it wasn't wrong. So again, my question was asked: when are we going to hold Jada Pinkett accountable for that? Because she said this openly. This was doing the entanglement.
I think that there was an interview, I think, where he said that he was not underage when Jada and him were messing around, which is why I think that there is no charges.
But again, we'll get to that. Hold on to that, Pure.
Yeah.
Hold on to that thought. Let's go.
On child support, then bitch, I get to fuck this bitch.
That's what he worried about.
Straight up.
If I got to pay, I get the fuck. If I got to pay child support, I get the fuck.
Nobody should have been in trouble then.
Now.
Nobody should have been in trouble. So the baby mama that was in jail that molested this young man and got impregnated by him, she shouldn't have been in trouble. Believe it or not, Beans, child support, it really is not a punishment.
You know where I think child support is not should not be a thing? Is if you are a 15-year-old boy and you get this 20-something-year-old teacher or whatever pregnant, and then she wants child support, you have been a rape victim at 15 as a boy. Why would you be paying child support?
I can't. I don't. Again, I didn't look that part up again because I didn't hear that. So I would have looked that up and seen what he was talking about. There was any validity to it. I think he just whistling Dixie here. And when I say that child support is not a punishment, what I'm saying it's a reward for the child.
I mean, how much of a reward is it when people are not consistent with the payments?
No, I'm saying that what I'm saying is pure. They saying it's a punishment for some of the men. Now, is the child support system is it screwed up? Of course it is. But this is a thing that the good got to suffer with the bad. That's what the point is. The reward is somebody had to, for the child, somebody had to force you to pay money. Now, in some cases, nobody had to force you. It's just something that happens. But in a lot of cases, a lot of child support cases, somebody had to force you to pay. So it's a reward to the child. I got rewarded by the courts. That's what I mean. Not a reward as in, look what I got, y'all.
Well, El Boogie made a good point because she said basically all the women that are 72% of the women that receive child support are employed women. Yeah, they can't live off the child support.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's not a flex. So I don't even know why. I don't know why wouldn't these men bring up child support as the answer. I don't know anyone that's lived and raised a family off child support. Have y'all?
No.
Maybe some of these big big time whatchamacallit that's got to pay $50,000-$60,000 a month. Yeah, you can raise a child. Who can't raise a child $50,000-$60,000 a month? Can y'all?
Yeah, but the men sitting here complaining don't make that kind of money to pay that kind of child support.
Don't even make that kind of money. Right. We had, I remember there was a stream that I was listening to in Bob Perry, maybe some years ago. There was a nigga up there complaining about having to pay $125 a month.
Yeah.
And he split that between 4 children.
Yeah. And it depends on how many children you have, because whatever they can take from your wages, they have to split that between all of the children you have.
Again, listen, I'm not talking about secondhand. I'm talking about from experience, because my wife and I, we split up at one time or the other, and there was children involved. Did I complain about being on child support? No, when I got another fucking job.
Yeah.
I looked at it like this. Okay, they taking the money from the child support out of this job, so I'm gonna get me another one. So I have me some fuck around and do something with money. That was my mentality.
And plus, you understood your children needed things, so why complain?
Right. Okay. It is what it is. Okay. So like I said, because it's not that I didn't want to, I wasn't voluntarily not taking care of my children. The state that I lived in says, okay, this was part of the divorce decree. It is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, children, they feel that resentment too. So if you're a parent that's paying child support and you resent the fact that you have to support your child, you push those feelings onto your child. How do you think your child's going to feel knowing every time they come around you, you resent them for whatever's coming out of your pocket?
I don't know how you can hold resentment to the child. You know, the joke around. Right, someone used it, said, "Fuck them kids," but they turned it into a YouTube, YouTube slang, saying, "Man, fuck them kids." A lot of them hold that mentality. Fuck that kids. I ain't got access to the woman. You hear what Bean says? If I got to pay child support, then I get the fuck. And since the woman says, no, "I kicked you out of here for a reason," and fuck, it wasn't coming back. One of them.
Right.
Okay, since I can't get the goods no more, I ain't paying child support. That's what they're saying. But we're off subject with that. But the bottom line is, these men are up here talking about underage girls and trying to rationalize that an 18-year-old was put on child support. That's what the point is. And that's what I was talking to the young black lady about. You gave them a door for all these avenues that he could take, these rabbit holes that he could take y'all down. Scenarios that don't come up to nothing. Let's go.
I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability. Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability. Now, I think education should be based upon females' physical ability. Now, I think the age of consent be based upon the female's physical ability.
What does that mean? Because they can have babies 13, 12.
Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me make sure. Were you talking about Jasmine Crockett?
And finally,
there
Jada
we
Prince
go.
speaks up. Finally, after all of that, finally, it took this man saying that they can, once they have their period. And you're absolutely right, because again, that's why they justify it. Just because someone is capable of having children, that don't necessarily mean that they should. That
Right.
means if their bodies are biologically capable of having children, that don't mean they're physically, financially, or mentally ready to have children.
You know what's crazy is because I got pregnant. I was with my daughter's father at the age of 14. Now, we didn't have sex at 14, but we were together at 14. When I got pregnant, I was 17. And when I got pregnant, I had her right after I turned 18. And I had complications, even at that age, right? With the pregnancy, she was I needed a C-section. She was coming out breech. There are complications. Now, I was what would be considered a woman, right? Legal woman when I had my daughter. However, my body was not mature enough at 18 even to have her.
Even so,
Because even so. Now, just imagine somebody that's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, how less their body is ready for that.
And that's exactly my point, Pure Butterfly. It's just not the outside may seem mature, but the inside isn't. The inside body itself, and especially the middle part of her, is not ready to receive because the outside looks like that. I don't know where these niggas get that idea from. Okay, let me give y'all a prime example. I live in the country, and I grow a lot of fruit trees around here, right? We know that if I say I got an apple tree out back there, and I know that the apple at some point in time is supposed to turn red, I'm not going to take it off that tree before that. When I see that apple turn red, that means that apple is mature. Now, how do you bring that to human? That means at some point in time, breaking in the legal states, you shouldn't be looking at that apple, and just simply because it might be tempting for you to pull it off the tree, leave it the fuck alone. It's not mature.
Right. Not even talking about physical maturity. What about the mental maturity? What kind of mental maturity?
It's okay. That's what I mean. It's not. I hate to break it down, but sometimes you got to talk to niggas in the simplest way you can. You ever bit into a fucking fruit that's not ready?
Right.
And I hate to put it down to that, but sometimes that's the only way you can do it. Leaves a bad taste in your mouth all the way around for everybody. Ask majority of the young women that had a sexual experience earlier. I'm not guessing. I'm thinking it's scientifically proven that they said their first experience at a young age was one of the worst experiences of their life. Am I wrong, ladies?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey there, Sharice Brewster. How you doing? First time seeing you here. Welcome to the Chop Shop. And she answers that yes. And Shari's in the background doing something, but I think all these women would agree with the statement I just said. 99% of y'all said that your first sexual encounter was not something that was memorable. Fuck what Millie Jackson said.
And most women they have a better sexual encounter when they're very safe with the person they're with and they feel a deep connection with them. That's when the sex is the best, right? Somebody that you feel you can trust. But these men aren't thinking about what these women feel. They're not thinking about what these young girls feel.
Right. We've heard that there's not once did the feeling, the word feeling come into play here. We're not thinking about what these young girls are thinking about. We're only thinking
No.
about how can we get away with sleeping with them. There's no
Yeah.
feeling. There's not. There's their mindset is why is it wrong for us to want to sleep with young girls? That's bottom line to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's their mindset. That's their mentality. And unfortunately, this is not confined to the black community, but
No.
this is the tools that they will use against us brothers. Y'all oversexed. Y'all fuck around with young girls. Look at R. Kelly. Look how long we accepted the fact that Oprah called Aaliyah a young woman on nationwide TV, and she was a teenager.
Yeah.
Tamia was 13 years old when she put that song, "You Made a Move on My Heart." We thought a grown woman was singing. They from that voice, they sexualized her from then on.
Yeah. Well, you have legislators that are saying that because they're in the Bible Belt and they want to push the Bible, they're basically saying that if they rape a woman now, they get to marry them. This is some of the laws they're trying to push.
I hate to
Young
say that.
girls.
I wish I could. Yeah, I wish I could say that this is not a Southern thing, but we all know. But that's one of the jokes that's always pent on folks from the South, that you might marry, that you will engage in some shit like that down from the South. There's all kind of tropes about folks from the South, and unfortunately, that's one that's hard to get away from. Just that one that's right on the screen. Right there. So I understand what you're saying, logical assessment, because that's not unlogical to hear down here.
Yeah.
I'm from the South, so I've heard that my entire life. Let's go.
Prince?
Yeah.
Okay. You done, Prax?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get the sister in here before we go back around, because if we don't, she'll never get in here. What's going on, Karen? Why don't we ever talk about the fact that girls are just as horny as boys are?
We do. But we don't call them girls, we call them women. When I speak like that, women are just as horny as men are. Y'all are. Yeah, sometimes you run into the right woman. She negotiates. She what's that word? She initiates everything. If you follow her lead, the night is going to be a good one. If you as a grown man right now dealing with a grown woman, if you can't understand the signs that a grown woman is telling you, come get this, something wrong with you.
So why aren't they going after the women that are in their full womanhood, that are wanting to, initiate sex and things like that? The ones that are, established and things like that. Why are they not appealing to these guys? That's the question, right?
I don't know. And what's the young lady's name? I think it's. I want to say it wasn't. One of those ladies that use initials in their name. She was on the panel. She asked that question. Don't you think the responsibility should lie on the adult? Don't you should be asking these adults why they have an attraction anyway to young girls when all these grown women out here?
Yeah, that's the question. Because there's grown women that are okay with doing the one night stand. They're okay with their sexual freedom. Grown women that are established, they work careers and things like that, and they want to get their freak on too. How come they're not appealing? While we're talking about women that want sex.
Listen, and if all else fails, hopefully you don't go to one of them places where the ladies of the night is underage, because I can't say that there's no places like that. But for those brothers, instead of going to and commit yourself to chasing around these teeny boppers, go to the local hoe house. They start at $40.
Yeah, pay a woman.
Pay to get it. You pay for everything else. You pay for the lotion. You pay for the internet to watch that shit. So why not go out and pay for the real thing? Listen, I'm not condoning it, but listen, at somewhere or the other, as we all know as men.
Yeah, but that a woman that is wanting money for her sex is, she's consenting. She's letting you know, she's okay with the bargain.
Right. And we ain't talking about no 12, 13, 14-year-old because they can't give
No,
consent. We're talking about
no.
ladies in that profession that's saying if you got the right money, you can get some honey.
Yes, exactly.
It's not it ain't my business to talk shit or be for or against it, but I'm just telling you, we all know that place exists. You can go to the Bunny Ranch, you can fly into Las Vegas,
Yep.
they'll show you the
Yep.
time of your life. Well, all I'm saying is there should be no such thing as involuntary incel. I'll be damned if I involuntarily not to taste the goodness of a woman. WOMAN. I don't fuck around with women's.
Yeah, the question should be not why about the consent of a young girl and her being horny or whatever and wanting to have sex. Why are you going after young girls when there are actual grown women who are established that are okay with having sex? What is it about you that you feel insecure about that you have to go and violate a child?
And you'll have to ask them because I don't have an answer for that.
No, I know you don't. That's what I'm just putting that out there for them.
Right. But wait, let me keep. Go ahead and keep talking, Pure. Let me pull up another one here for just a second. Hold on a second. Let me pull up another.
No, I feel like, if you're really about the aspect of women who are horny, make it be actual women who consent. Let them consent to you.
Right.
Because children can't consent to you, even if they're telling you yes with their mouth. Legitimately, they're not of age to consent to you, and should never.
Let me check this one. I think this one I want to do this one next. Hold on just a sec.
Show. I'm just letting it know, hey, y'all, I ain't finna keep playing with you YouTube niggas, cause y'all turn off your computer and this shit over. Nigga, nah, I sleep with you. I sleep with you. Nigga, you gonna have to think about me as soon as you get up. Damn. This ain't what you wanna do, cuz. And I'd already been doing my research, cuz. He ain't lying.
Okay. My man says he's been already doing his research. Well, DPM, I remember you said that you had a channel with 50,000 subscribers and you lost that. And this very same stream right here, you say you lost that channel. And all this actually came from what we're talking about now. All this extended from the stream that you did. Okay. All this free talk about what's children do and children don't do. All this started as I got aware of it from your channel. Let me remove this from the screen. And so let me show y'all a Pure take over just for me a second. Let me go pull up another video here. Hold on just a second.
Okay, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm not down for that, going after young girls and stuff, or young boys for that matter.
I go back to saying, how are you going to get them? Because they're going to and from school.
Yep.
And you're taught as a young child, even as a boy, you're taught, don't talk to strangers. Don't take things from strangers. So that means that now you, as that adult male, have to trick a child for this consent that they're talking about.
Right.
And someone, well, they would have been blocked. I was about to, hey, this is just me thinking. Someone should have typed in the chat room or super chat or however they do and asked, how do you get this 11-year-old that you're talking about? How does she consent? Do you meet her at school and say, hey, baby, hit your be in your car and you blow your horn? Hey, you with the sparkly backpack. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Come here. What's your game? How do you talk to him? And I bet you he'll feel kind of stupid, but it is a question. How do you do that? Because you have to lure a child. That
Right.
isn't just a regular conversation because their mind, their mind is not there. They're not
Right.
at that level. They're, hey, let me go do my homework or whatever. Let me go play, I don't know, checkers, blues, clues, whatever you watch on TV now. Come on. This is just ridiculous. And that's why I said they're not asking the right questions. They're not asking, and they're not going to answer anyway. I already know that. They're not going to answer those questions.
I think you said the nail on the head, the luring. What objects are you luring these children with, these young girls with? Because they're not wanting to go be with you on their own accord. So what is it that you're offering to lure them?
Yeah, that's the way I say it, because when I was like under 12, I'm walking with a group. We went to school in groups, or your parent come and pick you up. So again, when do you have access at this 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old girl?
Right.
And yes, and that is a legitimate question, Shar. And I think, I don't want to really mention the content creator's name, but I did a stream on some guy that says, in order for you to get closer, you got to get to the kids first. So my question to those men that believe in that philosophy, how do you get close to these children?
Yeah.
What is one of the first steps that you recognize with these parents? Because we got to start somewhere with identifying how do you men approach these women. And with that saying, I want to welcome to the stage Prism. If you'll unmute for me.
Hey everybody. How are you?
Greetings.
Hey,
How
Prism,
are you?
how are you?
How are you? Hey everybody.
I don't want to know where you came in on that. I don't. But your thoughts so far?
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was listening. Mr. DJ Music. You and I have been having conversations about this. You know how sometimes there's just no words for the type of stuff that's going online, and just the lack of concern with it. And I heard, I was over listening just a few minutes ago until he fell asleep to Nightish. And it seems like this praxis person is making his rounds. So I don't know what everybody's background is. And I know Miss Charwillie is a very intelligent woman. Of course, I know Pure Butterfly is. But I don't know how many people realize that over the last few days that they've been talking to a sexual predator, somebody who's probably a convicted sexual predator. One of the things that in my training, and I'm just going to be very limited on what my training is, we use something called the Groth typology of sexual offenders. Because this is a serious conversation, this is for educational purposes. But in forensic psychology, in psychiatry and criminologies, when we talk about people or individuals who express or hold a certain view through certain behavior and clinical frameworks that are with individuals who have clinical paraphilias. They're the type of people who are what the Groth typology calls fixated child abusers. They don't view children as humans. They have them as miniature, like adults in their mind, and they see children as sexual beings. And I want you to understand, because when I give you this education, I want you all to think about this guy Praxis and his conversation over the last few days. One of the things that these people do is they try to utilize what the organization called RAINN, RAINN, has been doing and educating other practitioners, psychologists, psychiatrists, law enforcement for years has been doing, is trying to find profiles of people who are online, because now what we have online is a grooming environment.
Agreed.
That they're using certain types of statements in an attempt to normalize this type of content so that they can have access to minors. If you remember, maybe it's probably about 7 or 8 years ago, I think the children's rights advocates in multiple states have been the only group of people that have been able to sue Google and to win multi-billion-dollar lawsuits against them because of, they've even, remember, they created Google Kids to try to push those children over to that section where they would not be open or have those type of people would have access to those children.
But they still did.
And they still did. And we remember some time ago, I think it was maybe about a year ago, Ms. Charwillie, was it that Meta had with all the Meta glasses and all that? Was about 2 years ago? Where they were saying that the metaverse, where all these people were attempting to start getting their access again to these little children. So what, the conversation has really, and Mr. DJ Music, he knows the disgust that I feel about this.
Yes.
But this is more of an educational talk. So when you have people that have these cognitive distortions, and I want you to hear this, criminal researchers have already showed that child exploiters already use neutralizing techniques. Think about these words to minimize their guilt. By people online, and I want you to know that when I say this, you're going to start thinking of the people's name. By asserting that young children and teenagers' bodies are biologically ready for impregnation, that's an attempt to reframe the predatory illegal act that's called it natural or biological. This type of ideological alignment, these type of offenders like Praxis seek out and try to reconstruct those subcultures. They want to enter the subcultures. They want to come into our conversations. They want to talk to us so that they can have, and what was the thing that he said? That he said that he was in mental health. And nobody who is in mental health who has been trained, because it is a training that you have to go through to come into these type of what I would like to call pathologies of people and their mindsets. What they're doing is they often will attempt to and weaponize historical and anthropological anomalies. Well, our grandparents, they got married young.
Yes.
Slavery is, one of those things. You have to listen to what these people are saying, because basically what he's trying to do by coming into these different conversations, let's have a conversation. You'll always hear him say, let's have a conversation about it. Let's talk about it. And they want to validate these desires to reduce their push out from the isolation they feel, because they really want to find a way to get in, to have this conversation so that they can push it, this narrative that a 12 or 13-year-old child is developmentally, emotionally, and legally capable of consenting to a type of relationship like this.
Exactly. Conditioning.
Right. Yes, ma'am. So let me say, this dehumanization that he's been doing online for the last few days, I don't understand why other men like Mr. DJ Music, I've seen Taz, I've seen Chicago Rilla, I've seen Nightish. I don't want to take away from anybody else that has probably said things that I haven't seen in the videos, but I want to thank these men. And some of the men in the chat, I saw Black and Proud. I saw May, believe it or not, May the Alchemist. Yesterday I was Team May, and I wish she had got up there and cussed that guy out. I saw Brownie. I saw some other women. I think Venus. I saw a few other people in these chats trying to let people know. And what the part that really got me was when Miss Sherry Berry came up. And that man, I want you to think, he had no empathy for that lady's pain at all. Because he was like, well, if you listen to him, he said, well, you people get over it when they've been molested and sexually abused. They get over it. And I think
they might get over it, but it still affects them. I was sexually molested, and I was also raped at 3 years old by a babysitter's son. And so you might get over it, but the effects on your psyche has already taken hold. So yeah, you might emotionally know how to get over it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You might get help and get over the trauma of it all, but it's already rooted in your psyche.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But go ahead, Mr. DJ. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, is this the particular stream that you're talking about, Prism? Was it at Taz exclusive live yesterday? Because again, I listened to it, but I walked away from it because I didn't really want to hear. And I went over and I pulled the stream up was it from yesterday?
Yeah, yes, sir. Because let me say this. Let me say this. He's one of many.
Yes.
Praxis is one of many. And the problem that I have, and I said this to Mr. DJ Music, is that while I vehemently, I don't care what race you are, if you are attacking or trying to find ways to get into, like, literally what we're seeing is that for years these men have been online telling people that this is a lie. This whole color purple thing is a lie. But what we're literally watching in real time is these men
It's the color purple.
trying to ride up to the gate of your home, of the safety arc for your children, my nieces, my nephews, because let's not think that this is only about little girls, y'all. Let's not think that this is only about little girls. It's about little boys too.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
We're going to add that in there as well, because that's a layer of this. Okay. And let's not think that social media conversations have not become bigger outside this ecosphere. It's become bigger out into an ecosphere now.
Right.
That's what I was saying earlier, Prism. For y'all to think that this is confined to the YouTube spaces, it absolutely is not. It absolutely is not.
Well, it's not, because if they're already trying to make laws to change how they react or how they interact with young children, if they're already trying to do that, that lets you know it's not just here online.
Yes, ma'am. And so let me, because I don't want to stay too long, because it's like 5 a.m. and but when I think about this type of subculture that's out there, what these people have done is that they've come off the dark web creating AI. If you go to the RAIN website, there are testimonies of thousands and thousands and thousands of people, men and women, who've had their photos, their little kids, photoshopped and put on the dark web, videos being created of them. That's when I tell people keep on saying, cam up, cam up, cam up. Let me tell you something. You not camming up and showing your face is a superpower, because these people are sick.
Well, that's the reason I don't put any of my grandbabies. I have 3 small grandbabies, right? I have 2 grandsons and a granddaughter, and I will never put my grandbabies on videos. I will never put them on social media anywhere I have a social media. I won't do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. And I'm in a whole agree with you. And I'll say this again, for those of you who didn't hear me the 3 other times that I said it, if any part of my personal life shows up on the internet without my permission, I promise you, your dreams won't be safe. I'm coming to get them. I'm coming to get them. Yes. We can talk about
I know how perverted people are online. I had somebody way back in like 2005 or 6 that wanted to exploit my young daughter, who was not even 13 or 12. You know what I'm saying? And so when it was a very young time, a very new time for the internet. You didn't know much then, but I learned a big lesson about the character of people out there on the interwebs from the way this person interacted with me. Yes. And I refuse to give that type of fuel for those type of predators. I will never. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes.
I understand.
And I really hope that people keep their granddaughters, their grandsons, their kids off the internet, because like Prism said, you don't even have to have your grandbaby or whatever naked. They're going to use AI to create something with their image.
Okay.
And what I want people to realize, because I know Mr. DJ Music, I know you want to go on with this, but this type of conversation is a echo chamber reinforcement of this type of content.
Yes.
What we need to do, and it's unfortunate that as Black people, and I know Miss Pure Butterfly that you're not, but I don't care.
Yeah.
Because this right here, this weaponization of this type of psychological conversations to try to reduce the guilt or the morality or the true nature and all this other stuff, this whole type of biological readiness. Oh, oh, her body is ready for reproduction as soon as that biology of the menstrual cycle happens, or hair gets on a little boy's chin, or you understand what I'm saying? This type
Yeah.
of her body's ready
Yes.
for this. Let me say this. If you are attracted to a younger person, you need mental health.
Facts.
Now, I'm gonna say this because slavery is not a conversation that we need to have. We understand the harm and the hurt that came through slavery and ownership of Black men's and women's bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Had nothing to do with anything other than the exploitation of people and children.
Yes.
It had nothing to do but the commodification of the colonization of Black women's bodies and their wounds. And they're trying to do that now in conversations.
Yes.
The facts that they're trying to dehumanize children as property, and that one of the first things that these pedophiles like to do is they strip away the humanity of a child. How do you take something so sweet and pure and precious? And I know a lot of people have nieces, sons, daughters, grandchildren.
Yeah.
And how do you strip away that innocence and try to put it and package it into a woman's body? How do you do that? How do you do that?
They think they can.
So let me tell you what
Go right
the
ahead,
bottom line is. They're trying to break the will, the coercive control of children, because the outcome of patriarchy and slavery and human trafficking, the ultimate extreme nature of a predator is the desire for absolute unchecked power.
Period.
That's what they want. So one of the things that we need to do as a community of people in this space, we need to check these Negroes and anybody else that come in, white, Black, Asian, or Latino. We need to have in our mental space. You know how we go into the FBI got most wanted posters?
Yes.
BEANZ and all of those men who are attracted to minor people, we need to put them on the most wanted posters in our minds.
Community tabs, folks. Community tabs.
Keep them
We all
out of
got
our
them.
conversations. Shun them.
If you see this guy coming up on your panel, do not let him up. That's what it did. You're absolutely right, Prism. I could not agree with you more right there. If we allowed these folks to sit up on it, you see, this is the stream that Taz did. This should be the poster that's on everybody's community tab.
Yes. And I'm going to say this because, and I have no loyalty to any community of men or women. I want you to hear this, that have a minor attracted, a fascination, fantasy, you're a pedophile. I don't care if it was 20 years ago. You are on my list now.
Uh-oh.
And what that meant was the reason why I mentioned the organization RAIN. Google is a partner with RAIN. Your conversations online are not protected any longer.
Anymore.
Not any longer. After the last few days, I got sick of hearing BEANZ, Philosophical, 2K, all of them. I'm sick of you. And because of that, I profiled you. And what I did with that profile, I handed you over. And whatever that means for you, that's what it means for your conversation.
I mean, we can't trust the FBI anymore. We can't trust calling into the FBI anymore. It's ridiculous.
Right. So what I did is Google needed to know, because they are a partner with RAIN, what you're talking about online. This is not a space, 2K, where you can have a conversation where we need to have the conversation. This is not a conversation piece. This is about the exploitation and the harm and the dehumanization of children. This is not a conversation. And I don't think you understand that if a 16-year-old girl, I need you to understand this. Back years ago, I saw BEANZ put up a video of a woman soccer player. He used a woman for a reason, because he wants this frame like women are the ones doing this. But we know men are doing this too. We've had many serial killers, including Ted Bundy. We've had other people. Let's think about it. I think it was
Gacy.
Macy. We had Gacy, actually.
Yep. Gacy, yes.
John Wayne Gacy, yes.
Mary Letourneau. Do you realize that all these people were put in jail? Do you not realize that? Do you not realize that every time she reached out and connected with that guy, even if she was pregnant or not, she got put back in jail?
Yes, she did.
Let me tell you something about the age of consent. The age of consent is 2 years before and 2 years behind. If you are more than 5 years older than that person, if that person is 16 years old and you are 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, you're going to go to jail. It's a felony in almost every state. I need Mr. DJ Music. I'm going to post this for you. And I want these men to take this seriously. The age of consent is not your ability at 30 and 40 years old to touch little girls and little boys.
Right, Prism. I don't want to interrupt you because you're on the road and this is some fire information that you're giving up, but I want to
big time fire.
You seem to be the resident, just as exactly what I needed. So let me ask you about this Romeo and Juliet law. It does not mean that a 24-year-old it's legal for a 24-year-old to mess with a 16-year-old. It's 2 years up and 2 years back, not because to protect the grown man, it's to protect these, dare I use the word, overzealous children that might be engaged in some kind of sexual activity.
That's correct. That's the Romeo and Juliet law, and that's usually the majority of the states have this in their I guess what you want to call their statutes. So basically, it's the criminalization and penalties released that are reduced for people who are 2 years close in age, and if one or both are minors. However, the age of consent ranges between those 16 and 18. Thank goodness Washington State just raised it to I think it was 21. So the partners.
Wait. BEANZ says, Prism, that they're trying to lower the age of consent.
That is a lie. But that is hopefulness. That is what they call an urban legend. If you think Donald Trump, and I hate to use his name, is going to let you get part of anything about his granddaughter that just is 18 years old, that's just started college, you are sick in your mind. If you think that he's going to let you get anywhere near his grandchildren, I need y'all to stop thinking in these little fairy tales that you're going on. So the exemption is no more than 2 to 4 years, depending on that state, between teenagers, not adults. If you look up, I gave Mr. DJ Music, if you are 20 years old and you're trying to mess with a 16-year-old, it is statutory rape.
Yes.
And you're going to go to jail.
Yes, absolutely.
What's happening is that they're seeing an extremity of men having conversations because of this incel culture and this red pill stuff that's going on, of the conversations, like even in the passport, bro, we just saw Floyd get locked up for some woman giving her child over to him.
Oh God.
Oh wow.
We saw this happening all over the place. So let me say this. Absolutely. You're right, Black and Proud, but he's not going to let you get near them grandchildren, though. So let me say this.
Right.
You can think that it's okay and that you can go overseas and touch another little girl in Thailand, and Thailand is starting to push those men out too.
Oh, all of these countries are. In Africa, South America, and Asian countries, they're putting these people to death now.
Yes. And I'm going to tell you the sick nature, and I cannot begin. I saw Venus put in one of the chats that she almost wanted to get sick. I was talking to Mr. DJ. I think I almost got sick. It's been a disgusting.
It is so disgusting
to hear Black men with the same skin color of mine and other people. They've been the ones out here with the biggest mouths. Shut them down.
Not against it, but for it. Hey, Philip, 457.
I feel sorry for that.
Right. Philip, 457. I appreciate your honesty, and my apologies go out to you that you're willing to be open and share that so boldly, especially coming in here for the first time. But again, fortunately, we have a resident expert. I won't call her a resident expert, but she seems to know exactly what I'm talking about. And a lot of what you're saying, Prism, I mentioned earlier, and I made a little bit more cruder about it. But let's look at this right here on the screen. Here's a prime example of what she's talking about, folks. These laws, these Romeo and Juliet laws, they're not made for you grown ass men at 24 years old to go mess with a 16-year-old. This is a conversation that I had, and this was just specifically about that. And there it is on the screen. And everything that you heard someone's Prism just said was this was a conversation that I had with what y'all like to run to, Chat GPT. Chat GPT can't tell me I'm black, can't tell me I'm white, can't tell me I'm green, purple. All it can tell me is I'm asking a question. So what part of this is legal for a 24-year-old to convince a 16-year-old to have some kind of intimate relations with them, and it's legal? Which part?
Or that a child tempted a man.
Right. Which is what they've been saying too.
Yeah, that a child tempted a man. I want you to think about it.
I've heard that.
It was her outfit.
Yes.
It was, well, she was wearing a skirt. She'd been wearing a skirt like that. I would have never touched her.
But even if you're 12 and 13 and you agree to having sex with one of these men, it doesn't mean that whether your words say you are, the law says it's not legal. She cannot consent even if her mouth says she can.
Right.
So that's why I put it up on the screen.
Or
the law says no reason. Or no reason. No reason.
Yeah, when I heard
and the good
that
thing about that is there's no statute of limitations on that.
No, it's in some places. It's, let me say this, Mr. DJ Music, the laws need to change. And what needs to happen, and I don't want to have a conversation about this too much because this specific part of it is that I want to make sure I say this in an appropriate way. Sometimes, like my mom always tells me, she was like, you need to taste your words before you say them. So I'm trying to taste them before I say them.
Right. My mom used to say, think before you stink.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember first coming in and having these conversations and I am very passionate about a lot of different topics. And I'm very passionate about the safety of women and little girls. And because we've had so much advocacy, and women and girls, the femicide rates and all these different things that are going on, it's important that some of these things, so like the devil himself is in the chat. So Prax, I know you're not in psychology, and I know you're not in mental health at all. I think you need mental health.
A lot of people.
Yeah. So when you were on,
we need to bring somebody to the block party.
Prax, can you come up here and defend any of that? What you were saying,
Mr. DJ Music? Let me say this: patricide. If you are a mental health clinician in any type of form, patricide is not spelled like that. So number two, I heard him say on Mr. Knightish channel that it was he wanted to use the word repulsive, but he couldn't find the words. So let me tell you something, Prax. I've already profiled you, and I know that you are a former sexual offender. I got your face. I got your face. It's being ran right now, and it's not going to be too long before I find your fucking excuse my French. Before I find your damn pictures everywhere. It's not going to be long. Because it seems like you keep jumping up in all of these conversations. You came from out of nowhere. You started your account on March, I believe it was March 31st this year. That's how deep I've been going in on you, because you're the one that I'm locking in on. I already know all about Philosophical and 2K. I know about who they are. I know about your name. And the reason why I'm doing this is because you came out of nowhere and started interjecting some conversations that most people weren't even talking about. So I know that you are a former pedophile. I've already fucking got you right where I need you. And because
Well, I don't know who this guy is, but go ahead.
No, but
this is the one that keeps popping up in all these conversations talking about
is he the one in the black hat?
Yes. He's that demon
Max?
that was over
You're
there.
the one. Wait a minute. I'm okay. Now that I know who you are the loose nigga that I heard say that it's okay for you to go after a 12, 11, 13-year-old. Are you that motherfucker?
Oh my God.
Yeah, he is.
Come
That's
on
the
up
one.
here.
Hey, hang on
Come
for me
on up
1 second.
here.
Give me 1
Sure.
second, please.
Let me take this off the screen. I might have to put y'all ladies to the side, but come on up here, brother. Let me stop this. If you dare, come on up here. Hit that fucking link and explain to me what you just said. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Come on. There's the link. Prax. I don't give a fuck if you cam up. It's not necessary. All I want to hear is your voice. But come on up here. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna wait. Oh, he's timed out. Y'all, I'm gonna put y'all in the back for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Where's he at? There you are.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. So
All
let
right,
me
nice.
ask you, my man.
First of all, let me say
Okay,
how
let
you
me
doing.
ask-
Let me ask how you doing first.
Okay, no, wait, man, there's no pleasantries needed. I didn't come up here for pleasantries. I didn't want you to come up here for pleasantries. I want you to explain
Okay.
to me how could you come out of your mouth to say it is okay that you understand that a young girl is ready for your sexual desires at 11, 12, 13 years old?
All right. I never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
I don't know you. Yes, you did.
No,
Do I need to
didn't.
go and get the? Do I need to go get? Wait a minute. Hold on, just a second, bro. Hold on.
Right.
So now you're gonna come up here. Not only you gonna come up here, then you're gonna come up here lying to me. You didn't say that, right?
I did
Hold on,
not.
just a second. Okay, hold on, sir. Hold
Mm-hmm.
on.
I think the education should be based upon the female's physical ability.
So sick.
Is that not you?
Yeah, that was
Is
me.
that you?
Yes, that was
I've
me.
never met you before. Is that you? Okay, let's start right there. Let's explain that. Go ahead. Explain
Okay.
that
What
to
I
me.
was
What do you
attempting,
mean by physical? Okay, go ahead.
what I was attempting to express, I didn't mean at that one particular age of 13. I meant at all ages.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, that's bullshit. Because me as a grown man, that would never come out of my mouth. All ages would never have to come out of my mouth because you know what? I don't consider all ages sexual. So that
Not
would have
all
never came
ages,
out of my
like
mouth.
not like a baby. Come on, man.
Sir,
Let's not be
I want you to
let's not be petty.
No, I want you to understand something. I'm not Manosphere. I'm not YouTube.
Oh,
I'm a
very
grown
good.
man.
Very good.
Okay. I'm not with any clicks.
Okay,
You're not
nice.
talking. You're not talking to an uneducated man. I
Appreciate
want you
that.
to understand. I want you to understand something. Part of what I did since high school was to train motherfuckers how to react and act.
Nice.
So a lot of times, I would have to understand the mindset of how people act and how to react to certain situations. So I want you to take this and advice from now on. Everything that come out your mouth, pretend that I know what you're about to say.
I can't pretend that.
No, I'm telling you, pretend that everything that you're about to say from now on, I know what you're about to say. You know why I can say that? Because
that's not fair to the conversation.
No. So no, it is fair to the conversation. The reason why I'm saying that, because you know why I can say that with such ease, because I've heard it before.
Okay.
You're gonna come up here and try and give me every reason why what you said to try and rationalize it, but you can't.
I'm not rationalizing that. I'm explaining what I meant.
Okay, let's go back to this. Okay, explain this. Let me start again. Okay.
Yes.
Let me start again. Here we go.
We don't care really. And all these niggas that sit up here and act like they do, they lying.
Okay,
now, I think the consent should be based upon the fee.
So are you telling me that BEANZ is saying that all of us that come up here and say that we care, we are lying?
I don't know. I can't speak to his sentiments.
Okay, no, I didn't ask you that whether you're speaking to his sentiments. I asked you, do you think that all of us that come up here, like BEANZ said, are lying about whether we give a fuck about what happens to our children or not?
I don't think so. I think that people care. I think that people care.
Okay, so why didn't you answer it that way? Why was this your answer? Right. Why was this your answer, sir?
Okay, like I said before, females' ability, physical ability.
So, sis, what about the girls? 16 dealing with these.
We're repeating your own words.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah.
So
that's what
If
we're
that's
doing.
all you
What
know.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
We are talking. These are grown men talking, right? We are grown adults. We are adults, so we know. We can extrapolate or understand that no one's talking about some underage female. Come on now, this is childish, man. No, that lady, what that conversation was about. The topic was about they said something about a 16-year-old, right? And I agreed to the.
So that makes Sir.
You're not even letting me explain myself fully, and this is why concept of fake news.
Right. No, I'm trying to let you explain yourself fully, but I have to correct some.
You're not. So do.
Okay,
wait.
Let me finish. Wait a minute. Give me 2 seconds.
Let me finish.
Okay, but I know your answer is going to be long-winded. The mere fact that
it is not.
Okay, the mere fact that you're on a panel that they use the word 24-year-old is attracted or dating a 16-year-old. It is about a child. So now continue from there.
Okay. What I was agreeing to was the fact that a 6-year-old knows the difference between right and wrong. That's it. That's all I agreed to. No one on that panel. No one on that panel. No one on, in the instance of how children are born and the relationships you get into with the opposite sex. We all know that, right?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yes.
Listen, I'm gonna concede the fact that there are some girls out there, and I'm gonna use this term fast. But you, as an adult at 24-year-olds, don't you think it is your responsibility to tell that young girl no? And not give into the fact that she is maybe going through some hormonal changes, and what she is actually thinking about doing is not legally or morally correct for her to do from a grown-ass man?
If you're talking about legally,
shouldn't that be the conversation? I use both words, legally and morally. I didn't give you any wiggle room.
Right. So if you want to talk about legally, let's look up the statutes of what state that young lady was in.
Okay. The average age of consent in most of the 50 states is 16. That is a teenager. They used to call
Okay.
them young women. They used to call them young women. From my research, so the reason why they stopped calling them young women, because that was part of their defense team when they caught these men messing with underage women. But if you go back, and you guys like to talk about the law, but the law is not made for a 24-year-old man to mess with a 16-year-old. The law was made, Juliet and Romeo and Juliet, however you want it made, was made for those rambunctious children that are out there experimenting with sexual activity and won't get in trouble for it if their parents are overzealous and catch them, so they won't
Now,
get
did you hear?
prosecuted.
Right. Did you hear? Did you hear the talk that I had with Taz?
No.
Okay, because I was just on
I'm talking to you.
Taz show yesterday.
I'm not talking about Taz. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking about Taz.
You can't be talking to
this.
you can't be talking
Okay,
to
go
me
ahead.
if you can't be talking to me if you're not allowing me to finish.
Okay, so because but can you rebut anything that I've said so far, or are you just going to dismiss it?
No, you're right about that.
Okay,
You're right
well, let's
about that.
go on.
I don't know
What's your
about
next
that.
point?
I don't know
What's your
about the
next point?
fact. I don't know about the fact of they was trying to evade prosecution for dealing with an underage girl. I think they did that. I think those laws was based upon science and biology and the consensus of women interacting with men and having children and family.
Okay, so that's my point to you, sir. So I said
Yeah.
this earlier in the stream. It's finally that morality caught up with science. We now have the scientific fact to know that these children at 6, 14, 15, 16, although at some point in time in our illustrious history, we thought that was okay, that these children were able to use those frontal lobes and all of that to be able to make those decisions. We now know that they're incapable of that. But the point that you're not getting is the mere fact of you're removing the responsibility away from the grown man.
I did not do that. Stop. Now I'm going to stop you right there. I did not do that. And you can tell by my intonation. Listen, you can tell by my intonation and my strident tone that I do not agree with that. Let me calm down. And the reason why the reason why is I'm getting emotional about it and my tone has lifted is because I have done things to people that took advantage of young children.
Mm-hmm.
I served my time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I did those things in and out. Okay. So don't do that. Don't put that jacket on me.
Okay.
Because I don't play that.
Sure.
But my sentiment was it was talking about a young lady knows what she's doing when she entering these relationships with these men. I'm not absolving the man. We were just talking about the young lady. Right?
Okay, let's focus.
Can you let me finish?
Stop.
We was talking about the young lady, right?
Uh-huh.
So at that's where it stops. Okay.
Now my thing is, now we're focusing on the young lady. Did you not hear me say, although the age of consent, it was made for those 2 years up and 2 years down, that 24-year-old man that came onto that platform and said that he was messing with a 16-year-old, a 16-year-old cannot give consent to a 24-year-old man. Do you understand that now? So nothing that you can tell me about.
Why do you say that? What I'm asking you, why do you say that?
Sir. Because that's the law. The law says that, not me. That is the law.
All right. If you look up the laws of the state of these United States, right? 90% of them is 16, 17.
Right.
And in some states, listen, and in some states, right, there are laws in the books that says with a parent permission, you can marry off your female child or male or female. It doesn't
What
just
law?
go. It those statutories
What,
those
what
statutories
law
not
does?
just for the
What
females. It's
law?
for the males too.
Can you tell me the law that says that? Because if you're strong
I don't
about
have
that
the
conviction,
law in front of me. I don't have the
well,
law
I
book in front of me.
see that's that's what I'm saying. You got to come prepared when you come to an argument like this. I can't take your word for that.
Look it
You
up.
have to go. No, I don't need to look it up. You should have brought that to me
Oh,
because okay,
so
wait a minute, wait
no,
a minute.
no,
Now I'm
no,
answering.
no.
So
If
what
we're
I'm trying to
two,
tell
if you if,
no,
if
no,
we're
no,
two
no, no.
men, if
What
we're
I'm trying
two
to say
men,
to you is, sir,
I understand it. But if
oh,
we're
sir,
two men,
sir,
if we're two
sir.
men, if we're two men and we're
Uh-huh.
discussing a topic and it's going out
Mm-hmm.
to the masses, wouldn't it behoove you on looking that information up if you have the ability to? I don't, because I'm on my phone
Okay,
and I'm out and
that's
about.
what I'm about to answer. So my answer to you is, of course, during the course of my research, if I had stumbled across anything that says with parent consent at the age of 17, you are correct that a parent can give their child consent to be married.
Thank you.
You're
That's
absolutely.
all. That's
I
stop.
said, wait a minute.
Stop.
I said at
Stop.
17,
Stop.
not.
Stop.
I said
Stop.
17,
Stop.
not 16. I
Stop.
was very specific
16. No,
because
you just said
God
16. But what
no,
I'm
I
saying
said
is at
17.
16,
No, go back.
no,
I
17,
said
and
go back.
then
Go
if you
back.
go,
I said
if you
17.
go,
With
if I said at 16, a child, a parent can marry off their son or daughter at the age of 16 with the consent of the parents and or guardian.
only in two states is that permittable.
Okay.
And one of them
Now
is
let's
Utah.
get off the law.
Wait
Let's
a
get
minute.
off the law.
Stop. No,
That's there.
okay.
That's in black and white.
No. See, no, because see, you thought you was coming up here with something I didn't know.
No, I did
told
not.
you
I was
wait a minute,
assuming
at
that
the
you
beginning-
did know.
at the beginning of this, when you came up here, I told you.
I'll appreciate
assume
you
that
if you wouldn't. I will appreciate. Listen, if this conversation is going to go on, I will appreciate if you would not put words in my mouth.
Okay, one thing you will find out that I am not putting words in your mouth, and another thing that
you just said that I thought that you thought something that you wasn't going to be prepared. I didn't think that.
And another thing that you will find out that I don't do idle chatter. I don't give you. I don't give you 30 reasons to come up with 50 reasons why I'm wrong about something.
We're discussing it. I could be wrong. You could be wrong.
Right. No, what I'm trying to tell you is what the statement that you brought up, I'm prepared. I told you at the beginning of this, and anyone else, when you come up here, be prepared. Be prepared to defend what you come up here with. I swore to you. I swear to you, my man, that I knew one of y'all was going to come up here and spout these laws. Nothing about morality. You were spouting laws. So
what did you? The information you got from the law. What did you get? What age was it?
The law told me that at 17 with parental consent. And the child
16
also
wasn't 16. 16 wasn't there.
I answered your question, and the child also has to first petition to be emancipated.
That's secondary.
That goes hand in hand, sir.
No, it's in lieu of.
Yes, the child has to first petition to be emancipated. Then, with the parents' permission, they can say, "Okay, I grant the emancipation," and then they can go get married. All that goes hand in hand.
The process. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Okay. So again,
but the age is what? 17 again?
17. So assume
okay.
That everything
now at 17.
I'll say this again.
Let's move forward with the conversation. Now, right. I get that.
Before we move on, again, I'll stress it to you. Assume that everything.
What is your angst with me, though? What is your angst with me? We discussed the law. That's solidified.
That's my angst with you. What you said. That's my angst with you. What
did I say anything? Did I what I said?
Yes.
Did was it what I said?
Listen.
What I said. I heard you. You repeat. You. I heard the recording. Right? Was there an age in that? In that comment that I made?
I asked you that. That was my initial question too. Was you
okay? So the context. So now the context of that. The context of that answer was based upon the context of the discussion, and the
Of what
discussion
you
was
said.
about a 17, a
No,
16-year-old.
no.
It wasn't
The
about a
context,
13-year-old or anything like that.
this context about what you said. You specifically said 13, 14, and 12. And someone blurted out 11.
No, I didn't say 11, and I didn't say 13 or 14.
No, sir, hold on.
Yeah, bro. Like, I wanted to thank her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to be like, hey, listen, I appreciate you, you know what I'm saying, for taking the time.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
I say out of 100%.
Now stop right there. Was there an age there?
Teenage boys
was there age there?
Who have relations.
Was there an age there? Did I? Thank you.
Did not,
so
okay,
don't say.
you didn't
don't
need an
say.
age.
Wait a minute. Hold on,
sir. Go ahead.
No, you're not going to do that to me. You're not going to do that.
You're going to keep over talking me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take control of my panel, and I'm going to say this to you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to allow you to come up here and change the narrative that we already saw. The narrative is about underage. Wait a minute. Stop. The entire panel, the entire course of this conversation is based on about you and men like you speaking about underage girls.
No, we was talking about the concept of
maybe you're not, sir. Maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Just because you said it with conviction, that
but I'm saying, can you hear me?
Do you understand me? Wait a minute.
I understand that.
Wait a minute.
But can you hear me though?
Because see, you start to piss me off. So just because you said it with
I
conviction,
didn't do
just because you said it with conviction, that don't mean shit to me. Now I'm getting tired of you. I'm getting tired of you running your fucking mouth when you clearly said 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 11-year-old. You clearly said that. I'm not speaking about words you didn't say. I'm not putting words in your mouth. This conversation is clearly about young girls. That's why we're here. We're not talking about Nixon. We're not talking about the moon landing. We're not talking about anything else. We're clearly talking about young fucking girls. And this is the course of your conversation to where you was okay with it. You don't want to hear me because you don't want to hear your own words. I let you talk long enough. Now, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak to me, not at me. The next time you speak at me, bonfire. You're getting the fuck up out of here. Now try again. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
All right. You said underage girls. Where in that insert that you just played, about what I said, where was the number of the age at? Where was the number?
You was in the background talking to yourself this entire time, so you didn't hear nothing I said, did you?
No, I'm saying, where did I say an age?
Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put you back on mute. And I want, instead of talking this time, I'm letting you know that I'm going to put you on mute so you can understand what I'm saying. Please don't talk. I want you to listen to what I have to say, okay? Now, it's clear that this conversation, this entire conversation that I'm having, that Taz has had, the Jazz Noel has had, the reason why it's in my lap right now is because you, Beans, and anybody else on that panel was talking about underage girls. The premise was given that a 24-year-old man was dating a 16-year-old girl. What else are y'all talking about? Now I'm going to unmute your mic. Now that you have the premise, we don't need an age because we know why this panel is existing. Now go ahead.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. The context of that show was specifically about a 16-year-old girl with a baby by a 24-year-old man. That's it.
It makes it right.
It wasn't.
Stop right there. Let me ask
you just
right
said
there.
you're gonna
Stop
let
right
me.
there.
Wow.
Okay, stop right there. I'm gonna let you go. But since you brought it up, let me ask you this: does that
Yeah.
make it okay that the 24-year-old man impregnated a 16-year-old? Does that make it okay?
It does not for me morally.
So what's your conversation then? If you can sit up here, because now you're on my side, that no matter what that 16-year-old said, no matter what she consented to, she's not able to give consent to that 24-year-old simply because, let's do the math right quick. Like 8 plus 6 is what? 14. So 16 plus 8 is 24. That means he is 8 years older than her. Does he fall into that grandfather clause of Romeo and Juliet? 2 years up, 2 years down. So he is
Not at
committing,
all.
sir, statutory rape. So he is committing statutory rape, regardless of whether there's a child or sexual penetration is involved.
Right.
So which part do we need to continue about? Which part is BEANZ right about so far? Which part of the conversation that you said that you
First of all, number one, with me, I only agreed because of the fact that there was a child involved. Now, if there was no child involved, then I'd be like, nah, they need to split up and he need to go to jail or whatever the law says, right? But the fact that
But
there's
my
a child
point-
involved, the fact that there was a child involved, that child need both parents specifically together. If you had to listen to the conversation and heard me speak in reference to that, when it was asked to me, I said exactly that.
No, you didn't. That's why we are here, my man. That's why we are here. Because if you had said that, you wouldn't. If you had said that, sir, hold on. If you had said that, I wouldn't be talking about you. Prism wouldn't have came up and said that she had you on her list if you had said that.
That was chopped up. You just got
No,
a
it
piece
wasn't
of an
chopped. No,
insert.
no, sir. No, sir. It wasn't chopped up.
Did you listen to the whole
okay,
stream?
Okay, wait a minute. Let me ask you this then. Let's play a little bit more. Hold.
Yes, sir.
Right there. Stay right there.
With women who are of adult age, I'll give you 10% are like drastically affected by it.
Now, I think the age of consent should be based upon the female's physical ability.
Why don't we ever talk about the fact that girls are just as horny as boys are?
What women don't realize is what men see in women is not her maturity. A woman is ready for a man when she's physically able to sexually take him on.
Yeah.
Okay, so explain that. What do you mean by that? You agree with philosophical again?
I just said the same thing philosophical said.
Right, you agree with him, and that is the point, sir. That is a point that you agree with that. You're not taking her mental, or whether it's legal or not. You're literally saying is because she looks a certain way, she is able and physical by the look in my eye to accept whatever sexual innuendos or conversation that I want to have from her.
Can I ask you a question?
That's what you just agreed to. Am I wrong?
I agree to the point that if a woman is able to have kids in a family, she should.
A woman. Define a woman. What's your definition of a woman?
A female specimen.
And so there's so a female. There's no such thing. They come out being women. So there's no such thing as girl.
Yeah, there is a such thing as girl.
Okay, so if that is the case, then so a female is a what? Grown woman?
Can a 35-year-old be a girl?
No, I'm asking you a question. Is a female, according to your definition, this now a grown woman?
Not all females are grown women. Is a 35-year-old a girl?
Maybe man, information man. Welcome to the show, good brother. How you living? Maybe you can help me out here, information man. How you doing, good brother?
I'm doing fine. How you doing?
Go right ahead, man. Speak your piece, information man. Hold on just a sec.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, why are grown men on YouTube? See, when you talk like this, you expose yourself. Why are grown black men on a panel even entertaining this type of conversation as it relates to girls when some of us have daughters. I have a daughter. And so I understand. Let's just get past the bullshit. This is subliminal conversation. When individuals make statements about, well, if a girl can physically take on a man, just like the argument when girls have their menstrual cycle. There was a time in this country where if a female had a menstrual cycle, whatever age she was, then that was prime for the consent for her to be married or be in the arms or with a grown man. And then check this out. I remember when I did those videos about R. Kelly, and I had Negroes coming on my panel justifying the things that R. Kelly was doing with the underage girls by saying, well, in South Carolina or in different states, they still got laws on the books where consent can be 16. And I kept saying to people, I don't hear what the laws say. Those laws were from back in the day when women had no say-so, had no power, when men were in control of every damn thing. Why are grown men trying to use old-ass laws on the book to still justify being with underage girls? It's wrong. No grown man should make any type of ideology and play around with it. First of all, it doesn't matter how physically developed a young woman is or a girl is. There's also a thing called psychology, meaning mental. Doesn't mean that you're ready mentally, no more than physically. So why are we having the conversation and trying to put out there about, well, little girls are just as horny as little boys? Why are grown men having these conversations? Why are we fixated on girls? And see, this is the problem with YouTube. You get these Negroes who get up here and have conversations about stuff like this because these are usually men who have issues with their own issues with women, with getting the women that they want. So they get up here and they get in these little group thinks and they complain about women this, and then they want to talk about young girls. And you know damn well if a grown man was trying to come on to your daughter, that you would not accept it. You would have a problem with it. So why are we as men in today's time, this is the best we can do on YouTube, is talk about these types of issues when we already have enough we already have enough black women in our communities that have been traumatized by being mistreated and touched physically by family members. Y'all know what I'm talking about. We already have enough of that trauma in the black community as is that people want to be in denial of, that does go on. And now, once again, we need to spin a narrative about when is it proper for an underage or a young girl to be ready for a grown-ass man. No.
Information, man. I got to...
I'm gonna drop what I'm saying here, but there's something wrong with the psychology of black men on YouTube who have to sit around and have this kind of conversation. Something's wrong with you.
Gotcha. I got exactly what you're saying. Again, I saw a few folks come up here. If you want to come up and be a part of the conversation, if I don't know you, I'm going to put my screen up and let you come on up and have your piece. Listen, I ask everybody, please, when you do come up, be mindful and be respectful of guests here. And it's good to see all the folks down in the chat room, but I got to say this: it's sad that it took a conversation like this for you folks to come over here. It's really sad of all the things that I've talked about. But I'm glad you're here, Taz, Sel. I'm glad you're here because I think you may come over here for the same reason that I'm here. To stop folks like this. Too many times we give these folks like this guy right here passes on our panels. And when we call them out, they come up here with 50, 11 excuses of why they do shit. Or what's wrong. Or we did this, or we thought this. How many excuses did you just try to give me, my man? Go ahead. Go ahead, information, man. Turn your mic up a little bit, sir. Turn your mic up a little bit, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to turn my mic up a little bit. You got people in the chat room. I've been on YouTube for a minute. You can't find any content that I've done on my channel or that I've been on anyone's panel over the years where I justified anything about grown men talking about young girls being with older men and justifying that. There's no video on YouTube of me co-signing anything like that. Matter of fact, I've done videos on my own channel calling out people like Polite and many others. See, I got a track record on YouTube. I got plenty of videos where I've called people out that have been caught in these sort of things with underage girls. I don't endorse it, and I certainly have not been complicit in anything around it. Yeah, I've been on panels where we've talked about grown women and issues around men being with women, but I've never been on a panel where I've co-signed people making little subliminal hints about it's okay to be with underage. There's not one video. So anybody that's making that claim, you're full of shit.
Well, Taz, if you don't mind, sir, I put the link in there for you. Where I put it at? There it is, sir. It's a pleasure to have you up on down in my chat room because I do follow you and I appreciate you stopping through. I am using your content. I would be remiss if I didn't offer you a spot up on the platform to understand and give your opinion about what's going on there. So you're more than welcome to grab the link and come on up. It would be a pleasure and an honor to have you up here with me. I appreciate that.
Mr. DJ Music, is Prax still up here?
Prax, are you still here?
I am.
What did you mean? I have a question for you. What did you mean by that their bodies are ready to produce? What did you mean by that statement? Because you didn't put an age on it. So what age would that be?
Taz,
thank you for that.
You can kiss my ass, Taz. I don't have no track record of that. Now that's what I said it to you. You can kiss my ass, and you ain't nothing but a crackhead. And we know that you got a dirty history on YouTube as well, sucker.
Oh,
I'm sorry to bring drama to your channel, but I can't have anybody like Taz making innuendos about me that's based on no truth. What have you? I don't endorse grown men being with underage girls. He's a fool for making that accusation towards me.
So my question would be,
wait, fellas.
I don't care. I'm not going to Taz. I'm not going to say.
Can we get Prism's question answered real quick?
Yeah, before y'all two get ready to go, I need this answer.
Hold on, hold on just a second. Go right ahead, Prism. Let's get the answer. And Taz, welcome to the show. Could you hold on just for a second for me, please, sir? I appreciate that.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
What up, Taz?
I appreciate it. Go right ahead there, Prism.
So I need to know from the conversation that has been going on, what age did you say that a woman should be able? We're not even going to say woman because you didn't really specify there either. And see, that's the kind of stuff that y'all do. You kind of go around the circle and try to find a bullseye somewhere. I need to know what you mean when her body's ready.
Thank you for that question. That was the first smart question that I had since this incident. If you notice that my I'm doing it. If you notice my channel, it just started. If you look up my name, look up the definition of my name.
I already know what
your
name is.
And my look up the I said look up the definition.
I told you the beginning.
The definition.
Sir, I don't
see. This is the reason why we This is the reason. This is the reason why we have
this game here.
This is the reason why we have a problem in our community because we're not respectful of each other. Because I was talking and you just interrupted me.
Sir, I asked you a question.
And I'm asking the question, but I want to give my prelude to it.
There is no prelude. There's some answers
if you look up my name, the definition, you know what I'm about, even with my chat name. Now, to answer your question, of course, I didn't give an age. Why should I give an age? Because there's 25-year-olds that their body can't take a pregnancies. You understand? That's it.
Okay. That didn't answer the question, did it?
Can I ask this question? Can I ask this question? I've been waiting to ask this question because he brought up when you told him about the Juliet law, right? Romeo and Juliet law. He went back to 16 and 17, consent to be married by their parents. You're not even saying the consent of the woman you're asking to marry, but I've never heard you men actually talk about marriage and commitment and raising children, let alone to a 17 and a 16-year-old. Let's just talk grown women. You don't ever talk about that. So why would you bring that up with Mr. DJ Music, saying something about marriage and consent for marriage, when you guys aren't marrying these women you're talking about, or young girls?
Who was that question posed to?
You.
Oh, me. Because you said DJ somebody. Okay. Well, for me personally, I would love to be married. I was married once before, and regretfully, I had to divorce her because she tried to kill me. Right? Now, I've always had long-term relationships with women, but they choose not to marry.
You a continual victim. That's what you are. I told you that. I told you that you are a pedophile. I know that you probably have a past in it, and I'm going to knuckle you down. It ain't going to be too much longer. When I tell you if I'm on you, I'm on you. And
well, when you look me up,
what's the opposite?
When you look me up, I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna find when you look me up. You're gonna find
what's the opposite of praxis, sir?
When you look me up,
you're in mental health, and you know all these Latin words. What's the Latin word that's the opposite of being praxis? What's the opposite of it?
When you look me up, again, you're gonna find.
You're not playing no games with me. There's
I'm gonna.
No. See, I'm gonna. What I'm gonna do.
This is why we can't get married.
And that's exactly what you are.
Is that why you're choosing young girls, because they're not giving this kind of heat? Is that the problem? Is that the reason why you're choosing young girls? When you guys are in these chat rooms, you want these young girls because they're not going to give you that fight back?
No, me personally, my oldest boy, his mother is way older than me. Okay, so I don't participate. And as I said on Taz channel, that I'm actively dating, and I have been getting attention from younger women, 24, 28.
Sir,
it's up to me to engage with them, and I don't deal with that.
Pax, what do you call yourself?
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let these guys roll out. But this guy's a liar, and y'all can deal with him the way that you want to, but I'm gonna deal with him the way that I want to. All this stuff,
right.
But let me say this: when he was on Knight's channel, and he was having a conversation, I believe Knight was reviewing Cellulite. He could have been, because I saw all of them at the top. He said that he didn't want an older woman; he wanted younger women like my age, because of the fact that we will be willing to have sex with him as much as he wanted them to. So let me tell you the mindset of a 30-some-year-old woman. Sir, we're not interested in grandpas. Okay? Younger women are not out just looking for older men. I need you to accept this. Younger women are attracted to younger men. You know why? Because their bodies look different. Because their mentality probably is about the same as ours. You're going out looking for these few little anomalies. This is what I'm talking about, the pedophilic mind. Somebody who's paraphilic in their mind and their thinking, who have that pathology. They're going out looking for little instances to make it a global thing, and that's not what's going on. Normally, people marry people their own age. That's what's attractive to them. Younger men are attracted to younger women. Younger men are attracted to younger women. Younger women are attracted to younger men. We like each other. You know why we like each other? Because we are in the same age group. We have the same realities. We're thinking about the same things. You have nothing in common with a younger woman. And the fact that you think that a 13-year-old woman is okay, a 13-year-old little girl is okay, and being adult objectified by some 24-year-old man. Well, she had a baby, so I'm all about building family. Sir, that's not a family. That's a man taking advantage of a younger woman, and he impregnated her. And I'm not even sure if you're not the man. Not yet. If I call you out, I'm not scared about it.
I never said that. Why is she putting words in my mouth?
I'm listening to your conversation. I'm trained. If you ever, sir, I need you to go look up the name Mary Ellen O'Toole. I was trained by Mary Ellen O'Toole in college. And I'm telling you, if you look up her name, you're going to find out that I've already pinholed you. You're not that difficult to figure out. Taz sat there, and I don't even know how Taz didn't even reach through the screen and put his hands around your neck. Because that's
He
what I
did.
want to do.
He did.
Because that's what I want to do. Because people like you, the only safest place for a child from people like you is a 6-foot bulk and dirt over you.
Now, tell me what I said that I agree with being with underage girls. Where did I say that?
Okay, Pax. Let me.
I'm done. You gentlemen have a great day. You know I appreciate you, Mr. DJ Music. I wanted to tell Taz and the other gentlemen who have been standing up for the rights of little girls and little boys, because let's not, again, I'm gonna say, let's not think that this is not just about little girls. It's about access to little boys as well. I want to thank you for saying something, for standing out and confronting these men. But I'm not going to sit here and have a conversation with a pedophile. I've done all I need to do. I'm finished. Thank you.
Got you. Thank you very much, President, for enlightening us on some laws that a lot of folks didn't know about. Again, she dropped some information. Regardless, listen, if you have a personal idea of what you think about someone, I get tired of sometimes folks coming down in these chat rooms, not only in mine and other chat rooms, trying to shoot the messenger. If the information is right, keep your personal feelings out, what you think about someone else. Nothing that she came here and said today was wrong. Nothing. Regardless of what you think about her, nothing she said was wrong.
She did say something wrong.
No, she
said she called me as a pedophile. That's wrong.
Like I said, did I unmute you? Like I said, nothing she said was wrong. Maybe you did not listen to your own words. Maybe you didn't. But before we go any further, we got Taz, and I think the information man may have left. He was up here. So welcome, Taz. And Jay Prince.
What up, DJ?
Listen.
Surprise. You say he got his goofy ass on up out of here? Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I thought.
But anyway, I'll say this. Listen, of course, both of you folks, fellas, know I'm in both your chats. I rock with both of y'all. So whatever personal y'all have beef with each other, you know it has nothing to do with me. It just folks happen to be here at the same time. Now I will let men handle their business. I will do that.
Well, it would have been good to have a conversation, because I'm accusing him of supporting those men. Why he leave? I said I was coming up. Why did he leave? And I got the receipts. You came for me over them and tried to hide it under pro-blackness. I don't know why people call themselves BNB1, but they always talking about black people because they sound like predators. Oh, I got the clip. That's what I'm saying. These cowards, fam, and for real, they'll come to y'all channels. They sit over here and pretend they act like they wasn't down. He one of them goofies that was chasing the manosphere, trying to be down, trying to kick it with them same cats. He ain't called out shit. So no, don't let me stop in a chat room somewhere and see you talking and pretending like you was standing on business when I was there, and you came for me. Never came for them. Never came for one of these dudes who was talking like this. But you came for me. Yeah, fam, I just wanted to see if you was willing to have a conversation about it. I know you're not, coward.
Hey, Taz.
Can I say something, DJ?
Go right ahead, Jay Prince. Welcome to the show, my man.
Thanks.
Hey, you know what, Jay Prince, before you go, you know why I'm letting you up here, right? You know why you're on my panel. Because for once in our life, you and I agree on something. I heard some of the things that you said. Well, I didn't hear them, but everybody was giving you props for standing up. That's why I'm allowing you to come up here today. I got to be honest with you. 99.9% of the time, I don't like you.
Well, you know, that's well mutual.
Okay, so as long as we with that, but you know, even enemies sometimes happen to have a mutual enemy. Am I correct, sir?
Yeah. No, you ain't my enemy,
so
though.
In this case, no, we're not enemies. You're right. We're not. And let me see who's this warbound cell. Hold on just a second, brother. Let me have a couple. I've never seen you before. I think I know who you are, but let me just make sure.
I sell you like podcast.
Is that Cellulite?
Yeah. It's Cell. What up,
Cell? Is this you?
Yeah, it's me.
All
what
right,
up,
though. Welcome in, man. All right. Welcome, man. Welcome to again. I'm sorry, Jay Prince. I didn't mean to cut you off, but again, We don't agree, or sell it up here now. We don't agree on some things, but it's obvious that grown men are up here today. We put our differences aside, and we're up here. We have one mutual thing in common. The shit that you saying, Pax, we wouldn't be talking like that. Now I'm gonna go around the board. Taz, Jay Prince, Cellulite, and any other male. If we was at the barbershop, please tell Pax this was not a conversation that we would have. This was to be a conversation that would get your ass kicked. I'll start
This
with
wouldn't
you,
even.
Taz.
This wouldn't even. I'm sorry. You go. You start with Taz. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Somebody has some smoke for you. If not everybody in the barbershop, you know what I'm saying. This ain't something that we can talk about as an open topic of what if or any of that shit. It's just no, bro. It's just no. We ain't doing it. We ain't having it. It ain't cool. Conversation over. There's no discussion.
Right, Jay Prince.
Definitely it would go up. It would make everybody uncomfortable. Let's just say nobody don't want to risk their lives or take a chance going to jail because of who you are. It'll make people don't want to fuck with you, and they'll pass the word around, and nobody won't want their kids or nothing around you. They will look at you like a plumb predator.
And Cellulite.
1 second. So my thing is this, my answer is very quick. This wouldn't be a conversation. Once he made that statement, it will be a clarifying question. And once he clarifies his answer, he's getting beat down. There's nothing else to talk about after that. I don't understand. I don't understand why any grown man would facilitate or even have a discussion with someone like him. Because what irritates me is because not only was he saying that's being said out loud and being broadcasted over the airwaves, there's multiple people like him that target young girls and try to use intellectual knowledge to try to justify their disgusting taste for young women, period.
Right. Now, let me say this. Every once in a while, folks, even us that don't agree with each other, we're all men. And just because I don't agree with Jay Prince on some of the stuff that he says, just because I don't agree with Taz with everything that he says, just because I don't agree with Cellulite for everything that he says, when you find something that's in common, you stick to him. Regardless of what we talked about last week.
Big facts.
We all have this in common. Go ahead, Jay Prince.
So if you paid attention, when you listen to their comebacks on how they've been trying to articulate their side of the point, it sounded like it's pretty good. Like I'm not saying their points are good, but it sounds like they've been thinking about this type of stuff for a very long time and coming up with.
They've been practicing it
as if they've been having these mindsets. I'm not gonna say they've been practicing it. I don't know if they did or not, but this been in their mind for a long time, and this is how they were able to establish these comebacks and these responses. And my thing is this, man. It's certain things that I'm willing to. I know I used to have arguments with the what's that word when you say what's that word double standards.
Yeah,
so
double standards.
I'm okay with boys getting 15, 16, 17 because I got some nephews them around that age and they damn near can protect themselves. Old niggas is damn near scared of them. But it's not like that when it comes to my nieces and daughters and stuff like that. They still vulnerable. So I'm okay with the extreme amount overly protection around girls around that age, as they should, because they don't have that protection. And these men, they keep on trying to justify. And then the more let's just say they just talking shit on YouTube. You could be this shit could be you could be practicing these thoughts and having everything's in your brain start off with a thought first before it become to a behavior. So if you keep thinking like this and keep trying to justify this, and it's gonna come a time in your reality, especially when you done normalize this shit in your own head, and it's gonna come to a time where that by you normalize that, you're gonna be around some young girls one day and you're gonna mess around and violate in something that and violate the little girl. You might end yourself in prison or death, no matter what, but you're gonna end up violating something because you keep trying to justify these type of thoughts, and you keep and eventually gonna become your practice. I just think that, man, you just got to just allow these little girls to have, because it seems like they're upset. They always bring up jail for little boys. Boys go to jail at 15 years old. So be it, bro.
Well, I listen. I don't make the distinction, Jay Prince, and I'll be quite honest with you. Whether it's a female doing it or whether it's a man doing it, any person that finds themselves dealing with underage children, to me, they're making a conscious decision to do that. You don't. That's I'll agree with you that that's something that they have a conscious mind to. And if you hear earlier what Prism said, there is a direct pattern. If there was not something that these psychological folks and all these folks that still had all this education could identify these folks with, then there would be no way to identify them. But we have markers, like what this guy says. We have markers.
May I cut in for just a second?
Go right ahead, Sal. Let's hear what you have to say, brother.
Okay. One, I guess I've been timed out or blocked on your chat, but that's okay. But two, this conversation doesn't just stop about little girls. It also goes along with what happens with little boys as well. The truth of the matter is that this is a problem that is besets on both sides of the gender. When you have women who is using this same type of rhetoric to go after young boys, I'm in agreement with you 1,000%. No one should be targeting, no one should be spewing, no one should be using any type of rhetoric. But I'm glad that people is out there saying it with impunity, because now we know who they are. I just think that continuing the conversation with people like that, for them to try to justify themselves, they're trying to come up with any excuse that they can to try to say that this behavior is okay just because it's the law. Oh, it's 15 in this, it's 15 in this state, it's 16 in this state, it's 17 in this state. People trying to use any type of wordage or verbiage to be able to say, well, by law, if you have to depend on the government to give you a permission slip to tell you who and where you can engage in relationships with people, you have a problem. And by the way, also along with the content that we reviewed yesterday, this man, he didn't put an age on it, but according to him, as long as your child can go outside, they can take care of themselves. So according to his rhetoric, that means that they're well enough to take care of themselves, and they're able to physically take care of a man or a woman that's an adult. What are we talking about here?
That wasn't the context of what I said.
That was the context of what you said.
Why you guys keep doing that?
That's the context of what you say. Even
I don't understand why you guys keep doing that. We was talking about the kids taking the ability to discern.
You were asked multiple times. Even Taz asked you, how old is a woman in your age? When you was talking about survivability and a child being able to take care of themselves and the parents not looking after them children. That's what you said. You said,
yeah, but I didn't say that it was okay.
Yes, you said that. You said
he also did not say there is a limit to the age either.
No, he didn't.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
Wait, she's not saying that in support of you. Listen to what she said.
I don't care if she support me or not, but that's what I said. I didn't say age.
Listen to what she. Okay, so according to you, as long as the female comes out the womb, it's able to be with an adult. Do you understand how dangerous this rhetoric is?
Did I say that though?
Yes.
Did I say that? No, I did not. You suspect.
I would say you did say that in this way because you're not saying it's not a certain age.
It doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense for somebody to say a baby.
Right.
Guys are retarded.
No. To see
a baby.
This is the part. Okay, wait a minute. This is the part that I have with conflation. Of course, we don't know who you're talking about. So the only thing what seems to me that you seem to keep not grasping, either intentional or accidental. What you're not grasping is the concept of this entire conversation is a 24-year-old man having admitted intercourse with a 16-year-old girl. The fallback, the pushback that you guys keep bringing to us is that it is legal, i.e., because y'all use the age of consent. My pushback to you, and I think from Taz, and I think from Jay Prince, and I think from Cellulite, and I think from any of these other brothers, we're trying to tell you the age of the consent, sir, does not affect you.
I said
No,
Mr.
you
DJ
interrupted.
Music.
No, you're interrupting me. But what that's the point of the matter is
Jesus
anything
Christ.
you say, anything that you say is a moot point because you keep trying to raise the bar by saying, explaining away the fact that she is 16 years old. You can't explain that away at 24.
No,
That
he
is the
tried to
entire point.
he tried to
DJ, he
lower he
actually
tried to wait,
committed a
hold on, hold on.
felony.
He tried to
I
lower the
said
bar.
to
Wait, hold on. Listen, he tried to lower the bar yesterday because he
you
tried
let
to
him
bring
talk,
up
but I can't talk.
he tried to lower the bar yesterday because he tried to bring up the fact that in the 1700s they was getting married at younger ages. He tried to bring up the fact that during slavery times.
And what was the context? I said that. What was the context?
Sir, there's no context needed.
There
I
is
don't understand.
context.
No,
There's
there's no
always
context.
context.
There's no context needed. Anytime anyone tried to justify relationships with a minor, there is no context needed. There is a box and there is a grave. That's
So what should I
it.
do? Okay. So what should I do
Stop
with my
talking.
13?
That's what you should do. Stop
no,
talking.
let me finish.
No.
What should I do with my 13-year-old stepdaughter at the time she was 13? What am I supposed to do with her?
How old was the father of the baby?
She was a junior. She was a he was a sophomore and she was a freshman. Because she's smart. She skipped some grades.
And
She was a freshman in high school.
She was a freshman in high school at 13.
She skipped some grades. She's very smart. She borderline genius.
So how old was she? She was 13.
She had the baby at the dude. Listen, she had the baby at 13. What do you do with that person?
Let me get him. So how old was he at that time?
He's lying. Wait a minute. So
her boyfriend was
that's what I'm trying to tell him.
You talking about? How you gonna tell me I'm lying?
How old was the guy when you say you said that he was a sophomore? That means
he was a sophomore in high school.
Okay, that means he was in the 10th grade. Now, was she in the 9th or 10th grade?
She was in the 9th grade.
Okay.
Yeah, because she's very smart, very intelligent.
So again, you said that was her at 13. So at the 9th or 10th grade, you're in the 9th grade, you're 15 or 16. So again, the law that came into effect, that they put in effect, does not affect him.
I'm not talking about that. I'm asking him what he said.
Fellas, am I missing something?
In my head.
No, you're not missing something.
No, you're not missing anything, Mr.
You're making it up.
You're making this up. I want to bring up his 13-year-old daughter.
I brought his 13-year-old daughter because Taz asked me about the ability for a 13-year-old to have a kid. And I gave the example of my 13-year-old stepdaughter was 13 and had a baby.
The fact
what do you do? What do you do with that?
The fact that a teenager and a teenager had a relationship, that's a teenager and teenager relationship. That was not the question that Mr. DJ Music asked. That was not the question that Tags asked yesterday. The question was about a 16-year-old and a 24-year-old, and you brought up a 13-year-old. So go back to the 16 and the 24-year-old.
Because of the 16 to 24-year-old, I said that it was okay because they had a child involved. If there was no child, then that was a problem.
Right.
Because the child is more important than the fucking individual.
Let me, in Bean's situation, right? It was really, he did commit a sexual felony.
I didn't know that.
Wait.
I'm new to
hold
this.
on. Let me explain to you.
I don't know you guys.
So people been harping on the fact she was 17 when she had the baby, which made her legal at 17. He was fucking her at 16. Which makes that's a class 2 felony in Chicago, Illinois. Okay. He just got away with it, and my thing is a lot of people that got away with it. And see, and this is Bean's kind of been champion. I didn't even know this till yesterday that he had a kid with somebody like that, and he been going around since he never got caught. Right, since he never got caught. And by that time, what the bam, he kind of been, still on his program. That's why he defending this shit. And this is why I say, I remember Taz told me something a long time ago, and fuck Taz sometimes. But Taz told me something a long time ago when he was telling me some stuff you just gotta quit, just let shit be. Right? Especially when it comes to shit like this.
Yeah.
Don't be trying to overly pursue it and try to convince yourself on the unfairness, because like when we bring up the boys and the not getting this. I'd rather see girls get extremely amount of protection. If you had to really sit back and think about this in real life, if we're gonna say that we boys is getting raised like girls in a sense of it's kind of harmful to raise boys like girls because boys are more stronger. They more they more almost like an adult when they hit 16, 17. But when it comes to little girls in real life, you're gonna be more protective of little girls because they don't have that. You know what I'm saying? They're more vulnerable. They're extremely vulnerable, especially listening to these niggas come on these platforms, and because it's safe for them to do it. It's kind of scary and dangerous for my daughters. Them that finna hit in 2 more years finna be this age where these grown men. It's dangerous for my daughter and me because now it's gonna be grown men coming at my babies. Them, huh?
Listen, as much as I hate to cut you off, but
Go
if
ahead.
you could literally see me, my mouth is open. Because I told you this on Bomb Cherry's platform. You're not as dumb as you let on sometimes.
He is not dumb at all.
No,
I never said I was dumb.
People think you dumb because of your cadence and diction.
Yeah, I did. But I also told you, Jay Prince, that sometimes I know you know the difference between what you're saying and what you don't. So there's no way sometimes that you can't tell me you're not trolling.
JP for president.
Right. To sit here with me right now and have this kind of articulation in your conversation tells me that some of what I've been saying, what Taz has been saying, and what some of the brothers been saying to you is finally getting through to you.
But
What's annoying with JP is on this topic, he's always had this position. It's interesting to hear him say, okay, I understand now why we're talking about protection for girls. That's probably new. But one of the main reasons why I was kind of somewhat attached to him when he came back to the platform and whatnot was because it's not too many places where niggas gonna say, nah, we calling out predators openly, freely. Who want it? You know what I'm saying? Right. And his platform was one of them. I could go on there and say that. He was saying that on there. So in that regard, his message always been consistent, but it's the willingness to do all the other shit. That's always my problem.
That's an actually, and if you, to be quite honest with you, you're absolutely right. Because Jay Prince, I got to say to you, I told you before, the first time I saw you, you was up against my arch nemesis, the fucking Angry Man. I don't like him, don't like what he stands for, don't like anything about him. You remember when you said there go Angry Man in the gorillas at the zoo? Remember that particular stream? That's when I ran into you. But the more I heard from you, I'm like, this can't be the same brother.
Can I jump in for a second?
Go right ahead, my man. I'm trying to get this.
I always say it's going to be a lot of stuff that you agree with me, and it's going to be a lot of stuff that you're going to disagree with me. Because
I got it.
And let me say this right quick. So a lot of this stuff that y'all been talking about, I was raised upon. I'm not talking about the sexual stuff. I'm saying in general stuff. I decided to opt out of that, and I just went. I had those same beliefs at one point. But I decided to opt out of that because, I found a different path and I started looking at life from a different angle. And a lot of those different angles is based on my experiences in real time with a lot of different stuff that was shaped the way I view stuff from when I used to view stuff. I used to view stuff shallow, face value. But when you start living into stuff and digging deep in things, it's nothing. It's not the same what meets the eye initially. So you just gonna have to.
That's what's good with you
experience
too.
is
in conversation.
Experience is the best teacher, Jay Prince. Again, we can agree to disagree on a lot of things, but one thing, when you find folks again that have a common hatred towards something, you might charge in the battle together. After the battle is over, I ain't fucking with that nigga. That's just what it is. So I'm not disagreeing with you on this point, because to me, we're on point right now. And if I didn't know what
a lot of times though, DJ, when we be having
conversations,
a lot of times with me, you be having conversations after you let me illustrate my point. You be more agreeing with me. You be still trying to maintain the enemy lines, but when we in the conversation, you be mainly agreeing with 75% of what I be saying from a different angle yourself.
I'll give you 30%. I won't go as 75 now. I'll give you 30. I can't throw it.
No, but I want us to maintain the seriousness of this conversation. I don't want us to, derail from because this pedo
right.
stuff is bro.
It's serious, and let me holler at Taz for a minute. Again, my man, you're the first one that brought this to my attention. Actually, I was on your stream, so let me get your overall synopsis. What, if you don't mind me asking? I know it sounds like I'm going into interview mode, but what brought you to this stream? What made you decide, after all the hell that you catch from time to time, did you not expect for some blowback?
Oh no, I knew it was gonna be some, like, for real. Somebody emailed it to me, and I went and watched it, and it was like 5-10 minutes in. There's a decision to be made sometimes when you see some shit like that, and it's like, people gonna respond to it, but it just needs to be said. So I said I wasn't even trying to like start shit with them or campaign on them as individuals, because for me it's just stop saying that type of shit. Like, clarify yourself. And you know what I'm saying, when it comes to talking shit back and doing videos and that type of shit, that's how we get here. But for me, a lot of this just could have been dealt with as like, bro, you misunderstanding what I'm saying, and then go whatever argument you're trying to make them not understanding. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if I was that far off, why I'm off.
Right. So the first conversation that I
understand why I'm saying it. You shouldn't be so much smoke for me saying it when you know what you said. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why it just kind of bothers me, man, because we don't even have to do all of that unless you really on that type of time. And nigga, if you're messing with no kids, what do you want to go back and forth for? If you don't support it, what exactly are you arguing back with? Nigga, I'm only talking to you if you do this type shit. Mm-hmm. And so this is what I don't get about, how some of this shit playing out. Cause like I would just simply hear them say, fam, I don't fuck with that. I'm done with it. You misunderstood. It's a wrap. Instead, they doubling down, still talking about nature, when we was young and our grandparents and all. You know what I'm saying? It tells me that you pushing for this shit. And it makes you.
That does not say that.
That's exactly what it says.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely what this is.
That's how we've gotten this far into it, because they didn't just say, I probably should have said that shit.
So you're using it as an excuse to justify it.
Right.
No.
The majority of the panel right now disagrees with you.
In my opinion, you can't talk.
They're not saying it, dude.
Sound crazy.
They're not saying that because. Let me ask you something. Our legislators, when they discuss this,
could you finish that point you were just making? You said they're not saying that because why? Why
they're not saying it because they're not saying it because when people talk about this, they're not saying it because that was okay, right? Because it was a high birth mortality rate. Listen, can I finish? That's what you saying, but that's not what it is.
You can't formulate.
Because let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Hold on. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying.
Wait, stop. No, because
our state legislators. Hold on.
Listen.
Our state legislators talk about this issue. Are they advocating for it?
No, you can't formulate.
If our state legislators, hold on.
You cannot.
If our state legislators are speaking on this, are they advocating for it?
I'm not letting you out the corner with this one. You can't formulate our argument for us. You have to argue, or your argument. Our argument is that this and its existence is wrong. That's our position. Wait, stop. I need you to listen. I need you to listen. Our position is that it's
you're not listening.
wrong.
You're
right.
You're trying to excuse me, Sal. Let me cut.
No, you're good.
You're trying to convince 4 or 5 other men up here that we are wrong. That we should.
No, I'm not doing that.
Let that sink in for a minute. Fellas, am I wrong? Is he not trying to convince us that we're wrong?
Right, because if you're talking against what we saying, you on the opposite. You got to be on the opposite end. It won't be no discussion.
Allow me to say what I'm saying, and then you'll understand.
Our
doctors,
you got the floor.
Our doctors, our doctors and state legislators, they discuss these ideas, these understandings that
you're leaning on other people's understanding. We're talking about your understanding.
See what I mean? Right there.
Let him talk.
Right there.
We're talking about.
See right there,
Mr. DJ Music.
See, that's the problem right there.
Hold on, Mr. DJ Music. Respectfully,
that's the problem.
We're talking about his understanding and perspective, not on
This
doctors.
is the
not on-
problem.
excuse me.
I'm giving that as an
Excuse me.
example.
No,
No, I'm not
you
excusing
said it
you
right. Excuse.
because
So-
you cut me off.
because
Why
you
would I
keep
excuse
on-
you? You cut me off.
You keep on telling us
No,
everyone
you
else's
wait till I
understanding
finish
perspective,
and then you intimate.
but your
Okay,
argument has no
you intimate
substance.
when I'm done. Then you can understand me fully. How you going to
But you're
respond to
giving us
something that you
everyone
partially getting
else's
information on?
perspective except for
No.
yours.
You said they said something about they're talking about it is making it that they want to do that. No,
Because
you have
everyone's
doctors-
coming from their perspective except you.
there's doctors, lawyers,
Oh my God.
and people that's more educated than any of us on this panel
Incorrect.
discussing this issue, right? That's this phenomenon that's happening in society as a whole, and they putting a statutory number on it. They've added a law to it because it's happening.
And again,
But they're
now
not,
that you
that's
said
not
that-
saying
wait,
that's
now
not
that you
saying
said that-
wait a minute, let me
now-
finish.
wait,
That's,
now that you- wait,
they're
wait,
not
now that you-
saying
now that
so
you said
are
that-
those people advocating
I'm
for
now
underage
that you
sex?
said that, now
Are
that you
they?
said that, no, wait.
Mr. DJ Music, can I break in on that one that he
They
just
are.
said about legislation?
All right, let me mute everybody just for a second. Everybody,
Yeah, I got
please mute
something on
just for
that
a second.
too.
Y'all not
Right.
letting me finish.
Okay, so let me just say this. It's obvious that sometimes, no matter what you tell someone, they don't believe what they see. Now, several times during this stream today, I have told you the law, or anyone that thinks like you. I told you what the law is. You simply refuse to acknowledge that. Even in the defense of what you're trying to get us to, you cannot circumvent the law for what it is. The child at 16 cannot give you consent. There's no borders around that. There's nothing about that. You're trying to tell me that folks have not been convicted of that. The jails are full of folks that have that same argument that you have. They are full
That is
of
not my argument. That is not my argument.
Does DJ Music have to choke a bitch?
Yes, you do. And I can tell you why. Because again, like I said before, and before he just fired off that whole entire soliloquy of word salad, he's given us everyone else's perspective and justifications except his own. And this is what happened on Taz.
That's him hiding behind that stuff. He's hiding behind that.
Absolutely.
So when they talk about it
let
and
me
make
ask
a
you-
law
let me-
about
let me
it,
ask you- let me
they
ask you a
advocating
question.
for it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you
Yes,
always
they
drive?
did.
Do you always drive the speed limit?
The state
Do
legislators
you always
advocating
drive?
for it.
Do you always drive the
Wait a
speed
minute.
limit?
Are you saying
always
that-
do you always drive the speed limit?
So you saying that
Do you
the
always drive the
biologists
speed limit?
and the lawyers
that
that's talking about this
conversation
issue,
with
Oh my God.
they advocating for it?
Sir.
Like this, like,
If he's going to answer the question, does he always
Anybody
drive the
that
speed
speak
limit?
about this issue,
Okay.
they
won't
advocate. So you
answer
guys
the
are advocating because y'all talking about it now.
Okay, listen. Let me get a hold of this here. Taz, go ahead. Say what you got to say, sir.
Yeah, because I see him ducking sale to try to ask a question. I just want to answer that question. Yes, I literally just did a video about Republicans promoting child marriage with Democratic support. So when you say our legislators, yes, they're supporting it. They're trying to get it on the books that it's okay to do this shit.
Are they pedophiles?
Stop.
Yes, the majority of them are.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no, stop. Can I please get in? He's trying to change the conversation.
You got it.
He's trying to change the conversation. He now wants to lead it into politics. We're talking about him. No, listen to what he just did. He posed a question. Taz answered it, and because a specific point within politics agrees with his narrative, he wants to use that narrative to justify his rhetoric. That is not his. That is not his perspective. That is not his position. What is his perspective and his position on this subject? And again, y'all keep. And unless you're going to give us your perspective,
Right,
and
I'm gonna
your
give my
answer,
perspective.
go ahead, give
I
us
am.
your perspective.
Thank you. All I'm saying is, early on, this conversation had turned into people that speak about this thing are pedophiles. They're advocating for it. They're thinking about it, right? So they are. Now, what I said is, just because someone speak about it doesn't make them a pedophile or want to be pedophilia. That's all I'm saying.
If you are creating laws where you're allowing grown men to be with 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girls, that is pedophilic. So whether the law is on the books for you to continue to do that, those actions, is still pedophilic.
Well,
You're still a pedophile.
say-
You're still
Hold on,
you're
wait,
still
wait.
trying to be with
I feel
children.
that way too.
Hold on,
I
wait,
feel
wait,
that
wait,
way
wait,
too. Let me
wait. That's
return.
wait, stop. That's a
Let me
trap.
return
that
to
he-
what
no,
she
stop,
said.
stop. That's a trap he just set you in, ma'am.
How?
That's a trap because again, none of that gave his perspective. The response that you gave was the exact response that was needed and that was correct for the position that he set forth. But that's not his position because he still has not answered from his perspective what is his worldview on this subject. And again,
I said that.
no,
on
you
Taz
did not.
show.
Okay, cool. Let me ask.
Go back and listen to Taz show.
Excuse me.
I
Let me
said
ask this.
that.
Did Mr. DJ Music, when I just asked him his perspective, worldview, and position on this subject, did he give an answer from his perspective, or did he give an answer from everyone else's? Thank you. So again,
I did earlier.
I'm gonna ask Taz.
When
Taz,
DJ asked me,
Taz, excuse me.
You
DJ
never,
asked
but
me
you
and I
never
gave my
answered. You never
perspective.
answered
never
him
answered
because you
my
went into it.
question. No, you did
You went
not.
around the bush with him about the
Okay, let me
Romeo
give it
and
again.
Juliet law. That's what you
No,
did.
let me-
You didn't.
let me
You
give
did
it
not
again.
answer.
Let me give it again.
Go ahead and answer it.
I
Without
paid my
fluff.
debt since I paid my debt to society
Mhm.
for abusing people that abuse other people.
Okay.
All right.
So
In
you
the
have a
story,
history in this.
My motto.
Oh, okay, cool. So now, thank you. That gives us your perspective and your work. You have a history.
Are you
have
not
done
listening?
it. No. Understand what I'm
I
saying?
said that
You have
I
a history.
abuse people who abuse people.
Got you.
Okay.
So again,
That makes no sense.
When I found out,
That-
wait a minute, wait. When I found out that my 12-year-old nephew was taken advantage of in the community,
that's still
I'ma
not
leave it
answering
at
the
that.
question. That's
I'ma
still
leave
not
it at
answering the
that.
question. That's still not
Because
answering the question.
I
That's
don't
still not
deal with
answering the
that.
question. That's still not answering the question. What's your perspective on
My
this
perspective
particular
is-
subject about
my
about
perspective is-
grown men and women taking advantage of minors?
I don't like that. What I mean, why you gotta ask that?
Okay, so when the perspective was imposed about a 24-year-old and a 16-year-old, why did
I
not
said it
that-
was okay
excuse me.
because of the baby.
And again, right there, you keep flip-flopping. You can't
The
say it's
baby.
okay.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do with the baby?
You can't say that it's okay in one
You gonna
scenario
put the mother
and it's
and the
not
father
okay
in
in
jail
another.
because they had sex and had a baby? What we gonna do with the baby?
Do you see it? I want you to listen to the rhetoric that you're
What
spewing.
you gonna do with the baby, man?
What are you going to do with the 24-year-old?
What are you gonna do?
What do you
gonna
know?
put him in jail?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Wait a minute,
No,
hold on.
I'm wait. I'm asking you. I'm asking.
Allow me to
Let me ask
answer.
him a quick question.
I'm
Just say it
asking.
right
I'm
quick.
asking. I'm asking you directly.
Because I
It's
see
a-
where he's trying to go with the question. Let me ask you. So, Prax. So let's just say a 40-year-old man.
You put
grape
hold
your
on, Jay.
daughter. Is this where
If
he's
you-
trying to go with it? Hold on, Pratt. So a 40-year-old man.
How you gonna
grape your.
explain for me? Let me
No,
explain
no.
my
Hold
point.
on. Let me ask you this question to see where your mind is. I'm just trying to pick where your head at. So
What?
if a 40-year-old man, let's just say, grape your daughter and get her pregnant, right? Your 13-year-old daughter. Are you gonna say that's okay because what they gonna do with the baby?
He ain't even gotta. He don't have to grape her.
No, I'm just saying. Just stick to what I asked you. Would that
Okay,
be okay
hold on,
because
stop
he
right-
still
hey,
had to
Prince.
be the daddy to the kid?
The mere hey, Prince, thank you for that. That was actually a good question. So the mere fact that you're saying that he don't have to grape her, you're still not understanding the fact that the 16-year-old, regardless of whether she's pregnant or not, cannot give consent to the 24-year-old man or the 40-year-old man. Which part of this are you not grasping, sir?
Yeah, he basically saying if you grape women, if they get pregnant, do not lock up the men. It's
That's
okay.
exactly
That's what you're saying.
That's exactly
It
what he's
ain't
saying.
basically. That's not basically. That's exactly what he's saying. Don't do nothing to the 24, 25, 26, however old man is, because he graped this child and had a baby with her.
And now they should
That's
raise the baby happy ever after, no matter the
That's
age
exactly-
or whatever.
To follow along.
It didn't take a rocket science to figure that one out, did it?
Absolutely not.
Now
And
you,
as long this is why I said when you get their perspective and their worldview, this is where the conversation ends for them. Because that's why, and Taz, respectfully, I appreciate everything that you said and asked him yesterday on your stream, but he played in your face from beginning to end. Because even on your stream, you had to keep asking him over and over and over and over and over again. Even the people who came up on your panel had to keep asking him over and over and over again. He would not give his perspective. He would not give his worldview, because the moment that he did, he would understand that he would need to be removed from earth. Period.
Can I ask some of the men on here that have
Hold on
daughters a question?
Right, Pure, just give me just 1 second. Let me address this in the chat room. Now, one thing I don't allow is disrespect. Now, I'm going to ask you one time, Adam, who are you referring to as the weirdos? Because see, not only do I read, I comprehend quite well. So when you use the word y'all, that means you're speaking to more than one of us. So which one of the folks on this panel are you referring to as y'all? And you better answer by the time I get over to my other side over here. So I'm going to give you a chance to answer that before I lay something on you. Who are you referring to as y'all by calling someone weirdos? Because one thing I'm not going to do is allow you to come in here and disrespect me or anyone up here. So who are you referring to as y'all? Who? Let me go back and see.
To be a fact, like if I heard the reason what made me came on BEANZ channel, on BEANZ channel because he was selling.
Hold on, Jay Prince. Hold on, Jay Prince. Okay, so I had to make a clarified for what you were talking about. See, that's where sometimes before you make a hasty decision, you ask the person what he meant. So he just clarified it for me. Appreciate that, Adam. You're welcome to stay here. I don't have to go and get your ass up out of here too. Go ahead, Jay Prince.
So what made me came on BEANZ platform is because BEANZ was excited that when Lucky came out and said, Lucky stated that he was 30, it was the 16 being 16 is the legal consent in 33 states to a father, or to you don't got to be a father. That would be more terrifying. Nick, that ain't shit to celebrate.
But
he was excited about that. Because it absolved him from looking like a creep. Because legally, in 33 states, he would not be a creep, right? And so, and this is what I'm saying. This is how you know where their mind stayed at, because when just off their energy of Lord, they said in California they're trying to lower it to 14, and nobody none of them men got a problem with that shit. They not scared.
Jay Prince, do you understand that this is why they said the whole passport bros thing is a problem, because they're flying and going to other countries where the age of consent is lower?
No, that ain't true.
Wow.
It is
this
true.
Deliberate? Are you guys deliberately doing this?
No,
hold on,
bro. That make a lot of good
everybody
sense.
mute up for a second, please. Mute up for a second. Again, I don't ask for donations, so when I get them sent to me, I gotta acknowledge the fella that sent it to me. Appreciate it, root up for the Cash App. Much appreciated. I will donate some of the proceeds to what do you call it? Autism Speaks. That's what I do with a lot of the donations, or make sure that I get some equipment that give you folks better information. So big shout out to you for that, my man. Appreciate it. Now back to what you folks were saying. Who was speaking just now? Go right ahead, Pure.
Is this deliberate?
The question I wanted to ask, and not even to this guy Pax, because I don't think his mind is where it needs to be, but I'd like to ask the men on here who have daughters, if their daughters, let's just say between the ages of, well, it doesn't even have to be between the ages of, let's just say under the age of 15 and 16 and 17, and they're raped by one of these guys that think this is okay because they think they can push the consent. Would you want your daughter to be able to get a safe abortion from a rape situation? Because he's talking about the baby this, the baby that, not thinking about what the woman's going through, the young girl is going through for having a baby out of rape and things like that, and incest and things like that.
Yes, I want that baby gone. I don't want her to live. Oh, my bad.
Let me answer that first. I don't know how affected I would be from a jail cell. So I can't answer that honestly.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would be smiling. I would be smiling in my
safe.
mug. I would be
Somebody got
smiling
to
in my
go.
mugshot. I would
Right.
be
Somebody.
smiling in my
Right.
mugshot pictures. That would be me.
but would you
Somebody
want
got
her to be able to get a safe abortion?
Yes.
Would you be
Yes.
smiling in the electric chair getting that needle?
Yes, I would.
So,
My
so
man.
this is
Very
my
good.
question. So this is my point, because he brought up legislation and things like that, and
No,
legislators
you
trying
wouldn't.
to lower the consent age, right? They also are the same type of legislators that are eliminating abortion, safe abortion for young women who have been raped, and women in general, and little girls. They're
That's
they're.
1%.
I'm not talking to you, Pax. I'm talking to these men.
One-
I already know where
I
your
hate to
mind's
cut
at.
you
There's
off.
no point.
Right. Let me cut you off right
Rapes
quick
is
right
1%.
there. Let me, sir, 1 second. Let me see this. This is from the Chatter King down in the chat room. There are 25 different channels talking about the same subject. I think you all get a list every day of what to talk about. Did I send y'all? Did y'all get a list from me?
No.
No.
Do I decide y'all? Do I decide y'all content?
Nope.
No.
No. So where's the list at?
I don't have content.
Chatter. Where's the list at? Maybe
It's
you should.
out.
You're talking
Maybe you should look.
crazy.
Right. Maybe you should look at it as this like-minded folks coming together. What should we be talking about?
Hey,
We shouldn't
DJ.
be talking. Yes.
DJ, 80% of the United States population are dumb. So relax, baby.
And you one of them.
No, you're one of them.
No, sir.
Saying the
you are
reason
one of
why
them.
that they passport bros is going over there because they want to date young girls. Liar.
That is not what I said. I said
evidence of that, bro.
So what are they
Right.
going there for? Because
Well,
I'm
hold on.
down with passport brothers.
Let me deal with the statement that he just made. First of all, I said, do you see why they say? I didn't say that that's what they're doing, but here's the problem. There's too much evidence of that's what they're doing. How many content creators have been arrested for getting engaged with minors? How many content creators specifically have went to these underdeveloped countries to mess with these young girls? Please
about the
don't
rest
try
of
to.
them?
Excuse me. Please
What about
don't
the
try
rest
to
of the
go.
passport
Excuse me.
bros?
Excuse me. Please don't try to go back and forth with me on this subject because I've been talking about it for years. I have never
My brother's
changed.
in
my-
Colombia right
excuse
now.
me,
They married to
excuse
their
me,
wives over there.
Excuse me. I have never changed my stance on it, and I'm not going to
bugging.
change. No, I'm not bugging because you know what? No, my position is I'm an extremist. Anyone, and I'm saying this with respect to DJ Music Channel. Anyone who is caught or tried to engage with a minor, I believe that they should be sent directly back to the Lord so they can get a checklist checked off. That's
I
me.
agree with you.
Because okay, so and that same thing goes for anyone with that rhetoric. This is why you have to be careful what you say, and this is what I say even on my channel. If me and you were within the same vicinity, and you said, I mean, well, at the end of the day, the legal age of consent is this. Oh, well, hold on, time out, brother. Let me ask you a question. So you saying that the government said that as long as she's 15, you can do it. I mean, that's what the government say. Body,
Me
and
personally,
I'm in a mug shot, and I'm smiling, and I don't care.
Very good. Me personally, I'm 54. I got gray. If you don't have any gray, I don't play. That's it. I deal
That
with
don't
older,
mean-
mature women. So
That don't mean nothing
I'm
to
out
me.
here and I'm getting energy from
If you're
freaking
with older,
28-year-olds.
mature women, why are you jumping on panels where they're talking about being with little girls?
Because I like conversation and
Hold on, wait,
debates.
time out. That's not what you said. That's not what you said the other day.
I like
think it was-
conversation
hold on,
and
wait, time out.
debates.
That's not what you said the other day. I believe it was on Taz's show when you said that you got younger women coming after you.
They are coming after me, but it's up to me to engage with them. I don't
Okay.
engage with them.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You're in
Yes,
a
sir.
state where the legal age of consent is 16. She comes after you. Let's say you 28.
What
She
the fuck
comes
that
up-
got to do with me?
Oh, I'm asking your worldview. See, every time I
I
ask
just
your
gave
worldview,
you my worldview.
no, I'm asking
I
your
said,
worldview on this. I'm asking
if
your
you don't-
worldview
if
on
you
this.
don't
I'm
have-
asking
if
your
you are a gray
worldview.
woman,
I'm
if
asking
you
your
have gray in your
worldview.
hair, that's what I
See?
want.
Hey, DJ Music,
Real
I want you
simple.
to pay attention. I'm asking him his
You know what they've
worldview
been
on
doing?
this, and he don't want
You
to
know what they
answer.
really doing on here?
Say something,
You
please.
know, you're just
Prism, can I just get this out
clickbaiting.
right quick?
That's the
One-
problem
one
with
sec-
this YouTube thing.
No, you know what the
Go
problem
ahead,
is?
Prism.
Everybody want to.
No. You know what the problem is?
The problem is we can all talk, but we all can't sing together. No,
Facts.
it's unusual for me to have so many all these different personalities on my channel, but I'm trying to let y'all be as respectful as you possibly can to each other and understand that this is a touchy subject for the majority of us. So please, again, be mindful. Stop talking over each other and understand this is a with male and female panel here. So please do not overtalk because again, I don't allow that. So go right ahead. Let's go with Prism first, and then we'll go to Pure Butterfly after that.
Because I know you guys do your research. Praxis on either Nightish channel, I believe it was Nightish channel.
Yes, ma'am.
He said that he liked younger women because they gave him sex more freely.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what he said.
So I don't know why he said,
Jesus
sir,
Christ.
you said you don't like older women. I heard you.
Yeah, we reviewed it yesterday. We literally played the clip where you said that. That's what you said.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't know what I'm talking about.
And that's what I was going to bring up. What these dudes are doing that we got to pay attention to in these conversations. They basically fishing. So what they doing is they throwing stuff out there to see what type of response they're going to get. If they get a real negative response, then they're going to try to will it back. You know what I'm saying? So what I see in this was the conversation last time we had with Portugal and them, buddy. They throw little shit out there and get the response without they basically trying to tell what they really truly believe. But based on they kind of like cautiously telling on themselves. But then the moment if we would have ignored it, we would have got more out of them.
May I make a closing statement?
So
right
now
quick?
they're gonna keep walking back. These people are real dangerous people.
Hey,
they
Jay,
dangerous people. My bad.
You're right,
Jay,
you're right. Go for Excel. Give me just a second.
No problem.
I would like to expound on what you just said, but go right ahead. So say what you got to say, bro.
Well, respect to Jay Prince, right quick. I know we don't agree on a lot, but really quick, let me cut in right quick. Do y'all remember Joseph?
Yeah.
I banned him off my platform because they're great.
All right,
what happened to him?
So what happened with Joseph was he was making the same type of statements that you were making, talking about age of consent, legalities, and everything else. When everything fell out the bottom about Joseph, and I started making the counterpoints against Joseph, and everybody told me I was wrong. And then finally we got the arrest record and the police report about what Joseph did. You know what Joseph's response was?
What?
This is why black men can't get ahead, because y'all just believe the women. Now I'm gonna ask you a question really quick, Praxis. Let me ask you a question. A young girl is 15 years old. She says that this 28-year-old man did this thing to me. Would you say, okay, I believe you, or would you say, well, what's your age of consent?
No.
What would you say?
I'm not gonna believe her because she says something.
And that's my point. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good day. I'm done. I can't deal.
Done.
This is I'm done.
Okay. Good thing we got a government.
Let me stop that right there.
I'm done.
Let me say that.
The government that's trying to make little kids legal.
Hold on. Just
exactly. That's what they're trying to do.
Yes, that says a whole lot. What you don't realize, Pax, is I told you, understand that I what word did I use before? Assume that everything that's come out of your mouth I've heard before. You didn't listen to me because you're more in defense mode. Why do these people think I'm like that? Let me tell you why we think that way, because of shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
What, we supposed to believe a woman when she say something?
See what I mean? All right.
Listen.
What about those boys that caught that body because that girl said something?
Shut the entire fuck up right now. Do you ever heard the expression, you better a live chicken than a dead duck? Have you ever heard that expression before? What the fuck do you think that means? I'd rather be wrong about a situation than to come out later on and find out that I'm right. I look at it like this. My child, unless she's acting out of character, would have no reason to tell me that some 28-year-old man walked up to her. That tells me you don't know your child, or you don't know.
He do it all the time.
Name one. Name one that's happened to you.
How many men are in jail for being falsely accused?
I don't give a fuck. Most
that
of them are there.
Duke team, that whole Duke team, that whole Duke team went to jail.
take it.
behind that girl lying.
This is the problem that
Stop,
I'm
yo.
having.
I'm out, man. Y'all just
Hey, Prism, can you email me? Prism, can you email me? I need to work
I
with
hate
you
the
on this.
fact that the men that did get lied on is inflated with the people that's actually do this type of stuff because they hide under that.
Right, I'm about to get to that. I'm about to get to that, Jay Prince. Hold on just a second. Let me find something. Wait a minute.
No, I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on. But tell this sumbitch to walk the fuck out right now. Are we done?
The whole time, I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. Y'all hold on just a second. To see that anything that we said up here would resonate with you, or that you would even take a minute to say, let me think about what these folks are saying. You're trying to tell us that every person up on this panel is wrong except you. You don't understand the vitriol that I feel for you right now. That if you was in front of me, I promise you, like I joke around with everybody, I got one more good one in me, sir. You would have gotten it today. You would have gotten it today.
I think we all would have ganged up, and I'm not even saying that to be funny.
I'm not
either. And then they throwing this bait out there. They throwing bait out there. And this last time we had this big with another group, and you paid attention, they all hang with each other on these platforms. Last time it was about jokes. Now we just joking and joking, even though it's truth in every joke, right? Then when you get to when you start letting them talk even more and more, this is some shit they really believe in, right? And so they throwing this bait out here, bro. YouTube, I want everybody that's listening to this. Social media do not do a background check.
Nope.
And also, if they never committed the actual crime, they won't have a crime. But that BEANZ didn't have a crime in sexual assault, but we all know now he committed a sexual felony assault.
No,
he just got away with it.
He got charged.
Okay, y'all, hold on just a second. I'm gonna have to step away. Let me speak to Shar. Are you there?
Shar, if you're there, I think you're on mute, sister. She may not be there
because she's the only one that has it control. So, folks, I'm gonna have to step away for about 2 minutes. So please try and be respectful. Please. We can have
I just want to
conversation.
say I'm very thankful that men like Taz and the ones that are on the panel right now have the moral compass to speak out against this stuff, because a lot of men are scared to do it. And even if they disagree with what this guy said, right, and that panel that he was on, I'm very happy that the world is not lost. Let me just put it in that perspective, that there are men that are willing to stand up to this kind of immorality. I mean, this is all this is immorality. It's crazy. It's disgusting.
Even the biggest bandits. When it comes to stuff like this, protecting our daughters, I think we do need an army around that. And the fact that when they keep trying to convince themselves, if you're not speaking like us, bro, you damn near with this shit. I think the only reason why they probably won't do it because they're afraid to go to prison. Who knows? They probably have got some experiences with these little girls and just never got caught. And when to go back to, they don't do no background checks. And so the people that come on here, we still know as pedophiles out here. They guess what? They got a social media account. They got a YouTube account. We done reached thousands out of all these platforms. You reaching thousands of people. So yes, they own these same spaces with us. Just because they didn't come out and say, the thing is, they not gonna come out and say, hey y'all, I'm finna I love effing little girls. They ain't that damn stupid.
I need you to understand.
But what real quick, Will, let me land with this.
Go ahead.
But when it comes to conversations like this is when they gonna start hanging around the people that are damn near share the same alike belief system, and then they gonna start defending this shit.
Yeah.
And they gonna throw a little bait out there to see how far they can get. If it don't go, too much, they'll throw a little bit more. Now I can appreciate the Pratts. This is why I appreciate people like Pratts and the other dudes and stuff like that, because they openly telling on themselves. Them the ones, but the ones that's not telling themselves is dangerous because you don't know.
So let me say this right quick. Um, I want y'all to understand that this is just the surface of the internet, and a lot that has been exposed about people, from Taz, myself, and everyone else. Y'all only witnessing less than 1% of who's actually out here.
Mm-hmm.
I could take y'all to deeper dredges of the internet and what's really out here, but I would shock y'all minds. It would destroy you. A lot of people don't
Mm-hmm.
have the stomach for it because this is what they're just talking about. Wait until you see what they're producing, what they call content. This is why it irritated me yesterday when another panelist told me that, oh, it's all just content. No, it's not all just content. When you end up in a room where someone is paying Bitcoin to have actions committed on younger people, this is why I say I understand what you're saying, Jay Prince, about defense for little girls, but also defense for little boys too. Because
Yes.
the truth of the matter is that this does not stop just based on your gender. And the thing is, they understand just how exclusive it is. This is why they pay so much money. This is why I got into an argument even with Sharon, where he said, you want to talk about you don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. You always want to bring attention to the elephants outside the building. My thing is this: there's more elephants outside the building than the one that's in the building. The biggest problem is y'all are just available to the information that you're available to only because that's what you have access to. There's ways
Mm-hmm.
to find, more out about this, but do you have the stomach for it? Because if you don't, please don't try to broach this subject unless you're really ready to be an extremist. And you have to sit down and please I'm using quotations on this. You have to review content so you can
I don't
find
want to
people.
sit and destroy my head like that.
Well,
You know,
here's the
some
thing,
stuff is better left
JP.
unknown.
No, JP. Unfortunately, because of my background and because of my security clearance, I had to be a part of this. And I
Yeah.
had to watch this and I had to find these people and I had to have restraint not to tell the US government, oh, yeah, this is where this person is. This is where they're located. Here's the longitude and the latitude. And this is what time they'll be there. Instead of going over there myself and doing it, because I don't want to end up in jail for breaking the law. Because guess what? Unfortunately, even as criminals, they have rights. But the
Yeah.
sad part is that when you think about how people are going to great lengths to take advantage of minors and children, please tell me that these conversations on the internet is that important. To hell with these conversations on the internet. Let me take you to a place where you got to click on a link and you got to use a backdoor key and you got to submit a Bitcoin. So then you can watch people sit here as a person is tied up in handcuffs and bound by chains with a blindfold on, and they are paying for actions to be done to this person.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't ready to deal with something like that. To hell with black and proud. My thing is this, and the multitude of people that this happens to across the diverse spectrum of cultures. This ain't just black culture. This ain't just white culture. This is everywhere. Y'all not ready to witness something like that. Y'all not ready to see something like that. And then come out here and say, I am a sane person. You're not ready to deal with things like that. This is why I say I hate everyone equally on an individual basis, because I listen to the things that y'all say and that let me know when you're a hypocrite. This man sat up here and said, that has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you, because it's a dude like him who I would find on one of those videos, and I would have to say, "Yes, officer, he's over here. Go get him." And I would have to have unrequittable evidence to put him in that room, for them to put him in a cell, and then we got to pay taxes on it. What are you talking about? Take him off the earth. I'm saying I'm being respectful of DJ's platform. But my thing is this: don't play with me about this. I've always went to extremes when it comes to kids, because at the end of the day, I know that the majority of the conversations and the so-called talking points that people bring up, they're just hiding behind them. Black and proud in the chat, I ain't playing in nobody's face. Black and proud, if you want me to take you on that journey, trust and believe me, I will take you down through there. I can show you where I took down the trafficking ring in Detroit. I can show you where I took down the trafficking ring in London. I can show you where I took down the trafficking ring in Mississippi. I keep everything. I don't play when it comes to this.
Let me just say this, folks. Listen. If one thing for sure, if everyone in here today We're all, whether we have a disagreement on a political spectrum or whatever, we're all in agreements here today. Or y'all wouldn't be here with me. I can tell you that right now. That what we heard coming out of blacks, whatever the name, plaques, and then beans, we all know that it's wrong. We all have different. I see Black and Proud, and I see you and Sel have a difference of agreement. But one thing that you both of you men have to agree to, that you're both agree that this is wrong.
Absolutely. But you know what the thing is? This is my problem, right? And I know a lot of people got a problem with me and the rhetoric that I have when it comes to the Black community. But when I'm talking about these things specifically in the Black community, don't tell me that I'm lying, because I don't want to have to prove it. And if I do prove it, everyone's going to be uncomfortable.
But what are they talking? But who's the voices that are talking about the most right now? Let's talk about that. I'm on agreement with that. Period. I said it to Mr. DJ Music. Look who's the ones pushing it on the internet right now.
Who's
talking about it?
Thank you.
And we're reacting to it. We're reacting to what they said.
Are we all alike? Are we all that guy? The first thing he said to me, "This is the problem with our community." Are we really a community?
No, we're not.
Are we a culture?
Preach.
So I'm gonna leave that part alone. I'm gonna let y'all have that as far as politics and all that other stuff go. But when it comes to children, I can come to an agreement with anybody who has the same mindset that children, boys and girls, need to be protected.
Yeah.
That's
That dude
the
up
point
here,
that I was trying to make.
I said he's a pedophile. I profiled him, and I'm going to keep profiling everybody else in this space that has these conversations. And I'm going to bring it into it, because we shouldn't even be allowing them a voice.
Nope.
If it had been, I know Mr. DJ Music, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to get the understanding out of him, but I would have assassinated him off this panel probably about an hour ago.
He bounced around on everything everybody asked him. He was not answering.
I just left my house, right?
One of them.
I got a red light.
Like
y'all can hear me.
When y'all say that, I don't think y'all understand the content side of it. So here's the problem, right? 6 months from now, people will act like this shit didn't even happen.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Say that again, please.
While one may not understand platforming these dudes and letting them get that shit out and saying what they saying, I'm saying we won't even get like, I don't want to hear that goofy ass nigga. But at the end of the day, I want that shit on the motherfucking record, because I'm tired of people telling me niggas ain't saying this shit when I got years and years of niggas saying it. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the pushback on when people saying, you know, but don't even give them a voice, don't even platform. But it's like, but then it's like they didn't say the shit. So you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes as content creators, our hands are tied. You know what I mean? And just, you know, if anything, just try to understand that part of it, is that, again, we ain't gonna get it all right, but understand what we trying to do. And if you have an issue with it, at least understand the foundation of what we doing is to get these motherfuckers out here somehow. We're not the cops. And they're like Sel just said, you know what's gonna happen to one of us if we do something to these motherfuckers. So raising the awareness to me is all we can do from this platform. That's the most we can do.
I can understand that. I can respect that.
Right, and I can't disagree with that either. As much as I hate platforming a guy like that, but it's like the old songs, is when you see him, point him out, and he can't go back, because y'all hear several times he will say, "Well, show me where I said that." And
I would suggest that we should platform them, because they need to expose themselves. Because if you don't platform them, that's going to be scary, because they still out there. So you need to put them on the spotlight. And I just left the house. A real life situation based on what Will just said, right? Now, it's a grown ass man in Kendra's inbox. Now, I told him my daughter's 12 years old. Now, he still be talking to Kendra. Now, I told Kendra not to talk to him, but she telling me so. Instead of me, I had to really calm myself down instead of me getting real mad. So she won't, you know, hide shit from me. She was still trying to talk to this dude, right? And so I took her phone away. I did not know this man pretended to be a kid on Roblox. The same man.
Yes. Where you think this start from? Listen, do you understand Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, all of those games. My children don't play none of those games. This is why I pay attention not only to just politics, but I pay attention to what's going on in the news. You do understand that even Facebook was on the hook about this because they were specifically pushing product to sell to children. But the problem was this same product was being sold to the PDF files, and they did not put a stop block on it.
Can I ask you guys a question? Because I'm not into that stuff. I'm almost 60. If children are on Roblox and things like that, are these pedophiles able to open their cameras and watch them?
Yes.
Okay, I that's what I want people to understand what's going on with that stuff.
Let me tell you,
and he could get your kids to tell their address and everything because he personated as a little kid like them, and he built trust with them.
No, not DJ, Jay Prince. Let me tell you how dangerous this is. You say he in her inbox?
Yeah, at first he started off in her IG.
You know how fast?
I said, man, this is my motherfucking kid. She 12 years old.
You know how fast somebody can get your IP address? And see, I'm being very careful how I say things because y'all don't know how many times I done argue with Raw. I be wanting to talk about this shit on my. She be like, you can't talk about that. It's gonna get your channel terminated. But here's the problem, though. Let me tell you how dangerous it can get. There is the most famous video known to me about this particular situation. Have y'all ever seen a video with the little girl in her bedroom and there's a camera? You know, like what you call it, like the kitty cams, like where you like monitoring your baby and stuff like that. The baby cam.
Yeah.
A guy hacked into it and was talking through it. That video is still up on the internet, and no one has ever caught this guy. You want to know how dangerous it really is? A lot of y'all have cameras on your laptops or attached to your computers. Someone can get in through you can literally go to certain sections of the internet where they have whole entire collages where you can click in and view someone's camera.
Can I ask you, because you seem to know a lot more about this kind of stuff than I do. What can parents do of young girls, young boys, little kids that are using the internet? What are the safety mechanisms you would suggest them do or implement with their children's devices?
You want the cold hard truth? The cold hard truth is don't give them a device.
That's right.
That's the cold hard truth. And the extremist truth of it is get off the internet, because you don't understand how much access you give to people. When you created your Gmail or your Yahoo or your AOL or any other the digital inbox that you have, did you read the fine print? You can get CJ Brooks said you can get a VPN. Yes, you can get a VPN, but there's programs such as Tails, such as Foxhound. It's all these different programs that you can use and get these back doors to into these. You have to understand everything has a source code. And as long as I have access to something that can even get me a piece of what I need, I can get into what it is that I need to know about you. I seen someone log into someone's account and like publicly embarrass them. Being careful what I'm saying here. Y'all just got to read between the lines, please. But publicly embarrass them by releasing everything that they had within their Google Photos. This is how dangerous this internet. People just take this internet for granted. This internet is dangerous.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
It's a tool, but it's dangerous at every level. Your inboxes, your text message, everything that you have ever done since the moment you stepped on the internet has been recorded, and it's never deleted. When a video gets taken down off of YouTube, it can say it's terminated, but there's an archive somewhere on the internet that has it. How do I know? Because I've been looking up archives on people who've been talking shit about me and mine, and I was like, oh damn, they got this video deleted. Let me go look over here in this section of the internet, and there's the video. Oh damn, how did you even find that video? So easy. Because you don't know where to look where I look. And then when you go up under the surface of the internet, it gets ugly because there's this thing called anonymity. But guess who runs the underside of the internet? The government. And guess who has the largest cachet of cheese pizza? I'm using a code word there. Cheese pizza. The government. And you think these people don't know what they're doing? They're watching you.
And Mr. D,
so many of these.
can I jump in on what he said?
Now. You're losing me.
Certainly, go ahead.
Losing me.
Go right ahead.
Support Trump.
In 2024, 2025, I think we found, over 300 videos that look like they stem from India, where they came in as Pepper the Pig or
Yep.
Dora the Explorer or all of these cartoons. And when the children would click on them, it would be them teaching them how to do fellatio, cunnilingus, whatever you want to call it, cunnilingus, whatever, and all these different things. They were using cartoons to simulate sex with little children within those cartoons, and nobody would ever know, because if you click on it, it would look like it's a Pepper the Pig video for children. Y'all, I mean,
Have you ever heard of the Blue Whale Challenge?
I've heard a little bit about it.
The Blue Whale Challenge was really a great integration. And Taz, I heard what you said. I know I support Trump, but the crazy thing is that all of this was being brought to the surface because of PRISM, which was introduced, as Big Brother by Obama. But even before that, you got to remember, this section of the internet that I'm talking about was brought forth by the Navy. It was a telecommunications platform. But they had to tell the government about
an individual. I'm just saying in terms of the overall topic, he can't
Oh,
get
yeah, I
taken
know.
out of it. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
That motherfucker, he just like these niggas we talking about. Say any motherfucker thing.
He just in a higher position. He just in a higher position. That's all.
And the crazy thing is just like what irritates me, and this I don't mind the position that people hold. Oh, you a Trump supporter? It's just like, yeah, I don't support that nigga on everything that he do, because I don't. It's a lot of things I don't support him, but on this specific topic, the way I look at, I don't look at just because you're a president or just because you're a bum on the street. I look at everyone equally on an individual basis. Everybody's suspect to me. Even if you prove that you're not, you still suspect. Why? Because I have little girls. I have little boys. I have a wife. I have family. I have sisters. I have friends. And I have people in my life who said, oh, I would never do that. And then I go do my work and come to find out they did it multiple times before. And then they got to deal with me.
Right. So
but then they be like,
Taz
Taz ain't right because he be exposing people. He should be exposing people. What are you talking
and
about?
that's the thing, and that's the crust of what got to this. And I hear some people saying, "Well, Taz shouldn't have said nothing." And Taz, I heard you say this. So when should we say something? When it happens?
When it's too late.
That's the time to talk about it.
For a lot of people.
And then we not only we talk about him, we talk about his jail cell, but we can't mention his victims, not knowing does it sit in the back of our mind sometime. If we would expose this nigga 6 months ago, he wouldn't have had another victim.
You know what their perfect defense is? And unfortunately, this defense, because everybody always want to talk about legalities, the defense is that his words does not make him a PDF file. Okay, cool. Let's ride with this. Morally, how do you feel about it? I mean, that's not me. That's always their perfect defense.
It's to me, it's always that when you can't use the legal end of it anymore. You have to go when you can't use the morality clause anymore. You have to go to the legal. And from what I'm seeing from all these different channels that will come back, all these different guys that'll come up and either defend them through the chat room or up on the panels, they all seem to have one thing in common. They use the law to defend them, but the law is not defending you. That's your misinterpretation of the law. The law is not saying it's okay for you as a 24-year-old man or woman, to engage with unlawful carnal knowledge with a minor. It does not give you that. It doesn't give you carte blanche to do that.
Here's the problem. I say this and I gotta go. Here's the problem. I agree with him that in certain states, the legal. Okay, cool. Guess what? In certain states, even a family member can have relations with another family member. But you know what the problem is? And this is what I always say. If you don't like the law, change it. But the real crazy part is, if you don't like the government, get rid of it. And not enough people are they're not willing to do that. They're not willing to stand up to the powers that be because they don't want to let go of the things that's offered to them as a pacifier. This is why I hate government, because I used to be a part of them.
Yeah. Well, we could agree to disagree on that one. I think both of us know our stance on what we think about the government. You have a different take on it than I do. So, that'll be another time for us to sit back and talk about that. But I think right here today, we're all in agreement that no matter where you look in the United States, whether it's at the top of the government or at the bottom of the trenches down here, we still have to deal with the fact that some of these men and some of these women think it's okay to deal with what we call a teenager. The mere fact that we have to have these conversations should say enough to them. Again, in a lot of cases, we might not have been proactive because why? Folks will come after you. Folks will say that you just pocket watching or you what do you call it? Clout chasing. Well, guess what? I don't mind clout chasing today because how many of y'all would have been here honestly if I would have just been doing my regular content?
I listen all the time when you do your regular content, but I have to say that I'm not gonna say I'm emotionally attached, but I am infuriatingly attached to these type of conversations because I know that we only having them on the surface, and I'm an extremist when it comes to this. I can't. I don't sit comfortable. Like even when Taz is doing stuff like this, I rarely drop down in this chat. I really drop down in your chat. But when y'all talking about stuff, it'd be so much I be wanting to say, but I can't because I would get y'all platforms terminated by accident just by telling the truth.
And it surprises you every day. The men, I even just interject, but a lot of these men that's coming out just finding stuff, it surprises you every day.
Hey,
like, bro, you never would think.
Explain, J. Prince.
Background.
Like some of the men that coming out saying this type of stuff, like, the guy that I don't want to keep bringing up his name, but
there you are, Pure. I'm sorry.
The foreigners that I used to work with, that was a big shocking to me. And then now with these dudes, even when it comes to BEANZ, it's shocking. And when it comes to a lot of these men, it's surprising. So you can't put it past nobody. And now I first like to defend when they say all men is creepy. It's best as a woman, you got to look at it from their point of view. As a woman, it's best to consider all men as guilty until proven innocent, instead of looking at all men as innocent, because when you look at all men like they innocent, now you setting yourself up to get hurt. So now it's like making all of us look like this. And now we got to fight our way out the water to prove that we ain't like that. Because you don't know somebody like that until they something happen or they say something. And on the internet, the only thing you go off is what they say.
You're right, and absolutely, because they like to quote a great figure. So Muhammad Ali said it once: "If there's 100 snakes in the room, which one I let in the door that don't mean me no harm? Which one of the snakes? They all look alike. So which one do I let in to say he's the good guy? You got to treat them all the same, right? So
I try to pay attention to how they react to this type of conversations, who they so willingly to understand that done came out and openly admitted certain stuff. I was shocked. It was a lot of people still was supporting the men that came out talking about they want to fuck 12-year-old kids.
Yes, I had that. Yes, that is a problem. See, so many times we'll allow that to slip, talking about, well, it was some people won't even say a fraudulent slip. That wasn't no slip. You heard that man say they be having conversations about this all the time. No slip.
That's conditioning. That's because society has been for hundreds of years saying that's okay to do that.
I think social media is desensitizing these type of acts.
You see
What happened?
I hear you. Hello?
Took away the magnet. You hear me?
I hear you, JP.
Yeah, I think this YouTube stuff that took away the magnitude of the actual actions, and it been a lot of this stuff. Even when it comes to deletions and stuff, we don't react to deletions like how we used to, because we done got so numb and used to it because we see it all regular. So when they be having these conversations yield around this topic, and I got so desensitized, and you got a lot of men, you got a lot of people in agreement, they play slightly in agreement with it. So it takes away the magnitude and the importance of the actual act and the actual crime. So which that put a lot of these kids in jeopardy. What happened? Y'all see there?
I'm here. I'm listening.
Here, I'm listening.
So that's why I don't care what I come up here, I talk my shit about black women and stuff like that. But when it's conversations like this, and this is another thing Taz told me a long time ago. He said, bro, even though we know you coming from a different perspective, but a lot of these actual creeps has your same talking point, and they hide under you. At first, I didn't understand it, what he was saying. Like when I bring up a situation, and I'm not coming from the angle that they coming from, even though we sharing almost the same point of view on things.
You get on my fucking nerves, like for real. You get on my motherfucking nerves. I'm glad to hear you say that, though. I mean, I'm just glad to hear you say that, because like you said I was hating. You said I was hating. Like you didn't understand that I never wanted to stop your growth or stop people from supporting you, but like some of that shit was real. Like I'm just glad to hear you say that, because like you felt like I was hating on you at a point, and it was never that. Like I really do feel like you were surrounded by a lot of snake ass people, like snake ass people who don't care if you have a channel today. But
yeah, man.
I'm saying I let a lot of it go. I don't have no animosity towards you. I just wish some shit you wouldn't say. You know, I know you're smarter than that. And you know, for me, this is my main conversation. So I'm not going against nobody who stands on the side of righteousness in this conversation. Nah, I can't even do it. So I appreciate you lending your voice.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's a lot of stuff I should have listened to and really paying, because I didn't really believe it. When I come up here, I don't be thinking, like for example, when I talk to men, I don't be thinking men gay, right? But it's a lot of niggas that's gay. Same when it comes to pedophile, I'll be giving people face value, like kind of too trustworthy. I don't be having that on my mind on a regular. But until something like this come out, like when Prag first said what he said on Bean Channel, bro, my reaction, I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these people you get cool with, they don't tell you that this is what they've been believing in or practicing. I don't know, man. I just got to not just watch what the type of conversation, because I don't want these people to use my voice to get them an excuse. Or they be like, even JP saying this, no, nigga, I'm not with the shit that y'all talking about. Or especially when it comes to kids.
No, I'm saying like we grown and whatnot, and like I understand that part of it, but I just think when we're dealing with people who have such a weird mindset, we just should watch our language. Like it's just some of these people, they don't have the thought process that you would think an adult would have, and so you know when we talking about adults, they're thinking children. Like that shit is wild.
Yeah.
So like I said, sometimes it might be better to watch our language.
Yeah. And especially by me having daughters and stuff like this is kind of scary, you know, for my girls, my nieces, or anybody girls. It seems like men don't want to protect little girls no more. It's like they fighting against it. The gender war is trickling down to the point where they even losing protection from little kids, little girls, because they on the opposite end, or they feel like little boys didn't get fair treatment, so they don't care about the fair treatment of little girls. And I'm totally against that.
You don't think this is by design though?
I do think that I don't know. What you mean?
I think it's by design. I think that the pumping up of the manosphere and these talking points that have been like infiltrated these different talking points, and the way that they are very advocating for these defile ways of thinking and stuff. You don't think that there was somebody that was pushing that onto the manosphere, just like in music and things like that? You don't think it's by design?
Yes, because it's actually breaking up. It's breaking up the women and the men and the children from them. Why you don't think it's a propaganda test?
Because I reviewed a lot of them 80s and 90s talk shows, and if you listen to what they're talking about, this shit is a cycle, fam. It's an unbroken cycle. Nobody needs to inject this stupid shit into our community because it's never left. It's been there.
Well, it was a government impacted that
all the way
then.
down. I disagree. The government ain't in our homes. The government in the streets with us. The government ain't part of our everyday life.
No, what I'm saying is, I think social media is just more enhanced. I think that it was a propaganda even back then. So a lot of times when these white people was listening to you, they know they created these issues and this divide amongst ourselves. And so they basically, when they listen to us, they don't listen to us out of empathy and try to work out the problem. They listen to us as a study on how they implemented a system to divide the people. And so they want to create more methods to keep us to maintain that division.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I understand that thought process, right? Because I don't even think it's like far-fetched or no crazy stupid shit. I'm not saying that. I'm only pushing back because I want you to think about how many different ideologies operate in our community. You know what I'm saying? From Israelites to Christians to, atheists, you know what I'm saying, and on down in different categories of that conversation. Because of that, I don't think it'll ever be a time where we don't see outright disagreements that some of us gonna look at and say, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? I don't think nobody needs to put that into our community because so many people following so much different shit. They got it's so many different agendas that people are pushing that you don't need a COINTELPRO anymore. Like you got people who financially benefit from just coming on here shitting on black people. Nobody needs to tell them to do that. I can sit back and see that there's a financial benefit. I have the integrity not to tap into it, but everybody doesn't. Some of these people, I'm saying most of these people, the vast majority are making the decision to tap into that bread, talking that MAGA, Trump, fuck black people, black community. We have no culture. That's financially driven. That's not the government.
Government giving you the platform to do it. So I think what tends to happen is they create these issues, and a lot of people that suffer from these, a lot of specifically our race that suffer from these issues is dealing with the problem. So what they're going to do is express it. So they created these platforms for us to express this type of stuff, and I think the government instigates us against each other. You even got young men. It's totally against older men.
Yeah, I can meet you halfway there because when you say I'm not thinking government. I'm thinking more like YouTube, social media, and what is promoted through the algorithm. What is going to get clicks and views? So I don't, like I say, I'm definitely not disagreeing completely with what y'all.
Yeah, because who controls the algorithm?
Google.
And who is Google controlled by?
The government.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't believe that. I don't believe Google is controlled by the government.
We have over 5,500 data centers, AI data centers in the United States alone. In the United States alone.
3,
you don't that say that again?
3,000. It's 3,000.
Between 3,500 and 5,500. There's some that you don't even know about. They're undercover.
I know about them now. No, I just did a debate on this topic.
Have you noticed that Donald Trump been repeating some stuff that we've been saying? It's been a lot of
I
people
wanted to,
in government and politics been repeating a lot of stuff that we done heard on these platforms.
I wanted to hear where she was going with the data centers though,
Oh my bad.
because I did
The
just
the
do I,
data
no, I
the
just did
data
do a debate
centers
on them.
where I'm going with that is the infiltration of it all, the pushing of these ideologies into the manosphere to get an end result from it. And the end result is to go against young girls and young boys and women, and to be able to put them under thumb and control them, be able to abuse them.
Are you saying that's a government agenda?
Oh, I believe so. Yes, because you have Republicans that are pushing the age consent law. Yes,
Yeah, but that
yes.
shit, but they losing though. But they losing with that shit though.
They
That's
may
what I'm saying.
they
They not
they may
winning.
be losing right now, but that with what they're pushing and how they're pushing it in 5 years, what do you think is going to happen? Nobody thought that women's rights were going to be under subjection and protections were going to be under subjection, and here we are. We're in that day.
Yeah. Who thought that?
There are people that used to tell me, "Why are you a feminist? You got all your rights," and now look what's happening.
Yeah, that would have never came
I
from
don't.
me.
I don't know. I don't know if you folks can hear me or not, but I'm for some reason I'm having a little internet problem.
you,
Can you folks
DJ.
hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you now.
All right.
Yeah, you, bro.
You guys are sounding like robots to me. So listen, I really do appreciate the fact that you guys stopped in and put as much emphasis that I wanted to put on this, whether we're friend or foe and other parts of our streams that we do. I think we all can come to the common solution here that we're all against folks like PACs and those other folks that will get up here and try to conflate that it's okay to mess around with a minor. At any age, there's no reason for a 24-year-old man, 40-year-old man, 35-year-old man to be up here having a conversation about a child. And that's
What
the point I think that all of us are trying to express.
what could we do to make this an issue? Because like Taz say, 6 months down the line, all this topic gonna be forgetting about, and then people gonna go back over there supporting these same people and stuff. So what could we do from online perspective to make this an issue, to make them eat them words and make them feel uncomfortable? Because it seems like they get more comfortable, which is is cool to that they get comfortable to expose themselves, but it should be some sort of consequence.
Well, I think the only thing that we can take Prince to do what we're doing now, clip it and put it
Yeah, I was
out there.
gonna say, buddy, just being real with you. I'm like, for real, this is like the fourth go round for this, and you hear me talking about it all the time, fam. I always brag on winning against these cats because they don't want to hear themselves. Play that clip back and watch people start
I don't think
changing
they
their
have any
words.
shame. I don't think they have any shame in that though. So playing
Listen,
it black, playing
Yeah,
it back,
because
I
there's a
don't
lot
think
of people
does
that
anything.
support him still.
how long have you been in this YouTube space though?
I've
Who,
been
me?
there
How long have
like
you been
5 or
around
6
it?
years.
Yeah, I'm asking her.
Oh, since 2008.
In the black YouTube space?
All of YouTube.
Yeah, because for real, I'm telling you, the playing the clips and them hearing themselves, that make niggas shut the fuck up. Like I've done it. I've got years of it. I've got years of clips already, and I've ran like that make these niggas change their language. But what they do is start complaining about, oh, he called and blah blah blah. But they watch their mouths. Like I said, we had this shit cleaned up by August. Niggas won't be talking this type of shit. I
You'd be
didn't even have
surprised
this
they
much
got an
support.
audience. These
Like, I didn't
these
even have this much
pedophiles got an
support back then.
audience.
Yeah, but bruh, what like this topic makes people go away. It's one thing when you see, oh, it's just a nigga calling it out. It's another when you see every platform talking about it, when you see the clip being played everywhere, when you're in the chat and people saying, that's dude right there, reminding them of what they said. Fam, that shit don't go away, and they don't like that. If people go away from it and you don't talk about it and it disappear, then yeah, they'll be operating freely. The more they see and hear about it, that's the problem for they don't like that shit, bro. They don't want their names attached to it. That's when niggas start watching their mouth. That's when niggas say, okay, I said something wrong. Until the end, fuck them. Like I said, niggas just be mad. But again, I'm saying this because I've done this shit several times to these niggas. Oh, you gonna talk shit? Oh, you gonna say I'm lying on you? Bet. Here's your word.
No, I agree with you, Taz, in the fact that you're exposing them. I get that part, and I get the fact that if they get pushback from a bunch of men, like everybody that's on this panel, the men that are on this panel, it makes them think twice, because the group thought process, if they got the majority of the people that think like them, they're going to keep spewing it. But if you have the majority of pushback that is against them, that is greater than what they're producing, yeah, they're gonna watch what they say.
Somebody said in
We
the
ain't got
comments,
no
we don't
choice,
want
L
them to
Boogie.
mask up.
That's what they're gonna do though. We ain't got no choice. They already done started.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To be honest, they already done started. Like, people see the pushback to this shit, they go into hiding. Some people see immediately and know to change their words, and like was saying earlier, which I said in one of my videos, they talk about this shit enough to know the right language. They know the right language. You know what I'm saying? Like, they know not to say certain words. They know
How to
not
cover
to say
their
certain
ass.
things. Like, they know they talk in these coded languages that's so ambiguous that it turns us into the bad party, saying, "Well, wait, what you mean childbearing age?" You know what I'm saying? That ain't normal language, nigga. The fuck you talking? You know what I'm saying? So, they try to turn us into the bad guys with what they say. All you can do is clip it and play it back.
But just because a little girl has a period doesn't make her childbearing age.
Right, and that's the point that we're trying to push out to them. And again, I agree with them. The only way that we can really point it out to them is using their own words against them. This is what you said. As you saw, your boy that was up here, he never allowed me to play what he said. He never wanted me to push that button. He just kept saying, "No, I didn't say that." Well, wait a minute. Let me let you hear what you said. And when the few times that he did allow me to push the button, what did he do? Deflection, talking about, well, this guy did this or this. It's not about what these guys did. It's about what you're trying to say and why you think that people think that you are of this particular group.
Somebody said report the channel for harmful content. Do you know how many channels that have been flagged, bestiality and things like that, and nothing ever happened to their channels?
And that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. It got to be something like what we were saying earlier. Do you think about making a video intro of all these people who was talking like this and put it on everybody's platforms? So when everybody go live, we plan the same videos. I mean, the intro of all these people that said some creepy shit. That way they can't let that shit die.
Well, I won't say intro, JP, but it's like a public service announcement for those of us who give a fuck about it. Yeah, insert it into your stream at one time or the other. Yeah, say it. Hey, look, let me play this for y'all just in case. I know we're talking about other things, but we still got to be mindful of what's going on here in the streets. That way, the idea of us calling them out won't never die. If we have arguments and disagreements with amongst each other, how long does it last? Shit, some of us still ain't got over the shit that we was mad about 2 years ago. So we can keep that argument going. Why can't we keep this going?
Right.
Real talk.
But y'all get what I'm saying, though, right? So there's several ways to let it know, like Shar said down in the chat, make it a news break, make it your business. Normally you'll see on the only reason that you don't see the 800 number today up there for the whatchamacallit thing is because I changed the stream just for this one. I wanted this to stand out. But normally you see that 1-800-733-5, whatever the number is, for domestic hotline. That's a way to get it out there. When you put out your placards, or when you put out your this, when you put out your that, put that number on the top of it.
You know what trips me out, because that guy said that he was in a relationship where the woman was older or as old as him, and she was abusive to him and beat him up. But you notice they don't ever talk about how it got to that point where they're fighting and they're actually having physical altercations with each other. He didn't say nothing about that.
Well, because they like to make themselves the perpetual victims. I didn't realize that anyone was going to come up on the stream today, but I had something about 2K from I think about two years ago, maybe 3 years ago, where he was on another platform, but he was advocating, talking about when him and his chick or his wife at the time get into it, they go to fisticuffs. Not me. I'm walking away.
Yeah, so that was a red flag when he said that on your panel, and I was like, is anybody going to check him on what he just said? Because he just made a statement and stuff, and nobody's like, okay, well, where did this all start from, and what was happening? Where she just out of the blue, just started hitting on you? Like, how did that happen?
Well,
again, they try to make themselves into perpetual victims. Go ahead, Prism.
He made that continuous statement. I think when he was on Mr. Taz's channel, I think he made the statement saying that he had been in the streets since he was 12 years old. It seems like every time you turn around this, I kept on saying you're always the victim. I think because they were Mr. Taz and Information Man were going at it. And I saw, dude, you're always the victim. It seems every time I hear that Praxis guy, he's always talking about how he's the victim. And the only time he's not the victim is when it is, like, for example, he started talking about the passport bros. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. I don't think he understands where I've been in these spaces. And I'm telling you,
right.
These passport bros, if I tell everything I know about the passport bros, y'all head would spin on y'all shoulders.
No, thank you.
I know enough. Trust me when I say I know enough. And little conversation about, they going down to Colombia, they get married and all this. That's a lie.
No, because again, Prism, I was in the military, so I was around these so-called passport brothers. They're not there for no jobs. They're there for the sex. That's it. They're there for maybe 2, 3, maybe a week, depends on how long that money gonna last, and you don't see them again.
Man,
and you know another group of people that we pass over. You know another group of people that we pass over that has a lot of this type of stuff going on. And we salute them.
Wait a minute. Let's take Prince. Now, I want y'all to look at this particular. Look on the screen right there. This is.
I was going to comment to that.
Why are the females on here on the panel victim shaming? Which female is up here victim shaming, sir or ma'am?
Because they're trying to say victim shaming the men.
Right. Which female is up there victim shaming either saying, whether they're victim shaming for the male or the female? Which one of the females up here is victim shaming? I dare you to come up here and tell them that.
I wasn't victim shaming. I was asking more questions. I said, well, if he's saying that she was doing this and that, can you give us more information on that? Not just she's hitting you, but what happened? What was going on in that whole altercation? That's all he gave us.
Is that what you're referring to? Victim shaming there, Graceful?
I got an idea.
Huh?
I think that we all should look up a state of peace because it's 52 states. And they got the public records of people that was on a sexual assault. They got the face and everything. So I guarantee you, we might have pulled out like at least 5 of them.
That's right.
That probably got a case of this shit.
That's right here amongst us.
2K is not a victim. We were talking about Praxis. And see, this is what happened when you come in half-cocked thinking you know what you're talking about. 2K is not a victim either. 2K is the person that went to DJ Hamp's channel and did a whole panel for 2 hours talking about, and he's trying to be, because let me tell you, like, he's trying to have these gotcha moments. Like who the hell in this space don't know who Taz is, except white folk who are outside this space or women over there in the book sector. Everybody know who the hell Taz is. Okay. I mean, going off, like, I sent you those videos, Mr. DJ Music. I just want you to see who he is. Everybody knows who Taz is. Taz, if he call himself a GOAT, he's pretty much a legend in the spaces that we frequent. Everybody knows him. And so this whole thing where he brought up, we should start being able to go back to beating women. He had a whole 2-hour conversation on that channel about beating and assaulting women.
Mm-hmm.
He likes this whole gotcha moment thing.
Right. So let me ask you something that you bring that up. Shouldn't that content creator that's not a conversation that you would have over here? As soon as you ask me that, you got to go. Not unless I'm trying to, and I'm not trying to pin you down to show everybody how fucked up you are, like Pax was, where we were doing with Pax today. But you got to go.
But you think that's a real conversation? How?
Yes.
Because it seemed, because Dennis Sperling, when I first came into the space, Dennis Sperling was doing the same thing. He was saying, I heard him say, "Don't you wish you could beat them? Don't you?" He said, and I know you don't want to think about it. He said, but don't you just wish that you just one time just can slap him in the mouth, talking about the girl, because I'm gonna say it like that. Dennis Sperling is 50 years old, and nobody even thought about it. But the young lady that he's married to is now only 25. He's been with her for 8 years. I need you to think about that.
But I've heard other men on YouTube
I need everybody to think about that.
I already did the math already. Didn't take long. Didn't take long to click on me.
Now that was his words. He said Kevin Samuels introduced him and this woman in some sort of group that he had years ago, and we all know the truth about that, because if anybody knows who Jeff is, Jeff has told the whole story to some people behind the scenes. So we all know that there was really no group for anybody to meet anybody in. So like I said, when people know stuff, they know stuff. They know stuff. But he's been with that girl, and he's talking about, she do certain things. He was like, if I don't like what she wearing, take your ass in the house, and put this on. That's the type of relationship these men think that they can have with young women, because they want to groom them into the type of woman that they want. Even though he had the type of woman he wanted when he married her, and she was his age.
And we all know what happened to that.
And by all means, she's a beautiful woman. I've seen her.
So when a lot of these men, they talk about the women that they want, right? Because they say they don't want baby mamas. And most of these men in their 30s and 40s plus, they don't want baby mamas. Majority of women their age going to be a baby mama, right? The ones that's going to be available. They're going to have some sort of children, except the ones that physically can't have none. But majority of them going to have children. That's one. When they talking about that they want a virgin, they basically, when you really listen to these dudes, they really describing, this is why they going at them young teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these dudes, they didn't get the chance to experience these young girls in high school, like they didn't have that swag, and so that they still be seeking that high school girl.
JP, there's women that are in their 30s, 20s, 30s, and 40s that are virgins and older. You do know that, right?
It's just hard to believe.
Okay, even if it's hard to believe, you do understand that there are women that are in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. Everybody is not out there as a city girl. Everybody's not having hot girl summers. Some people have people and parents that raise them with morals. You do know that, right?
No, I just think these men gonna find it. They believe that they're gonna find it quicker with a young girl than an older girl.
Right, but they can keep thinking that all they want to. But really, does anybody know? Because there's a lot of teenagers that are out there having what they think is contact with other teenage kids. Right. But that doesn't mean that they're ready for an adult man.
No, that is the point, and that's the whole basis of this entire conversation. Let me address this comment right here. Where's all the energy for the female teachers that get caught with these teen males? I have yet to hear. Well, you didn't come in here earlier. If you was in here earlier, if you can go back, read back to the stream, I'll say it so you can hear it, Graystroke. Regardless of your gender, whether you are male or female, regardless of your profession, whether you are a teacher or a janitor, in my book, there's no difference in the two. You are a sick individual. Something is wrong with you. You should be, there's female prisons for you and there's male prisons for you. Preferably, since you wanted me to narrow it down, this is what I think they should do to both of them. Graystroke. What I think they should do is get Big Hammer and Harry, put him in a cell, and let him watch pornos and give him all the brown liquor that he wants. And then bring that guy up in there, put him in a tutu, dress him up, and let Big Hammer and Harry have his way with him. Well, since the other women are not equipped with that, what I wish you do, and let the female that you're going to be in the chair with watch all the porno that she wants, get her all hot and bothered, and then get her a big strap on and let her go to town.
So look, let me do a shameless plug right quick, DJ, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead, my
Shameless
brother.
plug. So if your goofy ass really want to see that content, it's actually scheduled when I leave here. I'm actually finna go do it. It's actually called the GOAT series. It stands for General Observation About Teachers. So I hate when people say that, because them the people you never see at the content.
Mm.
You'll never see them.
Mm.
You get ready to go live a little bit?
Yeah,
So
I
there
done
you-
pushed it back twice and shit over here hanging out and shit. I done pushed it back twice. I gotta go.
Well, listen, yeah, I'm about to get out here. About to get out of here in a minute, so I'll go around the board. Okay, I'll start with the ladies first. Shar, any last words from you?
You never can get a straight answer. That's all I can say from earlier. And last thing is, I'm putting Taz stream in the chat, so you guys go over there and
Oh,
support.
good, because I don't have his new channel.
All right, great. And the Pure Butterfly, Pure
Um,
Butterfly.
the one thing I just want to address what he said. We talked about that at the beginning of the chat, that even if women are doing this as teachers to young boys, yeah, they got to go to prison. They got to go to prison. We talked about that. There's no double standard here. You can't do this to boys and girls. You can't do this to children, no matter
Right.
what gender they are.
Right. So listen up to touch on that. Just what El Boogie said. For those who come over here and distract with that, we got to look at you suspect from now on.
Yep.
Prison. I'll leave the floor for you.
Yep, I appreciate it. Being on the panel with all the ladies and the gentlemen. Mr. DJ Music, you my big brother. I was really glad that we had this conversation. And
Yes.
even though I really want to put my hands around that dude's neck. I really do. I understand what Taz means, that there's a purpose in it, and I can agree with it, because we need to hear what they're saying. But it was definitely my pleasure, Taz. I'll be in the clouds listening to you and supporting, and because I love you and your wife. But I just appreciate the conversation. Thanks, everyone.
Indeed. Thank you, Prison. And Jay Prince, I'll leave it to you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm kind of glad. It's very refreshing, because when I was hearing this topic, it brought a lot of nausea. I'm like, man, this shit again? Like, it's more people coming out. So it's kind of refreshing that we still have people that, didn't let this YouTube stuff get desensitized them from the reality of how serious this is. Especially, I'm still focused on the little teenage girls, not only because I got daughters, but that's one of the reasons. But still, I still wish men still have that. Oh no, we don't fuck with little girls. We don't fuck with little kids. Like in my city, I'm not saying there's not a rapist, but we take pride on grown women giving us access, consensual grown women. We don't take pride in taking no booty. We don't take pride in especially no fucking little kids. And I think that it should be this other side. Our voice should be louder, but I do think their voices need to be even louder. That way we'll know who is who. Because if they stay silent, you won't know who is who.
Great point. Great point, Jay Prince. And Taz, as you can see, you are. I just copied a little bit of your stream, and that's what I used as my screenshot there. BEANZ panel exposed more men with the same mindset. And I was over your stream, and I listened to you, and absolutely right, bro. I listen. We disagree on some things, but not enough to understand that. Let them come over there. Listen, I'll pick them off in the chat room. You call them out, you point them out, and we'll pick them out. So I'll give you your last words there, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for backing me up on this, you know what I'm saying? And not just sitting back and seeing it but not saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? It means a lot to me to have other men willing to say it on their channel, not just pop in on the chat. We support you, Taz, but real live, go live from their channel, you know what I'm saying? Do it from their position and let it be known that they are also standing on that. And it don't even matter if you're standing with me, are you standing on this? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So again, it's just a level of appreciation there that that just we content creators, people downplay how important content is, but I do think there's an awareness that they raise on their side to try to benefit the men they want to support. And I think we have to have the same equal respect for information on this side. So like I say, anybody that's willing to go live and put it out there, like I said, I'm trying to help support it. And actually, I just seen you was live. This is my actual first time seeing you live. So yeah, I'm subscribed now. We in the building.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm here.
Indeed, yes, indeed. Like
Yeah,
I
this is
said,
my first time seeing you live too. I'm subscribing.
Right. So listen, fellas and ladies, I appreciate the fact that y'all come over here in this crusade, because basically what it is. To me, someone asked me a while back, what business is it of yours? As you can see, it is my business, because if we let them slip away with simple things like it's all right to beat your wife, it's all right to have the domestic discipline, it's all right for all these other things, sooner or later, it's going to lead back to our children.
Yeah.
I'm a father. That's enough for me. No matter what your political stance is, no matter how you were raised up, we all have one thing in common: our children, and we want the best for them. And if this is the common bond to make me put down what I dislike about you, so be it. I don't mind doing that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, like I always say, the grace of the day costs you absolutely nothing. Say hello to someone. Might change the way they're thinking, might change the way they're living. Shameless plug, like Tav said, I'll be live tomorrow night on Classic R&B Jams Radio. I figured music calms the savage beast, so y'all come over tomorrow night and get a dose of some old school R&B, some, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. The link will be down in the description. Again, thank you all you folks that came in and hung out with me and put your voices on the line, because that's sometimes you got to do. The good, as a good John Lewis, the good fight is here, not down the street.
Look, all you motherfuckers been snitching for him and shit. Now you standing up in here and goddamn it talking about preaching preacher. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that. I'm gonna shoot your ass too, motherfucker. Keep on. You gonna get shot too, nigga. You gonna get shot. God bless the fool, goddamn it. God bless the fool. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We're taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Yeah. Y'all know the motherfucker ain't no good. You want, look,